Fantastic. This is GT Racing right now.
He's got traction, he's got rid of the outside, both of them! Maloney!
Oh, he's taken Anderson! Anderson's up top!
Oh my god! Oh. Big crash! Oh my goodness, half the field's gonna get rolled!
This is very close. These guys are want to make their way through the field very quickly.
Oh, there we go!
Oh no! That's massive! This is it! This is over! I can't believe this! Oh my god!
God, what?
Don't try to act like you don't know who we be, neither. We in the club all the time, so pop on. Shady Aftermath.
You can find me in the club, bottle full of bub. Mama, I got what you need if you need to fill a buzz. I'm in the having sex, I ain't into making love. So come give me a hug if you're into getting rough. When I pull up out front, you see the Benz on dub. When I roll 20 deep, so it's drama in the club. Now that I roll with Trey, everybody show me love. When you sell like them, and then you get plenty of groupie love. Look, homie, ain't nothing changed. Bros down, cheese up. I see exhibit in the cutting, man, roll them trees up. Bro, if you watch how I move, you mistake before I play up pimp. Been hit with a few shells, but I don't walk with a limp. In the hood, in the lady saying 50, you hot. They like me, I want them to love me like they love pop. But holla in New York, the show, they tell you I'm local. And the plan is to put the rap game in the choke. I'm fully focused, man. My money on my mind, got a meal out the deal, and I'm still in the grind. Now shorty says she feeling my style, she feeling my flow. A girl from Wooded, they die, and they ready to go on the club. Bottle full of bub, mama, I got what you need if you need to fill a buzz. I'm in the having sex, I ain't into making love. So come give me a hug if you into getting rough. You can find me in the club. Bottle full of bub, mama, I got what you need if you need to fill a buzz. I'm in the having sex, I ain't into making love. So come give me a hug if you into getting rough.
Don't try to act like you don't know who we be, neither. We in the club all the time, so pop on. Just Shady Aftermath.
Then you should love it way more than you hate it. Oh, you mad? How come that you be happy I made it? I'm that cat by the bar, toasting to the good life. Moved out the hood, now you tryna pull me back, right? My junk get the bumping in the club, it's on. I'm with my eyes to chicks, if she smash, she gone. If the roof on fire, man, just let it burn. If they're talking about money, homie, I ain't concerned. I'ma take club, bottle full of bub. Mama, I got what you need if you need to fill a buzz. I'm in the having sex, I ain't into making love. So come give me a hug if you ain't getting rough. I'ma take you for pain.
We're 1,000 miles from comfort. We have traveled land and sea. But as long as you are with me, there's no place I'd rather be. I would away forever, exalted in the sea. As long as I am with you, my heart continues to beat. With every step we take, Kyoto to the bay, strolling so casually. We're different and the same, gave you another name, switch up the batteries. If you gave me a chance, I would take it. It's a shot in the dark, but
So I would like to give a big applause to the winner of this session, and this is Valerie. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
there's no place I'd rather be. Yeah.
This old chestnut, a track which has been around for forever and a day, and I'd probably say a day more on top of that. This is a wonderful place to go out and see some motorsport action. It's got everything. It's got high speed, it's got overtaking opportunity, and it can do every style of racing. It can do your quick 5-minute sprint, it can do your very long 24-hour race. Funny that, it's an iRacing 24-hour race today. But crucially, it is a team that we focus on today. We are with rsvmotors.de Motorsport, and we are keeping an eye out on how 2 cars today in the 18th split of 19 are going to be keeping their eyes peeled on action. We are currently in qualifying at the legendary circuit Spa-Francorchamps. We're on the road to Liège, Bastogne-Liège, as we often tend to say here at Sim Speed TV. And if you were here in the real world watching the British GT at this point in time, it is raining like crazy at this point in time. I'm Jake Sperry, joined alongside by Reese Gardner, here to give you all of the eyes on where we're going to be. We're currently 3rd fastest at the moment, so we're doing well right now, I think is the right. We're doing pretty nicely at this point in time. The time started to come in on the board, and I think what's very important is that you get yourself a nice grid position in a 24-hour race. Doesn't guarantee anything, but it allows you to keep out of trouble early.
Yeah, indeed. Welcome everyone watching the stream. This is quite unlike any other broadcast we've done on Sim Speed TV. We're going to be focusing on the 2 cars of RSV Motorsport for the entirety of the race, and team owner Radomir Sverkov putting it in P3 there, which is really good to see. But yeah, as you say, it's not the be-all end-all as qualifying for a 24-hour race. Radomir, of course, putting a good lap in, but it's going to be all about that start and first stint. We talk a lot in Aussie motorsport broadcasting about buying a ticket to the end, and that's no more true than it is here at Spa, with a bunch of GT3 cars in this field. And you know, the track limits here, they've traditionally been pretty strict in the past, but just debuting this past build, iRacing's brand new 4-tyre off-track detection system. You see Radomir making his way through No Name and using all of the curb on the exit, not getting an off-track there, so there's a little bit more freedom for the drivers, but you still want to keep the incident count down, because you're going to get a drive-through if you get too many incidents. That's another way that this race really puts the test on.
Let's talk about who's going to be in the cars then for both teams here. We've somehow managed here in the 18th split to get both of the cars in the same split, which I have to say is a minor miracle that we've been able to do that as we go through the Camden corner here. So for the 013 RSV Motorsport machine, we have got Radomir Sverkov here, who is, of course, the, I would say, operating director over at RSV Motorsport, and is in the car right now. Joining in the car over the course of these 24 hours, should they go that far, will be Martinus Lapa and then Martin Skripin, who will both be in the 013. The other car that they have is the 21 machine. That currently at the moment has just crossed the line. You get 4 laps and 15 minutes. It's Mantas Sakalauskas in the car at the moment, with Vilius Kibildes and then Ernestas Mikulevicius, who will be along for the ride as well. Lithuanian names. We're very, very good at pronouncing things here at SimSpeed TV, and you get it wrong, you get it wrong. But at least for the moment, it's going to be important to just get some quiet times on the board here. This is going to be a very, very big battle that we're going to be seeing today. 53 drivers are in with a whole range of machines. We're in the prototype BMWs as well here today, Reese, though. So let's just have a little talk about these prototype BMWs. Very, very different to everything else that is out there, mainly because BMW themselves are using this car as development for their car that they hope to release for next season.
Indeed, the prototype badge actually got taken off the BMW M4 GT3 for this build, so it's out of that stage now. BMW are happy with how the car is going here in iRacing, and yeah, they're going to be debuting it next season on board with Radomir, and you can see him there in his sim rig, wearing that hat, repping the brand as you should, and he's keeping it nice and calm down into Pouon here on his third qualifying lap here. Just the absolute picture of calmness there is Radomir, and I guess, you know, driving the BMW GT3, the newest GT3 car apart from the Porsche 911 to be added to the iRacing service along with the Lamborghini too. Oh, it's a slight mistake there for Radomir, but he gathers it up and keeps it going, which is good to see. This is a car that a lot of people have grown to like. You know, front engine, rear wheel drive, got a 6-cylinder engine, I think, or a turbo 4-cylinder in under the bonnet, and of course it's got that polarizing front end. The BMW kidney grille has metamorphosed into something that some people don't like, but you know, I think it adds to the character of the machine.
I think it does as well. It's like looking through a window into the engine as you go through and you see the radiator and all the rest of it. As you've got like a top left, top right, a bottom left, and a bottom right. And I think that's pretty cool by observation. Out to the final corner, very aggressive over that curve a little bit there, over to the line. And that is a 2:19.6, so no improvement. One more lap available on the books, and it's going to be worth keeping an eye out here on these laps. Track temps 34 degrees here today, which I would say is pretty much average to leaning towards the hotter side potentially, but it is going to cool down this track. We're at 15 minutes past 4 in sim time as we look at Mantas Sakalauskas out there on circuit in the number 21 machine, and a lot of the focus going to be very much firmly in the books going through the Lacoum section and then the Malmedy chicane out here, or the Malmedy corner, which is the highest point on the circuit before you descend down for Bruxelles, the next right-hander out here on track. And all about focus on these laps. Currently, that machine is down in 23rd position at this point in time, just behind the Mad Sim Racing outfit. And for those who maybe understand that Mad Sim Racing is a name that has been heard before, over at Race Spot TV, that's Paul Smith's team, who does the commentary over on the Porsche Esports Super Cup and many other things. So ultimately, there is a little bit of, I would say, crossover.
Yeah, there is indeed, and there's also sim racing and real life crossover here as well. Mantas here, along with a few other drivers in the team, participating in the Aurum 1006 kilometer race, which is a motorsport event in Lithuania, which has really come into its own recently. It's actually quite a unique race. It's, you know, you got GT3 machinery and your various GT4 and road car based disciplines, but they race around a highway intersection. They go up the Cloverleaf on ramp, and it's a bit of a figure 8 track there at the Aurum 1006 kilometers. It's really quite an interesting track, quite an interesting race, and Mantas here drove in the race this July after showing some prodigious talent behind the wheel. Let's see how well he does here in iRacing.
Yeah, and the time doesn't quite work out that, so no improvements. The 013 crossing the line puts a 2:19.2 down. That's good enough for a top 5 at this moment from Radomir Sverkov. Every reason to be happy about that one. So that one absolutely working. There are still a few drivers out there with 1:40 on the clock. Because of how qualifying works here, Reese, it's a closed qualifying point in time. But before we do, let's take our Google Earth view down to where we are. As we say, we're stone's throw away from Liège. Liège-Bastogne-Liège. This is one of the last places they run on the Killy Classic, one of the monuments, you could say, of the battles that have gone on. Well, I wouldn't say monument. It is actually one of the Ardennes Triple Classics. So that's along with La Flèche Wallonne and I believe, the Amstel Gold Race. But here we are, Stavelot, Belgium. There's the town of Francorchamps there on the outskirts, and then the town of Spa de la Source, Hairpin, Eau Rouge, Radion, Lecu, Malmedy, Bruxelles, Jackie X Corner, Pouon, which is sometimes known as Double Gauche, depending on what map that you read. You got the Fania chicane. Stavelot is actually campus, and then Curve of Paul Frere is actually a little bit further along because the second right is actually Stavelot. You got Blanchimont and the bus stop chicane to get through 20 on this lap. It's a very short run towards turn number 1, but it's worth noting endurance layout, which means that we are going to actually get our start going off then on the endurance pit. So you get the run up Eau Rouge and Radion. And then secondly here, Reese, as qualifying is just about to come to a close, you actually finish the race at the Grand Prix start-finish line.
Yeah, you do indeed, and that slipped me up when we were broadcasting VRS GT earlier at this very same track. It's a bit of a unique setup here for the 24-hour race, and it is interesting how you you bring in the point about the pit lane. It's the endurance pits, so drivers will lose about 55 seconds on top of a stop time when they end up pitting. But here is the starting grid with the RSV Motorsport car in 5th.
Exactly. So it is Team Year One Black. They are very good flip-flop salesmen there. I know the team boss there at Year One, Graham Sessford, really good guy. He's up there on pole position for the AMG Mercedes, with the Lamborghini in second for Sender Esports 2. Track Engineering Race Department line up third with the RLH Esports Black Machine in 4th, and then our car, the RSV Motorsport 013 in 5th position. IRLC Motorsports then makes it 4 different manufacturers in the top 6. The Porsche goes from 6th with Orange Cow in 7th and Obsidian Edge Red in 8th position. Matthews Logistics team, non-BSR, non-British Sim Racing, that is in 9th position on the grid, with the Metro New York PCA team Blue in 10th.
And starting outside the top 10, you got the Styrian Racer Team Car 6 and Chris Durance Team B on row 6 in 12th position. Work in Progress Racing starting from 13th with iRacing Today Motorsports 5 in 14th. The 8th row shared by Sendit Esports 1 and CGC Motorsport Green. Ragnarok Sim Racing and NSR Yellow start from 17th and 18th, with the top 20 rounded out by W2W Racing Red and Cybernet Racing.
DRG Black Dash Red is there. Slash Red is in 21st position. Then it's the thick rig. It's so thick, it's got 3 C's. It's there in 22nd. Mad Sim Racing Power Headset 1 is there in 23rd position. Then our other car in this field, RSV Motorsport, in the 21 machine, is in 24th position. Following that, we've got the GPVA Racing Team Lamborghini and IRSA Blue. Got the Team Wolfpack 109, the Planeswalker Racing Blue team there with Alpha Canes Racing, and then the 1-2 team in 30th.
Starting from 31st and 32nd, good luck GT3 drivers. We certainly say that as well. And Racing Ace Motorsports. The next row, SAE Racing Team Red and Inglorious, Spa, with Empire Racing Blue and Driving Miss Daisy, 35th and 36th. 37th and 38th, Apex Tech Racing, SO24 Dirol by Graf. Starting from 38th, and the top 40 rounded out by Skidmark Racing and the AOD Racing BMW.
They start to tick off, so we'll go through some of the other drivers there. So you got the you got the AOD car there in 40th. So Team A Racing 41st, KRU Esports in 42nd. Then it's the Evil Nature team in 43rd. The Osmerican Jackaroos are 44th with Stack Racing, Rabbit Event Solutions Racing 1, Blue Bayou, the last car to set a time. And then going from the pits, Dero Sim Sport, Smurf Racing Team 91, Arberg Racing Esports Team 2, Firebolt Racing Orange, Raging Ferrari, and SimRacers.de by MSC. Puma Coupen is going to be there. But at least for the moment, it'll be Year One in control of the field. You can tell they're the Year One team with the green and the purple that are there on at the moment, and they'll be looking for a really good run. But our car's in 5th position and is taking it nice and easy off the start. This is a game of numbers, and you look to try and make sure that the numbers work out for you the longer that these races go on. Through the last source hairpin, we're going to be getting ourselves ready then, and the Year One car has gone incredibly early here as the green flag drops and they get the jump, and we are underway, focusing on our car, who is currently in 4th position at this moment. Got a very nice jump off of the get-go here, getting past the RLH Esports black car of Ethan Tissot. there as they go through. But here comes the look already on the Lamborghini of the Sender Esports 2 team with Daniel Pohl. Immediately gets boxed in with Jack Stevenson in the Track Engineering Race Department car. And we could be going for second here in the very early stages. Side by side, almost 3 wide. We go into Lake Coon. This is a 24-hour race, mind you, and a little bit of a struggle going through the mid parts of the corner. The Lamborghini looking really good through the middle, and it's ultimately 4th place off the get-go. Our 21 car looking pretty nice as things stand as we move through the mid-pack.
Indeed, looking very good there for Radomir Sverkov at the moment. Just backed out of that maneuver versus the Lamborghini, which is a wise decision to make this early into a 24-hour race. He has plenty more opportunities to get by. The other RSV Motorsports car, meanwhile, still a bit down in the field, but making its way through very nicely there. And looking good from Mantas Sakalauskas' perspective. He has lost 2 positions here on the first lap, but he can very easily get those back with time and with consistency. And he's got a good gap to the Ferrari behind, which is good to see. Back up to Radomir Sverkov, meanwhile. He's continuing to harass the back of Daniel Pohl in the Sended Esports 2 Lamborghini as they come onto the back stretch towards Blanchimont for the first time.
They certainly do. What a ferocious run this point of circuit is. You just fly through these lefts, and it's this Blanchimont corner that becomes so very, very difficult, and they're all going to run off there because they're following everyone else's line, and that's going to be a position lost here for us as Sverkov will drop behind Ethan Tasso, and then diving to the outside is Saber Corness in the Obsidian Edge red car, which is looking very orange on my screen, but it looks pretty nice. And just behind that now you've also got Bian Klein there in the orange cow car, trying to get a little bit of a look in on top of that. No dice going through then to the last horse hairpin, and a couple of positions lost in the early goings. No harm, no foul. As long as the car keeps on the island, that is pretty much the okay to go as things look. But it's getting really dicey here with RSV's RSV's 21 just in front. You can see it is Andrew Walters side by side in the Good Luck GT3 driver's car going up against Pascal Bender in the SAE Racing Team Red Machine. That was side by side up Orush and Radion, and you know what? It's still not done as they enter the Kemmel Straight.
No, it's a good run that Walters has, and there goes Sakalauskas making a move on the Porsche of Wesley Whitbeck in the Alpha Canis car, and position completed before they enter the braking zone for Lacombe. Very nice move as those 2 cars still going side by side up ahead. They sorted themselves out. Walters holds on to that position, but this is giving an opportunity here to Mantas. He can certainly make up 2 positions if these guys come together.
I have to point out here, in the 18th split of 19 splits, we have done a lap cleanly, and on top of that, I'm not sure if Top Split has. So take it with a pinch of salt if you want to. We've had a pretty good get-go. Here's some more side-by-side here as our 13 machine, our 013 machine, looks to attack back the 3 Obsidian Edge red machine. Corness then doing a good job defending there in front of us right now. But ultimately a pretty good run. A small gap back again to Birian Klein there in the Orange Cow machine, with, of course, just behind the Matthews Logistic team trying to get into play as well. But again, another good run here, and it's all about setup in the early goes. It's worth talking about a few limits that we have here in this one. It's a 100-point instant limit here. Then you get a drive-through, but we're going to go down the inside of Blanchimont here. Hold the front page. Oh, what a move. We got it done. But look at this. This is allowing the Dutch team, the Orange Cow of Birian Klein, try and get through. And that's 2 more positions lost then after that one move for Saber Corness, who also drops behind Matthews Logistic team, non-BSR, as things go and continue on. So a very nice move. But you'd say at this moment in time, we're looking pretty comfy. A little bit of a missed braking point though.
Oh yeah, just slightly, but Sverkov holding on to the position, top 5, which is really good to see. Meanwhile, a bit further back, the 24th position now for Mantas Sakalauskas. He's made his way back up into his starting position now here at the end of lap 2, which is good to see. Very good to see indeed. On board with Radomir, looking back at the Mercedes, the Orange Cow with Klein at the wheel. slight little look down the Kemmel Straight, but he's too far back to make anything resembling a move right now. But Radomir here is just keeping it nice and smooth on the wheel, trying to take as little out of the car as possible, because you want to have to save the tyres for the majority of the stint. If you work them too hard in these early stages, you're going to be in trouble when it comes to pit time.
Yeah, you certainly are, as we take a little look there at the stoic view then of our driver in the car at this point in time, Radomir Sverkov at this moment. Just behind, of course, the team of the Orange Cow will have Brian Klein, will have Brian's brother Han Klein, and then Danny Legger is going to be in there on top of that. So that's just a little something in terms of how the team will go through. Gaps, though, have formed to the front four at this moment in time. A little bit of a gap over to Ethan Tissot in fourth position, who's chasing down Sender Esports and the Trap Engineering Race Department, and then out in front, Team Year One Black doing a pretty good job of things, I think has to be said at this moment in time. Reece Saunders in the car doing a pretty decent job, but we're there in fifth, and then as we look further back, we're looking to attack then with our second car, the GPVA Racing Team Lamborghini. So that car has dropped back a little bit then over the course of this lap. Julio Fernandez Contreras behind the wheel of that as we make our charge forward here, but Sakalauskas will be looking to get a very good job, as I believe we're having a couple of CPU issues at this point in time. It does get very hot when we've got 53 cars in a server as you try and go on through, but at least we're doing quite a nice job. How's it going to be on the brakes, though, as we go into this next section? It's just nice and calm. We're in a train here, and this is what you get in endurance. Draft trains are actually very helpful, allows you to save some fuel.
Yes, indeed, and fuel is going to really play a part in the last hour or so of the race. If you can use these early stints to save some fuel, extend your stints a little bit, that means you can get some shorter stops later on. And obviously, the less time spent at a standstill in the pits, the less time you lose. So if they can keep this fuel-saving game up, then that'll really benefit them towards the end. But Mantas has got his mojo back after lap 1, and it looks like he's really looking to make some proper moves now, because he's in the draft of Julio Fernandez Contreras, pulls out early there to keep the momentum up in the draft. He's got to be careful of the Ferrari of Lee Tucker just behind, but almost alongside into the braking zone, Mantas makes the move.
Mantas very much does make the move. There has been a couple issues for some drivers behind. It seems like the NSI Yellow Sim Performance car, who was 18th on the grid, is down in trouble, along with the Smurf Racing team. They are both in the pits right now, so our first real lap down drivers. We don't say retirees just yet here, Reece, of course, because it's very much a case. Now, if we can go back to our car in 5th position right now, this is going to be really important to keep in mind. They have been battling incredibly hard for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Daniel Pohl, Sender Esports 2, has got through on Jack Stevenson in the Trap Engineering Race Department car. And now this is where it starts to get a little bit interesting, because if they are going to start battling as aggressively as they are at this point in time, it means we're in a fight for a podium.
That's indeed, and we're looking pretty good at the moment. Radomir here can certainly use the draft of the cars in front to save a bit of fuel himself now. That was one thing that he was struggling with a little before, and this is a spirited move almost. Little look up the inside of Ethan Tissot, but nothing doing for the time being. Radomir just keeping it nice and patient here in the opening stages. But now that he has these cars in front of him, he has access to that draft, and he can use that to potentially extend the stint of his machine.
Yeah, 4 drivers registered then for the RLH Esports black car in front of us right now. You've got Ethan Tissot's in the car. Expect at some point Philip McConaughey, Matej Stoica, and then Anton Alstrom all to find their way into that RLH Esports black car in the not too distant future. But at least for the moment, it is a case of 5 to the dance. We have dragged along Brian Klein there just behind us. We've built a gap, of course, of 3 seconds over to the Matthews Logistics team behind us. There is some more side-by-side going on then in towards Kuma. They are getting very dicey for 10 minutes into a 24-hour race. I will point that out, going as nose to tail as that. This is almost like you're racing your VRS Sprint Series, for example, and hoping that you're going to get a good result and a good move.
Yeah, indeed. We're only on lap 5, and we've got 23 hours and 49 minutes to go. So these guys will need to calm down a little bit if they want that prospect to continue. But seems for the time being they're keeping it nice and stable through the middle sector here, and this is a great piece of racetrack through Pouhon down to Fagnier and then Campus, Stavelot, Paul Frere curve. There's not much in the way of overtaking opportunities on this part of the circuit, but it's all about flow, momentum and rhythm around here. You've got to keep your steering inputs nice and smooth. You've got to carry as much speed from one corner to the next and completely set up for this run down the straight to Blanchimont.
Yeah, you certainly do. You've got a lot of room as well. If it does go wrong on the run to Blanchimont, we very much go at this point in time. So we've got a lot of work to do here in order to try and get ourselves through. Our car, of course, in 5th position at this point in time. We run through the corner and look to go out there and attack on the exit here on this very, very difficult bus stop. Oh, that's aggressive on the inside.
Whoa.
That is some great heads-up driving, leaving the room and then fighting through the second part of the chicane. Surkov then having to be on the outside there. It was very aggressive from Brian Klein in the orange cow machine, who literally from relative nowhere went for the overtaking opportunity. Again has the inside. Very lucky he hasn't actually taken out Ethan Stowe that just in front. The move is done, but if we're going to be that aggressive that early, I'd say letting that car go through is a good option.
I'd say so as well. I mean, Brian obviously feels that he has the pace to try and fight with these guys up in 2nd, 3rd and 4th, so it's probably a good idea here for Radomir to just stick with him in the draft and let Brian clear the way, but he's going to carry this draft down the Kemmel Straight, pull out and see about having a look up the inside for Lecombe, but that's not going to happen. Meanwhile, behind them, there's some side-by-side between Paul-Johan Greimel and Seba Cornes in the Ferrari and the BMW, carrying this all the way through to Malmedy once again. So that's certainly a couple of less cars for us to deal with here.
Yeah, we've just made a move. So Mantas Sakalauskas back up into 22nd position now, getting by Andrew Walters in the Good Luck GT3 driver's Porsche. So a very comfortable move there being constructed, and it's one of the first times we actually get to say there's a Porsche GT3 here out there having a good race. Now, this is going to be interesting to see. I don't think this is necessarily a Porsche track, but I think a lot of drivers might be leaning towards that Porsche as, okay, new car, let's see how it does.
Yeah, and the Porsche's handling characteristics, I think, would also be very good for Spa-Francorchamps. It's got a little bit of lift-off oversteer, and then you can really get on the power and keep rotating out of the corner, which really helps in these medium to high-speed corners that you see here at Spa. The BMW, meanwhile, that our drivers are piloting, it's a good all-rounder, is the BMW. It's strong at most tracks, and is certainly able to strut its stuff here at Spa.
Yeah, and strutting stuff at Spa we are certainly doing at this moment in time. Again, a little look over towards that final chicane. Nice and calm as we go on through. But we're gonna get a passer in our second car here. Trent Stapleton in the thick rig Ferrari has just run a little bit over a couple curves here and there. Either has got unsettled on the exit or maybe a slow down penalty. And just like that, I believe that is a Rusty's 95 Lightning McQueen livery.
It is.
The car as well, which is something. But yeah, we've got to move.
We have indeed, and all Mantas had to do there was keep it on the track, as it was a lack of momentum there from Stapleton, and he's up through into 20th place now, looking at 19th with Pascal Bender. Now, up into 21st and looking at 20th with Pascal Bender up ahead of him there in the SAE Racing Team Red machine, and it looks like Mantas is close enough to take advantage of the draft down here. Let's see what he does. Avoids using too much of the curb there on the exit of Rouge and Radillon, but down to Lecombe once again, just taking advantage of the pull here, and into Lecombe's braking zone they go. It's a bit of a shorter braking zone, you think, because these curves are Very, very quick. Unfortunately, we've had a couple of technical issues, which means that we can't bring live pictures to you at the moment, but we're going to try and get back in as soon as we can. We'll keep you updated on how our cars are going.
Sim Speed TV Radio. Let's get things going then as we continue on with all of what is going on right now. You can see on screen for you some wonderful scenic views of the Jackie X corner. We go on through Mantas Sakalauskas for the 21 RSV Motorsports machine in 21st position in 18th split, and up inside the top 5 at this moment in time is some good work for 6th position right now is Radomir Sverkov, who is staying with the 2nd place battle. Some other good battles going on at the moment. 8th, 9th, and 10th on the road. The Styrian Racer 6, the Obsidian Edge Red 3, and the Sender Esports 118 all together on track. And I've been keeping an eye out on a battle that has been going on for about a couple laps now as well, Reese. And it's the battle in 15th position between Cybernet Racing. They've just done. There's just been contact through Curve Paul Frey, the run to Blanchemont, and David Wilhelmsen must have let off a Wilhelm scream as it's gone on. As unfortunately kept it off of the road. They're all going to have to jump out of the way to avoid. Nobody makes contact, but it is heavily crabbing the Cybernet Racing car. That is one due for the pit lane ASAP.
Yeah, absolutely. It just looks to me like, they were going side by side, and Antonio Blanco in the Ragnarok sim racing car had some overlap, but Wilhelmsen ended up going towards the inside. They made contact and around they went. So at the moment, Wilhelmsen is in the bus stop chicane, and it's a very awkward spot to be. He's going to have to try and make it across to the pit lane. It looks like he's managed to do it, only just. So that car's going to be able to get some repairs done. Fortunately, no other drivers involved in that incident. So it'll be good to know for our RSV Motorsport protagonists in our 2 cars. Currently in 6th in car 1 still, car 013, and now 20th for Mantas Sakalauskas, because he's still got Pascal Bender right up ahead of him.
Yep, certainly does. I tell you what, the Styrian racer car of Paul Johan Greimel is trying to get by Saber Corness in the Obsidian Edge Red machine in the battle for 8th, 9th, and 10th, and it looks like it is Obsidian Edge Red who have been able to just hold on to that position, at least for a little moment, which has been ideal at this point in time. Of course, there's still a long way to go in this race, and this race cannot be won immediately. At the moment, though, gap at the front of the field between the first group and the second group, the first group being the Team Year 1 black car then of Reese Saunders. It's 8 seconds right now, which shows that Year 1 definitely have a quick turn of pace in. They've got their quick driver in to lead them out on the stint, try and give themselves a gap. But, just as quickly as you can get yourself into trouble with drivers you're fighting with, you can just as easily, Reese, get into trouble with lap traffic.
Yeah, indeed you can. We do have a bit of lap traffic up ahead of our 2nd place battle that the 013 car of Radomir Sverkov is involved in. And Tony Yu in 50th position now as he crosses the line in the Empire Racing blue car, number 8. He's there's still a few seconds ahead to him from this 2nd place battle, but once they do get up to him, he is hoping that the passes will be clean and organized, because right now Radomir is at the back of this 5-car train, and a little bit of lap traffic in the middle of that can easily disrupt the whole battle. You lose the maximum benefit of the draft train, and you have to start focusing on battling with the drivers closest to you.
I've just noticed that Sakalauskas in our 21 machine has got through on the SAE Racing Team Red machine of Pascal Bender. Didn't quite see where it was, but I think it may have been on the exit of Stavelo Corner. So we're up to 90 plus 5 now at the moment. And I tell you what, Sakalauskas is really getting into a rhythm. And that much I can definitely say that I am very much liking. I did actually just see someone jump into the server with a name of John Jackknife, which I think is one of the greatest names I've ever heard in my life. So Mr. Jackknife, if you do get a chance to watch this, your name is amazing and I love it. But at least for the moment, we're in a nice calm position as we have actually got through the Orange Cow Cup.
We have indeed, and it looks like we are back up into 5th place as a result of that. And Jack Stevenson just up ahead as we've got live pictures back now, back into the server Jack Stevenson and Ethan Tasu are battling very hard, and Radomir Sverkov is going to try and take advantage of that, making their way through Fanye as we speak. And that incident that happened for the car that our second machine was battling with, looks to me as though the SAE Racing Team red car just caught the gravel on the exit of Stavilo, and that nearly spun his car around. He was able to recover it, but you do lose a lot of momentum if you go a bit too wide on the exit of that corner. It seems that all of our drivers up here in the top group avoiding doing that. But have a look at this. Is there going to be a move for 4th place from RLH Esports? Oh, Radomir! Oh, what a save there. Just got it a little crossed up under the brakes and going for the move on Ethan Tasu. He is almost through. Tasu is going to have the run down to La Source, but what a great save there from Radomir.
That was out of control in 5 different places, and still we're going to go around the outside into La Source to get the move done.
Good
What a
stuff.
move!
What
a move!
This is me clapping. What a fantastic bit of driving there from Radomir. And all four.
Sorry, I have to stop you. The leader has been involved in an accident as well, and this was with the lap traffic of the IRSA blue team. That was Gisbert Nagel, who grabs the grass going into the brakes and completely takes out the leader. Fortunately, the Year 1 black car was able to keep it going and regain the race lead, but the gap now down to 3 seconds, and the number 16 machine is very heavily damaged on the front right of the car. As we look at Sakalauskas here, trying to get 18th place off of Helmer.
Been a good climb from Sakalauskas so far. You know, obviously losing those couple of positions on the first lap, it did nothing to flutter him, and he's making those moves, making up those positions, just getting used to the car here in the race conditions, and really making sure that he is known out there on track. And if he can keep this momentum up, I think, you know, that car might be on for at least a top 10 by the 12-hour mark, because Sakalauskas is driving really well right now, as is Radomir Sverkov, who's almost on the bumper now of Jack Stevenson.
Yeah, doing some really good work at the moment. Both of the cars are up places, which is always a positive when you go out there and race. Trying to chase down the Ferrari. We see the second car going through double gauche or pull on, whichever takes your fancy. Going through this very long left-hander and now charged with continue. I do want to put our focus back up to this car though, in 4th, soon to be 3rd. It looks like, looking down the inside of the curve, full breath. A little bit of grass this go through, side by side through Blanchimont. Backs out of it through the corner. No surprise there. Didn't want to understeer a la Hamilton style into the back. But Sverkov will very comfortably just hit the brakes and stay calm and make sure that this race is going to be worth keeping the car intact for as long as possible, because that really does help the fuel mileage. If you can keep the car as clean as you can. For example, Reece Saunders, who was still 4/10 quicker than Daniel Cole over that last lap, will actually be burning more fuel now after the heavy accident that they had at the chicane. On exactly the same lap, we had our helter-skelter worldy of an overtake.
Absolutely. Well, looks like draft is going to be in play now for Radomir. Let's see how he does here behind Jack Stevenson. They've broken free of the cars behind them. 5th, 6th and 7th. Let's see if Radomir decides to pull out for a move into Lacombe. He has the draft, but yeah, just lifts off a little bit early, gets on the brakes nice and hard, tips it in and stays behind his fellow BMW for the time being. They do have a bit of lap traffic there just up ahead. That is Tony Yu in the Empire Racing Blue Mercedes. Just up ahead is, side by side, out of Rouge and Radion for Mantas Sakalauskas. This could get spicy. Whoa.
The squeeze. And that is the move. The headlights flashed there from Klaus Helmer, who wasn't too happy about that on the straight. And sometimes, you know, you've got to be a little bit brave and, you know, put the car where people aren't going to be necessarily favourable to you. But Sakalauskas gets a move done, and there's contact behind. As there goes Klaus Helmer, who gets a tap around from the SAE team. And that will be a long wait for a clean start. Is that going to be a clean rejoin? Just about leaves enough room for Yanis Vilusum's there in the Stack Racing team. So not ideal, but look at the train behind Jack Stevenson. Talk about corks in the bottle. Right now, I can tell you what, that would be a very nice glass of wine if that was uncorked and we were on the podium.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, yeah, looks like that lap traffic has shuffled things around a little bit. Sverkov's still right behind Stevenson, but Ethan Tassu, in his efforts to get around the lap traffic, had a little bit of an oversteer moment at Puon, which has opened himself up to an attack from Brian Klein in the orange cow machine. Has a bit of a look up the inside, but no move made. Oh, really goes into his bumper in the second part of the bus stop chicane. Look at Sverkov here. He's still within a very close margin of Jack Stevenson, but he will know that there's quite a big gap ahead to Daniel Pohl in the Sim Speed Esports 2 Lamborghini, and you might not want to be the guy at the front of the train here, because right now Stevenson is punching a hole in the air for all the other cars to slipstream and save fuel.
Yeah, Stevenson was 1.3 seconds slower on that last lap than the two cars in front, which will be a little bit of a concern. But we're going to go for the move now, so hold your hat. Here comes the chance. We're going to go to the outside to try and get this done. BMW versus BMW. We pull up mirror to mirror, heading towards the braking zone. They're a little bit later on the brakes than us, but we just get squeezed out of room. So we're not going to quite get that move just yet. Jack Stevenson knows how to place the car, it seems, in defence, and isn't afraid to use all the circuit either.
Indeed, but it looks like some reasonable room was given by both cars, which is what we like to see out there on track. Stevenson, a little bit over the racetrack. We have?
Yeah, we've passed the Ragnarok Sim Racing team of Antonio Blanco, so we are doing a wonderful job. Great run out of Radion Corner, and then up the Camel. We have just zoomed by. We've got a virtual racing school replay, ladies and gentlemen, to show you just how good this move is.
So Mantas getting the draft early out of Arouge and Radion and got the move done very early indeed. So there wasn't much that the car behind of Ragnarok Sim Racing could do. And I think they're just thinking about their own race at the moment, just looking to conserve their car. Mantas Sakalauskas, on the other hand, he's looking to make moves. Meanwhile, back up the front, Radomir Sverkov out of Paul Frere curve onto the run up to Blanchimont. Still within good draft range of the Trap Engineering Race Department machine, but he's got a little bit of a pack forming behind him here as Radomir. Tassu, Klein, and Aidan Raffay all together there battling for this position. Radomir aggressive into the braking zone of the bus stop chicane, which, it seems that in these heavy braking zones, that's where Radomir's strengths are.
Yeah, and I'm just starting to notice as well that Sverkov is starting to lean on those rear tyres a little bit, so keep an eye on them in the second half of the stint, because if you're going to be sliding the car around, there's a spin almost at turn one behind us. Now Sakalauskas looks to attack Hartenhoff, then for position. Sverkov just behind him. It was the orange cow car of Brian Klein. Got a little tap from behind from Aidan Raffay from the Matthews Logistic Team non-BSR, so ultimately that's okay. We've got a chance for another move though, and we're going to have to try and figure this one out quite nicely here against Stevenson here, who's covered the inside line. We're just going to lift off of it on the outside. This is a save fuel and weight moment as we go on in. We were never going to be alongside to make the move. As such, we stay patient.
And that's the way you want to do it in a Spa 24, any 24-hour race really. And Sakalauskas, meanwhile, behind the Porsche. He's been making up positions, just, a few every couple of laps. It's been good to see. Has a brief little look at Popke Hartenhoff, but decides to leave that maneuver for another time and just run behind the Porsche in the middle sector. Again, save a bit of fuel and try and line him up for that run into Blanchimont. It's a really good selection of car liveries here, but I think that RSV Motorsport car really stands out. It's got that wonderful checkered pattern with some very nice colours on that machine.
Oh, that is trouble for the 825. That is Quinton Murdoch, then, who looks like has had a little bit of a moment in another of the BMWs down there in 28th position. We'll catch this on the virtual racing school replay. See exactly what has happened then going through. Is it contact with our very good friends? It is contact with our very good friends over there, and that is how quickly things can go askew as racing goes on. So more dramas and disasters for the Ferrari team there, who haven't really had the best of fun at this stage, but our battle here for fourth, it still continues. Stevenson, Sverkov, Tissot, Klein, Rafai, all there, all scrapping, all hoping for opportunities to make some moves and to make some overtakes, but it looks like that Trap Engineering Race Department BMW is very kitted and strict out, which is going to make life very difficult for it to be overtaken.
Yeah, they're running quite hard at the moment, the Trap Engineering Race Department team. And it seems to me that doesn't matter what Sverkov does at the moment, Jack Stevenson just has an edge here in the early stages of the stint. But remember that Sverkov will probably be coming back in the middle of the stint to really try and get the move done. He's gotten a good run out of Eau and Radion and pulls out of the draft here alongside Jack Stevenson. It's not the optimal line for Lecombe, but we'll see how Radomir does. He lifts out of the maneuver just a little bit in the braking zone and lets Stevenson go again. See, you can just tell that that he has the potential to get the move done, but he is content to sit back and wait, which is the right thing to do at this early stage.
Potential can be realised, but at this stage you would definitely argue that it's not imperative to make the move. You have a big train behind, but they're not in a position to attack because you're not in a position to attack. We've got some side-by-side with the Porsche though, and through Lake Coupe. Popke Hartenhoff has done very well for the Team Wolfpack 109 to
Well, Jack Stevenson spun at Pouon.
Oh my, all going on, and now the checkup happens. We're up into third position. No contact going through, just lost it on the curb, went spread eagle, we dived to the inside, and we avoided absolutely all of it.
Good heads-up driving there from Radomir Sverkov. Got the move done. Another virtual racing school replay. We can see how it went down, and poor Jack Stevenson, he just lost it by himself into Pouon. Just got onto the curb a bit, which crossed up the rears, and holding the brakes to just keep the car going straight. He managed to recover it nicely, but that has caused all of the other cars to check up, which has left Radomir with quite the nice lead now over Ethan Tissot. Still quite a gap ahead to second place Daniel Pohl, but for the time being, Radomir looks comfortable.
I mean, it's head down and focus mode now in the fight for third place, so all eyes will be on that number 10 Sender Esports 2 machine and chasing that down. The 2 machine, of course, very much ahead of the 1 as things go. But at least for the time being, we can now just keep our head down, focus, clean air ahead of us, and just go out there, set some consistent laps and run our own pace. That's going to be key. Keep an eye out, of course, on those instant points for a 24-hour race. If you only get 100, then that is something worth keeping in mind. Also, this battle as well with our second car here, Sakalauskas, looking to challenge Popke Hartenhoff, the Wolfpack 109 team in front. They'll go potentially to Tristan Naderhoff, but they've got Jamie Burke and Brian Laird in the car potentially to go in with Hartenhoff there. So the Wolfpack will be hoping they can howl on forward along with us.
Indeed. Let's see then what Sakalauskas does into Eau Rouge and Radion, using all of the curb through Eau Rouge and then up through Radion over the top of the hill. It's a very difficult curb there up at the top of the left-hander. It's a pretty substantial one that can unsettle your car if you hit it wrong, but it looks to me like Sakalauskas has gotten a reasonable run there in the draft at the end of the Kemmel Straight and closes up quite a bit in the braking zone. My goodness.
That was the Stack Racing car that had just fallen a lap down. The number 25 machine in the huge slide. I'm just having a little look. It literally just come out of the pit. Jannis Willemsons. So just like that, let's have a little look at how not to go back out onto circuit here. So spins the car around, keeps out of any barriers, and then I am not going to look at my relative. The Porsche has done so well to avoid that. We get to go on the outside, which you would say was a little bit easier than that, but that is just a total disregard for your black box relative out there in the sim and realizing, oh, there's cars coming. It's like reversing onto the freeway back.
Yeah, that's not the smartest thing to do, to be honest. It just makes life difficult for the drivers coming up on you, and probably would have been better for the BMW to just make a little 3-point turn or something like that and get back onto the circuit when there was a reasonable gap. But it looks like Sakalauskas now having a good run on the Porsche. Let's see what they do coming into Blanchimont side by side. He doesn't quite have the overlap, so he has to back out of it. Very good heads-up driving by both of the drivers in our cars so far. So the Porsche does get the run for the time being, but Sakalauskas going defensive then against the BMW behind once more.
We can see just how much that has all checked up, as wide behind goes the Ragnarok Sim Racing car of Antonio Blanco. Exactly what we want here. 3 cars fighting. We've got Pascal Bender and Andrew Walters all trying to get into the mix, into the last source hairpin. They come along, and that's going to remain too wide, but I think Blanco's got a better run on the on-camber corner. So thank you very much. Antonio Blanco holds place, and they've costed themselves about 2 seconds there with all the battling that they have managed to do. So we've got a little bit of time to go and focus. Meanwhile, I do want to point out that apart from the one car behind us, Brian Klein, who had our draft, we were the fastest car on track that last lap.
That is a very good stat to hear. 2-minute 19.9 from Radomir Sverkov, which is excellent to see. So now that he's in that clear air, it seems he can really start pushing the car. He's getting more and more comfortable as the stint goes on. The car is in its optimum phase at the moment. The tyres are now up to temperature. There's still a reasonable amount of fuel in the tank, but he can push nice and hard. And let's see if he can hold on to that quickest car on track moment next lap. The fastest lap of the race so far is a 2:19.764 from the leading Year 1 car. So for Radomir to get within 2/10 of that, that shows incredibly good race pace.
And it's also good knowing that the Year 1 car has a little bit of damage to it and will not be able to run that pace. They've been running a low to mid 220 with Reece Saunders in the machine, so our chance to close is very much there. I'm also keeping an eye out on track limits. We don't have a counter to us to show how much track limits we have or don't have, but at least Blanchimont is going to be one of the tougher corners. And it's worth noting out as well, I know our director Jay can also confirm this for us. Last season we did a very strong split race at Spa-Francorchamps for VRS GT Sprint Series. We could safely say in 40 minutes, Reece, no driver had less than 10 instant points.
Yeah, exactly. As the move is made here for Sakalauskas on Hartenhoff. Does he overshoot the bus stop chicane just slightly, but keeps it tight on the line? Doesn't allow much opportunity there for Hartenhoff to do the over-under. So Hartenhoff's going to go for La Source now, see if he can get back by. Yeah, it's very easy to pick up off tracks at Spa here as Hartenhoff goes to the outside. A slight gap left there by Sakalauskas, but manages to just stay in front. It's a good run from the Porsche. They make side-by-side contact. This is getting very intense, side-by-side into Eau Rouge and Radillon. I think that Sakalauskas is going to have to yield here, and he does. And yeah, it is all about avoiding those incident points here at Spa, because very easy to pick up an off-track here, even with the new detection system.
I remember a time where we didn't have instant point limits in Spa 24-hour races. Those were funny. And they were funny for a very good reason. It's just behind. There's a dive from the other BMW there. That's Pascal Bender getting the move done on Antonio Blanco. So the Ragnarok car now behind the SAE Racing Team Red Machine. But I remember a time where you'd go and you'd watch Top Split race and they would track extend every corner under the sun, and every single driver would pick up so many instant points that actually the iRacing system couldn't naturally count how many instant points they picked up. It was over the in-game limit of 2,048 instant points. And you'd see drivers go from an A license or a World Championship license, because they'd use so many instant points, down to a D license, or even back to down to a D license at like 0.5 or something. They'd have to do skippy races the next week to get back to an A license.
Yeah, those were the days, weren't they? But now incident limits are in, and that has encouraged drivers to really make sure that they keep themselves within track limits. Sverkov overshooting the bus stop slightly, which gives an opportunity to Klein, but Sverkov able to get the run off the outside on the exit of the chicane. And I see Klein's picked up a bit of damage from an earlier incident as well, so he's going to be down on straight line speed. It's going to be priority number one for him to stay within the draft of Radomir, otherwise he's in trouble.
Yeah, we saw that hit for Brian Klein. He ran straight into the back, of course, of one of those machines that we were keeping an eye out in that train. We were keeping an eye out, though, on the fact that there have been some teams that have been really climbing up the order there a little bit in this one. For example, the car that's in front of us is up 11 places. The car that's behind us is up 15. So we are looking good as there's a defence, and by our car, I mean the 21 car that's a little bit further down, but our 013 doing well, up 2 spots at the moment. The Orange Cow car there is up 3. The Dutch-based team doing a pretty good job. The Klein brothers then are certainly going to be worth keeping a very close eye on. But again, we've got a good run here up the Camel, so click on back to that. We might have a look to the inside. In fact, we are having a look to the inside here. Are we going to be deep enough on the brakes to go and make a challenge? Here comes Sakalauskas. Oh, it's going to be dicey. Side-to-side contact. We're okay. We've got the inside at Malmedy, but we're going to back out. So we've got to be careful now. Power on early here. Oh,
Whoa, no.
He's off behind. That's a little bit forceful from us there. I think it's the right way to say it. We were trying to stop Pascal Bender from going through on the outside. He was on the curb and off the road. We had right of way on the outside. I think Pascal Bender drove himself into a pavement that he couldn't get off of.
Well, let's check it out on the replay. I tell you what, Hartenhoff is being a very tough customer here. He's proving very difficult to get by, and this is the onboard from Bender. So he's on the curb, still has a little bit of car on the track, but still, yeah.
I think that was the key. He would have had the all clear round from the spotter in that situation. And so when you've got nowhere to go, it looks bad. Don't get me wrong, that looks bad. But with the way that the iRacing spotter works, it only calls if there's a car left on you, if you actually have a car on the left on you. That car wasn't left, so you naturally move across onto that line. And if the car's out there on the outside, you get the call left side. It's a little bit too late when it spins and finds itself on the inside of Malmedy corner.
Well, that incident is done and dusted, and we can dust ourselves off and move on forward. Speaking of forward, I mean, have a look at Radomir here now in 3rd place, continuing to keep a good gap to the Orange Cow car behind, and the Sim Speed Esports 2 machine up ahead, the Lamborghini of Daniel Pohl, set a 2-minute 20.3 on the last lap. Radomir Sverkov 4/10 faster, 2:19.983. He likes those 2:19.9s. In fact, Radomir was the fastest car on track on the last lap once again.
No surprises, especially when you're having to cover off some defensive driving. Hopefully, Brian Klein is definitely giving the RSV Motorsport, the 013, a good race in 3rd position, but also you could say it's trying to save as much fuel as possible by sticking behind us. That damage on the front is going to be affecting their fuel consumption, and they're probably going to be down a lap of fuel with that sort of damage, because you do just start to have to hit the power on a little bit longer and a little bit further in these sorts of races when it all does start to get a little bit dicey out there. Speaking of dicey, the number 1 car behind us at the moment is really motoring. That is Julian van Meerveld, who has just got through comfortably on Antonio Blanco. I think we are going to let that car through pretty soon, that Lamborghini, which is chasing down us at this moment in time. Started, or didn't set a time in qualifying, is in the pit, started 48th, and is now into 20th.
Been a very good climb up there from the Dero Sim Sports team in that very eye-catching pink livery. It does seem that they have a really good amount of pace in that car. Fastest lap so far for Julian is a 2-minute 20.1, which is a good sight quicker than the times that a lot of the drivers in this part of the field are doing. Mantas unfortunately overshooting Stavilo just a little bit, which means the Lamborghini's right on him now. Let's see then what Van Meerveld can do. Looks like he's gotten the run here on the run up to Blanchimont, but just a little bit of advantage there to Mantas, and he gives the Lamborghini room. Still a bit of overlap here coming into Blanchimont, but the Lamborghini does back out. Good decision there. Don't want to force the issue when you're not completely alongside there into Blanchimont. A slight defensive line from Mantas as well, but that Lamborghini certainly knows that when to back out, when to attack.
Exactly, and it's worth noting that we are soon thinking about our first pit stops over the course of today. We are almost an hour through, we're at 45 minutes. That's brave on the brakes there from the Lamborghini, taking a very aggressive braking line into the opening corner. Gets a good drive off the exit as well. Of course, that Lamborghini does have Audi power underneath it, so it definitely has a lot of ability to go out there and challenge as Sakalauskas goes up Eau Rouge through Radion corner. And now here comes the charge from the Lamborghini. Look at the run it gets as it will breeze on by us. Wow, that thing's a pocket rocket, but it gets stuck, and that's crucial. We've got more top-end speed. That is very much built on downforce principle, and we'll try and go around the outside with Julian Van Meerveld. And there's a car off in front as well. This is going to be really awkward to try and get by. 3 wide through Malmedy. And off the road there, that was the lap down Andrew Butler in the thick rig. The thick rig, Lightning McQueen, was looking more like the blue... Oh, that's a big one. Maximilian Zinker. Oh, my.
All right, in the 213, that's the Alberg Racing Esport Team 2 car. What on earth has happened to them? Looks like contact with a car up ahead. Either that or they completely missed the braking point, or they've had a hardware failure, because he went hard into Marco Albrecht in the Planeswalkers Racing blue car. That's the incident. That was a very big hit into the braking zone for La Source. So those two cars now, obviously with very heavy damage.
Yeah, that's a heavy hit that we have managed to capture the camera there on the virtual racing replay. But we're still going, which is the important thing. Now, we've kept behind for a good lap now, this number 1 Lamborghini. I'll be keeping our eye on that the longer that this goes on at this point in time. So we're keeping a very vigilant eye on this battle right now as we go through Blanchimont corner, coming up right now. And look at the run here that this Lambo's going to get. This is going to pick up the run. Going to the outside, trying to salvage off this move, but just in front, the Porsche's run wide, and we've gone and followed it in soon. So around the outside, we'll go to Lamborghini, and doesn't quite get the drive off the exit, but we'll have the inside at La Source. We have been really fighting hard with this one, and some drivers would choose to take a more conservative approach, but we've had a good battle. We'll take the outside line. We will miss all of the banking, but we will stay ahead of the next car, which is important, and we'll get the run, of course, behind Van Meerveld to go chase.
Yeah, this is a good decision there by Mantas to go that wide into La Source, because he was able to carry a little more speed through the corner. Yes, he did lose some actual lap distance as a result of that, but he did get enough of a run by being able to pick up the throttle earlier to stay ahead of Blanco and Walters behind. And he is still within the draft of this number 1 Lamborghini, which will certainly help him. A little bit of a look there from Antonio Blanco, but nothing doing for the BMW behind. Priority 1 for Mantas, I think, is to try and stay within draft range of this Lamborghini, because it looks like it's absolutely motoring.
It is absolutely motoring. You are right there, Reese, and there are no ifs, buts, or ands about it. It is a quick Lamborghini, and it will go fast. So hopefully we can stay with and start to charge away on back. That's an off-track instant point through there, going a little bit deep there at the Jackie corner, but at least for the time being, we are nice and calm here. 23 hours, 11 minutes to go here at Bar Francorchamps at this moment. We're keeping our eyes very peeled on this battle going on for 3rd place, as well as Verkov here dealing just enough with Brian Klein just behind as we cross the line one more time here. 19.8 from us means that we gain 0.2 on the car behind, and crucially Daniel Pohl even on us on that last lap, but we both closed down on Reece Saunders, so we've got that gap to the race lead down to 10.9 seconds, which is always a very strong positive at this point in time. Whenever you get a lap that's a little bit quicker than the leaders, we're doing a good job. and that year one black car as well is probably going to be trying to repair some of that damage in the stock, which is affecting just a little bit on that front right. Yeah, you can see custom flip-flop sales that have gone on. And yeah, really, really nice team. Really nice guys over there at year one.
Indeed they are. It's good to see them up there, up the front. But I'll tell you what, we're still giving a good tow to this orange cow Mercedes behind us here. Radomir still setting some competitive times at the moment. As you say, dead even almost with the Sended Esports car in P2. It's a 219.811 for them, a 219.838 for our 013 car. So Radomir continuing to show that he has pretty strong race pace, even with Daniel Pohl, who is completely by himself and doesn't have the pressure of anyone chasing him.
Tell you what, we've got some nice battles going on in the middle of the field as we focus on a couple of cars here. So you've got Matt Milne and Sended Esports One Machines. We focus on our car in third position here. It's up against Marcus Bullheller, and I just keep looking at it in a sort of dyslexic way, really wanting to call it Bueller, like Ferris Bueller, but not getting the chance to. But at the moment, Bullheller is keeping that honest, and then just behind that as well, the Styrian Racer team, Paul Johan Grimal, up against Chris Knight in the iRacing Today Motorsports 5 machine. So there are a lot of good battles going on in and around that top 15, and that's going to be worth keeping an eye out on, as is this one just in front of that. You got the Obsidian Edge Red car as we focus on Sakalauskas, who's managed to get a gap. Look behind that, that's Matthew Bell in the IRLC Motorsport Porsche trying to come back into 9th place.
Yeah, looks like he's going to get it done here on the run up to Blanchimont. He is ahead of the BMW at the turn-in point, so Seba lets him go, but does get a bit of a better run off the corner. A slightly tighter turn-in there for Mr. Bell, which means he has to defend into the bus stop chicane, which he does so very nicely.
Yeah, that's wonderfully done. Little wiggle on the exit there from Corness and Taylor Westerfield just behind the Chris Durance Team B. Now, I have a problem with Taylor Westerfield driving the Chris Durance Team B car because his name's not Chris.
I wonder if all the other drivers are called Chris and Taylor's... Oh, is he? Is it? Goodness.
The other drivers they have are Christopher Landy and Chris Bowler.
Righto. So, Taylor, the odd man out there, looks like still doing a pretty good job. Let's see when the Chris's decide to get into the Chris Durance machine, because they have got a bit of a draft there on the BMW up ahead, but focusing still on the orange cow car that's chasing our 013. I've got to give props here to Brian Klein. He's been able to keep with Radomir very nicely in spite of that damage and still managed to keep himself in that really good 4th position. And with the pace that Sverkov is setting, they're going to certainly make things difficult for the guys up ahead. And the orange cow car actually did the fastest lap of the race so far on the last lap, even with that damage, 219.726. So yeah, big props to Brian.
Big props indeed. We were only half a tenth slower on that last lap as well, so we were creeping up behind it. Sverkov really driving well out there, and we're driving incredibly well to the point that Matthews Logistics team is now 11 seconds behind us, and on top of that, the RLH Esports Black Machine has dropped 3 seconds too. So we're doing a really good job here in 3rd position. We're chasing down the leading 2, Daniel Pohl, Reece Saunders out there in front of the year 1 black, and this is going to be a very, very big battle that'll be going along over the next hour or so. How will our chase towards the lead find itself going through? We are expecting, though, a driver change at the end of the hour. We slightly missed the apex there into the final chicane. That will be a couple of tenths off the docket as we go on through, but ultimately another nice lap there, a 220 flat. We lose a little bit of time to the leader, but ultimately we still gain on 2nd place. So ultimately we're either gaining on 2nd or gaining on 1st, either or. We're doing a really good job, and I have to give some props as well. We only have 5 retirements so far. They are the Ursa Blue team, Smurf Racing Team 91, the Cybernet Racing team, the SO24 Deerob by Graf car, and then the Arberg Racing Esports Team 2. 5 retirements in the opening hour. That is not bad going at all.
Looks like they got back out there in this car. David Wilhelmsen back out there on track at the moment, so I guess it's only 4 retirements. Only 3, actually, with Maximilian Zinke, who we saw involved in that big incident with the other Porsche at La Source. Still out there on track at the moment, so yeah, I think even bigger props to the field to keep this many cars going nearly an hour in.
Nearly an hour in and doing a great job. There is Sakalauskas, our second team car, is up there in 18th position at this moment in time. We're up 6 places with our 21. Very solid job. Just the one scary moment out there on track. Actually a couple of scary moments for Sakalauskas. Only one which maybe you could say is our own doing, but we are chasing down the Wolfpack in the 109. We want to get to that Porsche as soon as possible as we hit the brakes, take the Lacoum right and then the following left, which leads to the Malmedy right-hand corner. Very nice piece of road here this little bit as we are trying to get within that range to save a little bit just before that stop and make sure that it's all nice and calm. I think is the right way to go. You don't want to be putting yourself under any stress or duress in a 24-hour race. I've only done one 24-hour race in my time. I completely wrecked the car in about 10 laps at Daytona.
Well, I've certainly not had an excellent record of endurance races myself. You know, I was part of the winning team of the Australian Endurance Championship way back in, I think, 2015 or something like that, but it seems that whenever I get into the car in an endurance race for my team, something happens out on track that ends up in me crashing the car. So I certainly won't be talking up my abilities here either. Meanwhile, actually looks like up at La Source, Radomir went a little bit wide, and that's given Brian Klein a little bit more of a run here.
Well, you would be inclined to believe that might be an overtaken pun as we go through. This is going to be an important battle, but again, that damage on the front is definitely not helping the Orange Cow, the Dutch team. And ultimately, for RSV Motorsport over Z, we have very much got that covered, and there is no way they're going to make that pass here into this right-left chicane here at Lacoum. So we're doing a very nice job, I think is the right way to say, at this moment. But Reese, the question I have to ask you now is, into the pits comes the first of the drivers. It's the 6 Styrian race team to make their stop on the 58 minutes to go marker as they go on through. The question is, if you've wrecked it in an endurance and I've wrecked it in an endurance, does that mean we are the personification if we can't race we commentate?
I think so. Because, I mean, we're up here and they're out there. I also don't have my sim rig set up just yet, but I will in the coming couple of days. So see how terrible I can be then. Here is a move then. It's Sakalauskas trying there on Hofner, but there's nothing doing there once again. That Porsche proving very tough to get by. So also tough to get by, apparently, is our very own Vladimir Sverkov, because Klein not able to find a way past him in the middle sector.
Yeah, Radomir doing well, but here's the charge from the Orange Cow. It will get a good drive here to the inside of Paul Fratt, and now over towards Blanchimont. Are we going to fight this one on the outside? We are not going to fight this one on the outside. With a bit of a attack there off the exit on top of that to go. It means that we find ourselves now back into 4th position, but not necessarily a bad thing just before the pit stop window. In fact, we're going to take our stop now, which I think is a clever decision. We lost the place, we'll dive in, we'll get the advantage then as we try and get everything all nicely sorted. Longest pit lane in iRacing by a long shot here. Of course, it's Spa-Francorchamps because it's 2 pit lanes in 1.
It is indeed. The top 2 have also brought into the pits too, and yeah, this uses a combination of the Grand Prix and Classic pits, which means you have to navigate La Source on the inside through the pit lane, which is a very tight turn to make. You can just about do it at 60 k's on the speed limiter, but Vladimir just backing off a little bit, doesn't want to damage the car on those concrete barriers on the outside. You see P2, or who was P2 in the Send It Esports car just up ahead of them. Let's see then what this pit stop is like for Radomir Sverkov, as staying out on track is Sakalauskas, trying his best once again to get by Hartenhoff.
Yeah, this is a good idea. Send one in, keep one out. And this will be a very good battle for the RSV21. We'll be looking to try and attack, but again, just doesn't get enough drive really to make anything worthwhile happen. There's a long way to go yet, so no necessary need to go out and make that move. But the Wolfpack car just following itself out there. Well, we've got a driver change though in our machine, our RSV Motorsports car. We've got Martinas Lata into the car as well, so time for Martinas then to go and make a charge, but at least for the moment on the brakes. Not going to get Leiku at this point in time, but Sakalauskas probably just looking to try and save a little bit more fuel if possible.
Yeah, maybe extend his stint by another lap or so if he's played the fuel-saving game right, which may very well gain that car some good net positions further on into the race. So Martinez Lapa making his way into our number 013 car. I'm keeping an eye on the pit stop times just to see how everyone's gone. They're getting their services done in the pits, and Lapa is off the jacks and away. So that is ultimately a 1 minute 10 pit stop time, that's very good stats there from Martinez, as he now has to get in the car and very quickly get used to it going out there in race conditions.
Yeah, a little bit of a blockage then as we try and get the power down. Not as aggressive as that driver behind us, so this is going to be a little bit awkward to deal with Ethan. So it's closed down that 3.5-4 seconds there after that stop, and for Martinez here, just struggling. We're straight on. We are straight on. We're straight on. We are in the wall. It took us all of 4 corners.
Oh, that's a shame there for Martinez. I think just a little mistake going into Lecombe. A little bit too hard into the corner, a bit of a spinner, and getting onto the grass, which is very bumpy on the inside of that corner. So it's a big shame there. Unfortunate, but it seems as though the damage is minor, and we can continue. Here's on board with Martinez, and you'll see as he gets into Lecombe, the rear brakes, I think, just pinch at the apex of the corner, and he has a little bit of an oversteer moment. He corrects it nicely, but then into the wall, and that's some reasonable contact there. But it seems visually the car looks fine, so hopefully we don't have too much of a disadvantage from that.
Looks like we got away with it, and here's why. You can see on the brakes, big correction there, and it's just over that slide. Maybe if we got onto that tarmac, we would have been maybe a little bit more okay. Doesn't look like there's any damage. Looks like we got away with it, but we are currently about to lose a position, it seems, as the DRG Black-Red team car, which is actually a lap down, wants to go through. Our other car, Mantas Sakalauskas, dives down into the pit, so it looks like Lapa's just going to try and keep this car on the island for an hour. It seems like a good strategy that we've got here with the 013 at this stage. 21 looks like we're okay and staying in the car for the moment with Sakalauskas. So we got some work to do here at this point in time. Now it's time to go out there and make something happen right now, with a lot of drivers in the pits and a lot of drivers now looking to exit.
It looks like we do have a driver change, and the number 21, it's Vilius Kabildis, who's made his way into that machine. So he'll wait for the service to be complete and be hoping to high heaven that Popke Hartenhoff isn't too far ahead when they come out of the pits, because that's the car that we're battling with for position at the moment. And you see jumping on in there is Vilius, getting ready to go. One of the youngest of our competitors here tonight. He's 18 years old, no experience in sim racing, but he's raced for 3 years in the KZ2 category of the Lithuania Karting Championships, and he makes his way out then into the pit lane, just ahead of Andrew Walters there. This is going to be critical.
Yeah, so a good stop there. We will lose time, of course, because of the driver swap, as we get ourselves then out and away, and up we go. Little bit treacherous as you go up through this section. Maybe not too much commitment going through, but it is going to be a little dicey on the exit here. You can see we come out right in the middle here of the Darrow Simsport car, El Willemsen behind that, and then the lap down Maximilian Zinker goes by us as well. We also got to deal with a little bit up behind from the Work in Progress Racing number 5, which is out there at the moment. That is Dalton Kilroe. behind the wheel. So we are very much in a sticky wicket, I think is the right way to say it. We've got work to do, and we are right in the middle of pretty much, I would say, everything.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a baptism of fire at the moment for young Vilius. Let's see how he fares out there. A slight little wiggle on the entry into Jackie X corner, but he gets the power down nicely. He's got 2 cars now behind him. Walters having a little bit of a look into Puon, but that's not a passing opportunity. Oh, goodness me. Something happening to our other car. There we go.
Through goes Matthew Bell, and that will be a change for position. Nothing we can really do about that one. So we will stay as is for the moment, and just behind that, closing in, is the Obsidian Edge red car. Looking to go through. Want to see what sort of representative times we're putting down on the board with Martinez then here in this opening exchange, and the answer is 225.8. So definitely not going to be as quick, but this is the thing here when you've got racing like this. You just got to stay calm and make sure that you're running to your own pace. There's no point fighting with cars that you know are going to be just a little bit quicker than you.
Yeah, so Kibildis unfortunately losing a position to Dalton Kilroe in the work-in-progress racing machine. And slight little overshooting of the braking zone there at the bus stop chicane that allows the Porsche of Andrew Walters through. So first lap just about complete here for Vilius Kibildis, and it has certainly been a tense one, but he does have a good gap to the cars behind. He has a bit of space there to get used to his machine.
Oh,
my goodness.
Zinker grabbing grass on the entry into that corner. Last source. That would have been a heart and mouth moment. There you can see, very stoic as he drives around through, but Maximilian Zinker had a huge moment behind us there.
Absolutely he did, and doesn't look like Vilius is flapped at all by that. Just head down, continue on, which is good to see, as there's a move just up ahead of us with the Porsche making a move there on L. Willemsen. So that is then Andrew Walters by. Oh no, there's been a problem for our top car there. Martinez at Fanier. Just a little bit of contact, so Martinez is going to make it onto the circuit nice and safely, but I don't think he'll be too happy with how that's gone down, especially as it seems we've got some pretty heavy damage now.
Yeah, this one is going in the pits, and is going in the pits pretty soon. You can see there is a bit of panic on the face, trying to make sure that the car is going to be safely returned. And of course, now here's the key. As the year 1 car goes by us, we're going to spin it. We're going to spin
dear.
it.
Oh, everyone avoiding us, though.
Take a tow. I think that's going to be the easy thing to do. Just take a tow.
Yeah,
We'll take a tow. We'll lose time with the tow, but crucially, we'll bring it into the pits. No fast repairs, but this is the hit that gets it done. So this is the, I believe, the track engineering race department. This is Jack Stevenson. Goes for the inside, and a bit of netcode there, yes, but ultimately didn't leave that much room.
Yeah, it looked like it was a bit of a late dive bomb as well, which ended up causing that damage there for Martinez Lappe. I feel like Martinez had the right to the corner at that point. Here's the onboard, and you see how very late on the brakes Stevenson was there.
Oh, that's not fair ball, I think, in terms of a way to try and make a move. So, we're 1 car down, 1 car remains at this point in time, and our 1 car that remains is side by side at this moment. So hold your breath, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go into towards turn number 1, and hopefully we're going to be all okay as we go on through with our 21 machine, and it looks like we have done pretty okay. We're in 22nd position now with the AOD Racing BMW finding a way through and gaining a place. That was Quinton Murdoch behind the wheel there, getting that move done. Murdoch just in front is immediately looking to attack L. Willemsen for position. So this is going to be important, and because we are a little bit lower down in the splits, this is something that's worth keeping in mind here, Reese. There is more likely going to be a differentiation in driver pace levels.
Absolutely, especially in a split like this. You'll have the really good drivers, and then you'll have the drivers that might be about a second, maybe 2 seconds off, depending on how they fare around the racetrack. And you can see that with the Dero Sim Sports Lamborghini. That car was super fast in the first stint with Van Meerveld behind the wheel. Willemsen has had a little bit of trouble getting the car up to speed, which has meant he has lost a couple of positions along the way. But for now, he seems to be maintaining a good gap to our man Gibildis behind. Let's see how the battle turns out.
I'll tell you what, there are a lot of changes up inside the top 10. We'll go through it. Send It Esports 2 team now that has the lead. 1 hour, 9 minutes on the clock. Daniel Pohl still behind the car at the moment. The NSI yellow car looks like it has come in. But in second position now, and out of nowhere they've got to second, the Metro New York PCA Team Blue with Scheibel Bandiapade there behind the wheel, doing a wonderful job as we are really chasing down El Willemsen.
Yeah, we are indeed. Willemsen, I think, having a little bit of a technical issue there, and you can see that there is a little bit of damage, I think, on the rear of that Lamborghini, which might be part of the reason why Willemsen isn't maintaining the pace that his teammate did. So, within a couple of... Oh, that's a bit late. That's a bit late. Oh, avoids contact, though. And he pulled it up and made the move.
He stopped it. God.
Goodness me.
He hasn't even batted an eyelid. Okay, he's batted 2 eyelids there right now.
I mean, you can tell he's a carter, can't you? You can absolutely tell.
Yeah, you go for the latest possible braking point. You have confidence that the car's going to turn in. That is some brilliant driving.
Good stuff there, Vilius. Let's see if you can pull that off a couple more times in this race. Maybe a little bit more calmly next time. But Vilius has a good gap ahead. He can take advantage of this little bit of clear air, and going to have Klaus Helmer up ahead. Lapped car, of course, and we had that coming together with them before, as there's a problem for one of the Ferraris out there. That's Stefan Grosser. 33rd place, so he'll be going quite a bit further down the field. That's nowhere near our car though, so Vilius doesn't have to worry about that.
No, that's very true. We could let the lap traffic go through at Mike Braun at this stage, so we are pretty okay at this moment in time. Gibildis 2:24.5 that last time by, not too bad. Not too bad at all at this moment. So, as we were saying, Sender Esports 2 have the lead. Metro New York PCA Team Blue are second. Orange Cow are now into third position with the RLH Esports Black team in fourth. Then it is the IRLC Motorsport Machine fifth. Obsidian in sixth. Seventh is the Matthews Logistics team, non-BSR. And they are fighting for position 7th and 8th now in the Track Engineering Race Department. 9th is the Chris Durance Team B team with Taylor Westerfield, who is not a Chris, in the car in 9th position. Then it's the Send It Esports 1 team who are in the top 10 with Matt Milne behind the wheel for them at this point. So a lot of work being done. We are currently in 20th position right now. A little bit of a ways to get to Quinton Murdoch, who I think is going to be driving away from us over the course of this stint. But expect maybe the traffic to go through us in the next couple of moments as we try and go through. We've got likes of Mike Braun behind us. Zinka might as well try and get through on top of that. But we're okay for the moment. A little bit of a slide. But we're in this, I would say, nice element of no man's land where we don't really have to worry about too much.
Yeah, and I think that's a good position to be in at this point in the race anyway, when we're starting to really get into the meat of it after the first hour and the chaos that goes with it. Once you have your drivers in and they're into a rhythm and everyone else is into a rhythm around you, barring any incidents, it's all about just hitting your marks, making sure that you're getting those consistent lap times in, looking after the tyres, looking after the engine temperature, all of that jazz. Unfortunately for Vilius, he doesn't have much of a chance to save fuel here. As you can see, even the lap down car is gaining on him here, but regardless, I think he's in a good spot right now. He can get a bit more used to the track, get a bit more used to the car, and start pounding those times out.
Yeah, those times are going to be very important just to get out, just settle down, get into a rhythm. A bit of air is certainly going to help. There are 32 drivers right now on the leading lap as things stand. We're one of them at this point in time, so I'd say we're happy. I'd say we are very happy at this moment, getting things nicely sorted. Vilius Kivildis out there at this point in time, just showcasing off a little bit of work. Last pit stop was on lap 27. We're on lap 31 right now, so we've had 5 laps to get things situated, and you know, to be inside the top 20, car's looking pretty nice at this moment in time. Hasn't really had too much to worry about. I think we're doing a good job here. This will be a nice consistent stint, just making sure that we are understanding, you know, where our limits are, what we have to do, and where our battles are. Got some great battles actually up and down the order. It's on for 3rd and it's on for 13th, and the one for 13th just about to change places, I think. Chris Knight trying to go around the outside of our Wolfpack car. There goes the spin. The Wolfpack Porsche's gone around.
That's a big shame there.
Now that Wolf... Sorry, I was going to cut off, but thought by going behind there, that Wolfpack car was going to get very dangerously close to going the wrong way disqualification, but okay.
Yeah, all right. Well, poor Harkenhoff there. He certainly gave us some grief before, and props to him for that. You know, he's obviously quite the skilled driver, so it's a shame to see that incident has happened to him. Hopefully that car's not too heavily damaged and they can continue on. Bit of a narrow turn in there for Vilius, just making a V shape out of La Source. Again, bit of a karting line that you're seeing from our resident karting maestro. 3rd place in the Lithuanian Karting Championships at one point, so he's certainly got a good amount of racing experience under his belt, as do many of our drivers today.
Yeah, many of the drivers certainly do. You may be wondering here, as you have a little look and you tune in for this 24-hour, what on earth are we doing here with this team at this moment in time? And I'd have to say, we are doing a very wonderful job seeing them go around. They are having a pretty good run of things, at least for the moment. So what we'd say here as well, there's our other car. It's in the pit, it's stranded. A little bit sorry at this moment in time, and we hope to see it back out there potentially. It might just be the end of the car, we do not know, but at least for the time being, we'd say that RSV Motors, you know, we've been keeping an eye out on what they've been doing, and you know, there's a very noble business behind it.
Yeah, indeed. You know, this is it's been a good run from these guys, and the business that we speak of when it comes to RSV Motorsports, well, it's all about dealing in cars, and our Mr. Team Manager Radomir is the managing director of this company. RSV Motors, the perfect provider if you want to sell your car as a broker. Our sales experts work with you to determine the right sales value and create an individual marketing strategy for your vehicle. We sell your car at the best prices all over Europe. Simple, transparent, and straightforward. RSV Motors Auto House in Deutschland, and it's been really good of Radomir to get all of these guys together to do this effort at the 24 Hours of Spa. Really goes to show that, you know, Lithuania has a good amount of motorsport talent to contribute to the world.
Yeah, they certainly do. Still some damage on the year 1 car, as we are still okay in the same position. There's going to be a change for 11th place on the road then. Through goes Reece Saunders. We don't see it on camera, but Reece Saunders is through. There's the rigs. 4 different rigs, 2 different drivers. You can see that, getting a little bit of conversation going with, and a nice calm look that everything goes through, the joys of what can be done in the 21st century with all the work that was done about 3-4 years ago. This sort of thing would have been nigh on impossible, but through the work of Zoom, we are able to get that pretty much done and nicely placed in. There's our 21 car out there doing a very decent job, pulling away from the pulling away the Dero Sim Sports car behind. It's now 5.6 seconds, which will now be different because that is the 1-2 team, Sergio Linares Luengo, making a way through, or just Sergio Linares in the number 20 machine, Club Iberia, so just Sergio Linares getting the job done, and now their focus will be chasing us.
Indeed it will, but they're going to have to make their way through the Empire Racing Blue Mercedes, who was a lap car that we encountered in our other car a bit earlier. Mike Braun is now at the wheel of the number 8 machine. So let's see how Linares Luengo makes his way past him, as well as Maximilian Zinker, who was one of the cars involved in the incident at La Source a bit earlier, narrowly avoiding our number 21 machine. So 2 lapped cars then for our rival to make its way through before it gets to us.
Tell you what, I wouldn't want to be in the battle just in front of this group, because let's be perfectly honest right now, AOD Racing BMW, Good Luck GT3 drivers, Apex Tech Racing, and just in front of them is the Wolfpack Porsche. They are all 4 in a line, and if this goes the way I think it does, this isn't going to be pretty. There goes the Martini Porsche down the inside. Air tries a move. There's no gap there. The Wolfpack Porsche is going to dive into the pit, which is a little bit early, so I think they're getting some damage repaired then potentially on that one, looking to change their strategy up. But that very nearly was a bit of contact. Another little dive from Quinton Murdoch here. It's going to go to the inside. He's going to get the drive on the exit as well. Oh, a little bit greedy, both going to drive, but you know what? Lee Tucker for Apex Tech is not letting this one go. Not by any stretch of the imagination. We're going to go side by side up Eau Rouge and Radion. This is brave, and that's why you don't go side by side, because you're going to understeer like Billy Go, as the lap traffic decides I'm going to do my own track extend and get by both of you.
Indeed, very wide line there from Klaus Helmer, and the Mercedes there on the back of our car in the background alongside now for Mike Braun. He's wanting to get his lap back here on Vilius Kabildis, and Vilius just backs out of it, lets the Mercedes go, and I think that's a good decision to make, really. In this early stage of the race, if you see a lap down car and they are noticeably faster and they're looking to make a move, you might as well just let them go and see if you can stick with them in the draft and try and vault up to the guys in front of you. And with the way all of those guys have been battling, there could be another position in store for our car soon.
Yeah, there could very comfortably be a position if things were to go. We're now up to 19th position. We're about 2.5 seconds behind Tucker in the Apex Tech Racing car. They're in what is going to be 18th place at this point in time. There are battles going on up and down the order, though, that are worth keeping our eyes out on, because they might affect us later on in this race. And the big one really is that year 1 black car is motoring up through the field. Saunders all over the back of the fake Chris, I would say the imposter Taylor Westerfield, looking to dive down the inside then here at turn number 1, La Source. Lovely jubbly, no arguments for Reece Saunders. Still doing 2 minute 20 lap times even with the damage. They do have drives available, a double stint, not necessarily the worst in the world. I do have news. Our car is back out on track again. We're 5 laps down, we're in 49th position, but we've got 2 cars out there on track.
Hooray! Martinez Lapa back in the car, and Adrian Rafai making his way by him into La Source. Rafai up there in 8th place at the moment. So, Martinez Lape making his way through. Just got to get used to the car again. He's probably doing a bit of a sighting lap at the moment to see just how much of the damage has been repaired.
14 minutes, 23 seconds our stop was. That, you could say, ladies and gentlemen, is I'll have a cheese sandwich in the middle of that, please. As you go on through. That is a long stop. You do a lot of things in that sort of time. You can even make a cheese sandwich. But at least at this point in time, that brings me on to another thing as we focus on Martinez Lapa out there on track, giving a good account of the damaged machine going around circuit. We always have to do it when it comes to enduros. Food.
Oh yes, that is the game here at Sim Speed TV. If there's an endurance race, the conversation always turns to food at some point, doesn't it? This region of Belgium, obviously famous for its frites. This is the birthplace of the French fry, is Belgium. Who would have thought that getting potatoes and deep frying them in oil until they're yellow and crispy is a good idea, especially served with mayonnaise that you can get in the stands here at Spa-Francorchamps. It's a good combination, chips and racing.
Well, that just reminds me of a video that my friend absolutely hates, where basically that someone managed to fill up a backpack full of mayonnaise and then fell back on it, and it made it made a sound. Let's just put it that way.
Jeez.
So
Wow.
yeah, indeed. Wow.
Yeah.
But this is what we get to with endurance. We get to talk about some silly things, and you know what? We love the silly thing at this point in time. It gives us all sorts of love out there to all the people who go out there, maybe connected, unconnected, people who get there. And you know what? There are some amazing things. As I always say, this is on the road to Liège, Bastogne-Liège, and it's not the only track that has been around with cycling. Of course, if you watched earlier on today at the Tokyo 2020 Olympics in 2021, I may add, you would have seen that the finish to the Olympic Games finished at the Fuji Speedway.
It did indeed, which is awesome. It's really good to see motorsport having an increased presence in the Olympics as that Year 1 car, working its way back from the damage repair, going to make a move now for 9th place on Matt Milne. Very late on the brakes was Rhys Saunders, but showing why he took pole position with that fantastic move. Yeah, Fuji Speedway. Really, goodness. I mean, if you follow my YouTube channel, Southpaw Racer, you'll know that I'm not the biggest fan of that track's final sector, but certainly Fuji is a legendary track, and it's great to see that the Olympic Games, the Olympic torch run finishing up there, as that was another car let by for Martinez, and he's for Martinez, and that was Taylor Westerfield making his way by. Martinez is just in the middle of all of this traffic at the moment, as there was a look from the Porsche, but Bullheller had to back out of that. Martinez carrying the brakes very deeply into the corner, but lets him go. At the moment, it's all about damage limitation for the 013 car right now. They're not involved in battles with anyone. They are 5 laps down. All they're looking to do at the moment is keep it on the track.
Yeah, and keeping it on the track is the name of the game. You know, if you find yourself down the order and it's going to be a nightmare to get yourself back into play, the first thing you've got to do is finish. And that will be the new goal. Let's finish this 24 hours and hopefully get a result that we can be very, very proud of. So that will definitely be something to keep in mind. Other tracks that have been very influential in terms of cycling, the World Championships of Cycling 2020, of course right in the middle of the pandemic, were won by Julien Alaphilippe, and that was finished off at the circuit of Imola out there at the moment. So some good work that has been done. We do have a driver ready for interview with us here at Sim Speed TV, stood by, of course, with the wonderful Rhys Garden.
Unfortunately, I cannot drag him in here. Okay, there we go. Director comes to the rescue, and we have Mantas Sakalauskas in the booth with us. Mantas, welcome. It was a pretty good opening stint from you. How did the car feel?
I believe we've got the mic muted. I don't know whether we're going to be able, if it's a server thing or if it's on the other end, but we do have a mic muted at this point in time. We do indeed. So we'll try to get that sorted out as soon as we can. We will definitely try to. At least we're going to keep our focus then out there on the racing. We're in 22nd position. We have lost a couple positions now with our RSV motorsport car there as we make our way through. So we're going to try again then with our interview. Stood by with Rhys. All right, Mantas, do you have us? Unfortunately, it looks like the microphone still muted there, and hang on a minute. I'm going to see if I can try and sort this out myself. And it looks like we might have him here. Mantas, are you there? The mic muted symbol has disappeared, so should be able to be getting some voice through pretty soon. Seeing your light up, mate, but unfortunately we can't hear your voice at the moment, so we'll have to get that sorted pretty soon, because here we go, we can hear you. Mantas, welcome to the commentary box. How did the car feel for you?
Yeah, everything was fine. The car was great, and the truck was fast, so everything was alright.
How did it feel making your way up through the field there in the opening laps, because you did end up losing 2 positions at the start, but once you got into that rhythm, you just kept working your way back up.
Yeah, I was disappointed with my qualifying because started in the middle, but I didn't want some crashes, so I kept pushing every lap for more and more. So that's the way I know how to say, I get my results, and that's it.
Indeed. Well, you've only been sim racing for a month, but you do have some real-life racing experience under your belt. You participated in the Orem 1,006-kilometre race, and just tell us a little bit about that experience, and how it's helped you here in the Spa 24 Hour.
It was a great race for our team. We started in the 26th position like today, and we finished in 16th position. Outside weather was really hot, so we had a lot of accidents and 1 car burned, so it was actually the first race for me. So everything was fine. We avoided all of the incidents, and we kept pushing all the time, so that helped us to control our pace and to be in very good position. We finished in the 3rd position of our class.
That's an excellent result to get for sure, especially at that very difficult track in Palanga. That's a track that I remember from the R Factor days. It was available as a mod for that sim. So what's that track like to drive in real life? Because it's a bit of an unusual circuit, using a highway intersection and actually refueling at an actual fuel station.
I can say that in the sim racing it's more difficult to drive in that track, because in real life, I know for me it was easier to drive. For me it was easier to control my car, and maybe the car fitted to me, and I had an excellent race.
Well, either way, I think you can sit proud with that first stint. What are your hopes now for the rest of this stint with Vilius in the car?
So my hope is to save the car, to be fast, and to control our pace, because we don't want to get some incidents or to crash our car. For us, it's to be the first position, in our opinion, is to be safe, and if to be safe, everyone comes to that side together.
Indeed, being together, the main point in endurance racing. Thanks very much for joining us, Mantas, and we wish you the best of luck in that 21 car.
Thank you, take care.
So, Mantas Sakalauskas, after that great opening stint in the second car, which is now the leading car of the 2 of the team we're keeping track of here at the Spa 24 Hour, and gotta say, really got his head in the game there, has Mantas.
Yeah, certainly did. Had a really nice start to the race, gained a few places, and now it's about consolidation from this point onwards. We're currently in 23rd place at the moment with Kabilis at this point in time. The Exterior Racer team driver there, Fritz Verlan, going past us there as we were talking out there on track. We're not a million miles away from being put our first lap down either by Sender Esports 2 out there on the circuit, so that's also something in the back of the mind. Had a couple of questions come through over on our YouTube at this moment in time. If you haven't had a chance already, you can like, share and subscribe on Sim Speed TV. First of all, how many laps are a tank of fuel? Well, I'm not a driver, so yes, there are some. Expected to be around the hour. Most drivers are going to be coming down in, looking for a full tank in the car, going back out again. So 27 laps for a tank of fuel, I'm hearing in the back of my ear. Both cars in the same split, that's good luck. It is very good luck. We managed to mastermind a miracle there. What split is it that we're broadcasting? We are broadcasting the 18th split. It's not the last split. It's the second to last split, which I think is really, really cool.
Indeed. So we are still getting a good mix of drivers there. And I'm happy to see that by and large, this race has been mostly clean. Yeah, we've had a few pretty significant incidents out there, but I mean, if you watch a few top split races, you can certainly see that that some of the best drivers in the world end up making more mistakes out on track than some of the drivers we've seen in this race. So, I'm happy to see how this race has gone for most cars out there. We do still have 24 cars on the lead lap at the moment. Currently, the last running car on the lead lap is the Evil Nature car with Colin Cameron at the wheel.
Yeah, Colin Cameron try and get that Porsche pushing forward. Start 32nd, is up currently in the 24th place at this point in time as things go on. There is the car that is probably going to be behind us a little bit and looking to challenge the Osmerican Jackaroos, and we've been keeping an eye out on these Osmericans. They've got Jake Ham in the car, probably
what a
the most
name.
American name that I have heard in a very long time. Jake Ham at this moment in time is from Club Midwest out there at the moment. Expect them to have Scott Rankin in the car. Mike Browning, that's a position for us, which is a plus. They've also expected Tyler Brown and Jordan Malcolm in the car at some point, but Vilius Kabildes has got a place.
Yeah, he's managed to get by the Dero Sim Sports car of El Willemsen and searching for a bit of a draft there, or going defensive versus the pink Lamborghini, who's gotten a bit of a run on him out of Rouge and Radillon, and Villis making his way towards the inside of the corner very early there for Lecombe, trying to keep the Lamborghini behind. They have got the Styrian racer car of Fritz Furlan just up ahead of them, and Fritz just running a little bit wide through Bruxelles, losing a tiny bit of time to us. So this might be another position gain soon.
Yep, so another position would definitely be useful at this point in time for Vilius Kabildes to just try and pick off, follow the Styrian racer car of Fritz Furlan. There, Pascal Bender in a big scrap in front, and round we go. Round we go. Everyone has caught us out, so all that work's gone. But crucially, we hit absolutely nothing.
That's good to see. And it just looks to me like on the downshift, the rear just seized up a little bit, and Vilius couldn't do much to combat that. Once the car gets crossed up into a corner like Puon, that is it. There's not much you can do to fix something like that once it's gone. So fortunately for Vilius, he as he said, he hasn't managed to hit anyone, and we remain pretty much damage-free as it stands, so he can continue to make his way around the track. Unfortunately, we have fallen down the field just a little bit thanks to that incident, but again, we're in a bit of clear track, and there's not much in the way of fighting from behind.
That was a really weird one as well, because I had a little look at it from above. It was like watching an elastic band snap. So you've got a limited amount of slip as you go through a corner. It's where the tyre tread has a certain amount of grip that the car can lean on. It was almost like we leant on it, and the moment that we slipped off of that, the car just completely went sideways, and that is a very weird feeling to have when you're driving in a car, especially in sim racing when you've got less parameters. That's the sort of thing that you'd say, Reese, if you're driving a car. That's the sort of thing you can feel and sense in the seat of your pants. It's not the sort of thing you can feel when you're out there sim racing. You're more reliant on your eyes and ears.
Yeah, absolutely. And the forces coming through your force feedback steering wheel, that is, if you run force feedback. I know that quite a few top drivers in the past very famously ran without force feedback, so it is largely the eyes and the ears that tell you what is happening in sim racing. And I think we got a bit of a sight into that when I was talking to Martas just before. He described how much more difficult sim racing was, and how much more of a feel he had for his real car when he raced it at the Orem 1,006 kilometers back in July. So, yeah, sim racing, it is very much a different beast to real-world motorsport. We can get closer to reality by the year, and the last couple of years have certainly shown that sim racing is on the path to becoming almost an equal to real-life motorsport, but the differences are still there, and it's all about, as a sim racer, being reliant on that audio and visual input, which may or may not help you if you ever make the transition to real-life racing, but real drivers have a bit of a tougher time with it.
I want to point out as well that sim racing is featured in the Olympics and real racing has not. So we're one up there. We're winning. We are winning, and we are doing a great job. The Olympic Committee. We had Gran Turismo in the Olympics this year. Oh, hello, Ferrari in trouble. That was very well avoided. That was Fritz Verlan in the Styrian racer car having a huge moment in front of us. We have been able to avoid that. We will catch this on the virtual racing school replay. This is how easily it can go around. It is, of course, Stavolo corner where it's run into troubles through Fagna towards the campus corner. Was the next one, was a little bit stuck behind that number 20 position Ferrari there, so it was a little bit of finding the Apex Tech racing car just in front. Was this an over-aggressive move to the inside? It looks like it was an over-aggressive move to the inside. Look at that, sliding in tandem, and look at how that that Apex Tech Ferrari has managed to slide and keep that into play. That is some wonderful battling, but as you can see from Villiers' perspective, this is what you get eyes on. You can see they're side by side in front. There's the contacts they go through. Oh, they're just in the middle of the road. I don't really want to commit. There was a bit of panic there. Didn't want to commit to the inside in case the car rolled through. So went to the outside, took the instant point. I'll tell you what, that was pretty well done, if I do say so myself. We were in the middle of talking about the Olympics, but we'll talk with that after our little break that we're going to have here, ladies and gentlemen. Stay with us here. We're focusing on RSVmotors.de as RSV look to try and focus on the top 20 over the next hour or so.
Don't try to act like you don't know who we beat, neither. We in the club all the time, so pop off. Shady aftermath.
You can find me in the club, bottle full of bub. Mama, I got what you need if you need to fill a buzz. I'm in the having sex, I ain't into making love. So come give me a hug if you're into getting rough. When I pull up out front, you see the Benz on dub. When I roll 20 deep, so it's drama in the club. Now that I roll with Dre, everybody show me love. When you sell like Eminem, you get plenty of groupie love. But homie, ain't nothing changed, bros down, cheese up. I see exhibit in the cutting, man, roll them trees up. Bro, if you watch how I move, you mistake before I play up pimp. Been hit with a few shells, but I don't walk with a limp. In the hood, in the lady saying 50, you hot. They like me, I want them to love me like they love pop. But holla in New York, for sure, they tell you I'm local. The plan is to put the rap game in the choke. I'm fully focused, man. My money on my mind, got a meal out the deal, and I'm still in the grind. Now shorty says she feeling my style, she feeling my flow. A girl from Wooded, they die, and they ready to go. Bottle full of bub, mama, I got what you need if you need to fill a buzz. I'm in the having sex, I ain't into making love. So come give me a hug if you're into getting rough. You can find me in the club, bottle full of bub, mama, I got what you need if you need to fill a buzz. I'm in the having sex, I ain't into making love. So come give me a hug if you're into getting rough.
Don't try to act like you don't know who we beat, neither. We in the club all the time, so pop off. Get the shady aftermath. Then you should love it way more than you hate it. Oh, you mad? How come that you be happy I made it? I'm that cat by the bar, toasting to the good life. Moved out the hood, now you tryna pull me back, right? When my junk get the bumping in the club, it's on. I'm with my eyes to chicks, if she smash, she gone. Hit the roof on fire, man. Just let it burn. The talking about money, homie, I ain't concerned. I'm in the club, bottle full of bub. Mama, I got what you need if you need to fill a buzz. I'm in the having sex, I ain't into making love. So come give me a hug if you ain't getting rough. I'ma take you with pain.
We're 1,000 miles from comfort. We have traveled land and sea. But as long as you are with me, there's no place I'd rather be. I would away forever, exalted in the sea. As long as I am with you, my heart continues to beat.
Yep, you can see data coming through from your end. Alright, you need help setting anything else up?
All good.
Hey, see y'all.
See you in.
To the others, I get money tonight. I am a dumb, dripping a ball, and vision is
What you want? This shit is fun. Niggas just acting tough. Know that your bitch just lush. She on my nuts. She want me to cuff, but I'm not made for love. This shit is late. Hey, you looking fine tonight. Guess I got time tonight. My side tonight. That pussy is mine tonight. Might pull up and fight tonight. Might commit a crime tonight. It's wild tonight. We bringing out sticks and shit. Might empty a clip tonight. Hey, riding around with the mob, ducking the cops, run into the ops. We sending shots, package you up, put you in a box. Them niggas just talk a lot and bark a lot. Them niggas don't walk the walk. Parking in the parking lot, pull up to the spot, light up the block.
Don't try to act like you don't know who we be, neither. We in the club all the time, so pop on. Shady aftermath.
You can find me in the club, bottle full of bub. Mama, I got what you need if you need to fill a buzz. I'm in the having sex, I ain't into making love. So come give me a hug if you're into getting rough. When I pull up out front, you see the Benz on dub. When I roll 20 deep, so it's drama in the club. Now that I roll with Dre, everybody show me love. When you sell like Eminem, you get plenty of groupie love. But homie, ain't nothing changed, bros down, cheese up. I see exhibit in the cutting, man, roll them trees up. Bro, if you watch how I move, you mistake before I play up pimp. Been hit with a few shells, but I don't walk with a limp. In the hood, in the lady saying 50, you hot. They like me, I want them to love me like they love pop. But holla in New York, show they tell you I'm local. And the plan is to put the rap game in the choke. I'm fully focused, man. My money on my mind, got a meal out the deal, and I'm still in the grind. Now shorty says she feeling my style, she feeling my flow. A girl from Wooded, they die, and they ready to go. Bottle full of bub, mama, I got what you need if you need to fill a buzz. I'm in the having sex, I ain't into making love. So come give me a hug if you ain't getting rough. You can find me in the club, bottle full of bub, mama, I got what you need if you need to fill a buzz. I'm in the having sex, I ain't into making love. So come give me a hug if you ain't getting rough. Don't try to act like you don't know who we be, neither. We find me in the club all the time, so pop off. Just shady aftermath. Then you should love it way more than you hate it. Oh, you mad? I thought that you be happy I made it. I'm that cat by the bar, toasting to the good life. Moved out the hood, now you tryna pull me back, right? My joint get the bumpin' in the club, it's on. I'm with my eye at your chicks, if she smash, she gone. If the roof on fire, man, just let it burn. If they're talking about money, homie, I ain't concerned. I'ma take club, bottle full of bug. Mama, I got what you need if you need to fill the bars. I'm in the having sex, I ain't into making love. So come give me a hug if you're getting rough. I'ma take you for
We're 1,000 miles from comfort. We have traveled land and sea. But as long as you are with me, there's no place I'd rather be. I would away forever, exalted in the sea. As long as I am with you, my heart continues to beat. With every step we take, Kyoto to the bay, strolling so casually. We're different and the same, gave you another name, switch up the batteries. If you gave me a chance, I would take it. It's a shot in the dark, but
So I would like to give a big applause to the winner of this session, and this is Valerie. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
When I am with you, there's no place I'd rather be.
Welcome back then, ladies and gentlemen, to action here today from this wonderful circuit just above Schwalmtal. It is the iRacing official 24 hours, and we've just had a little bit of a moment over the last 30 seconds or so. RSC Motorsports 21 machine, which is in 21st position, or was in, sorry, 21st position, had a bit of a moment down at the Fania chicane. There was a little bit of side-by-side between Kibildis and then Fritz Furlan in the Styrian Racer car, and ultimately it was a case of a bit of pinching. If you imagine what happened between Lewis Hamilton and Max Verstappen, exactly that has just happened as things have gone through, and ultimately a spin around. The leader's gone off the road as well. We've managed to keep it going, but we're in an okay position. So we were having just a little bit of a look back, try and see if we could catch that one out of the corner of our eyes, but what's important as well here with Sim Speed TV, we have had a change in the commentary box. Joining me alongside for the next 3 hours worth of content moving forward is Scott Fountain. Now, Fonty, we have had a bit of a rocky start to this one, but I'm sure that with enough time, we can gather ourselves back up and move up through the order.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Welcome everybody, and yeah, certainly a great start to the race. For the 013 car, and oh, there we go.
That was
just
the hit.
Seen the hit on the 21 car on the replay. So yeah, very disappointing for him. He was doing a fantastic job, the young kid. Only a few little mistakes. The car looks to be alright, so hopefully he's going to be able to carry on.
Yeah, has kept that one on the island. If we could go back to live coverage, so ultimately for Villiers Kibildis. There, it's a pretty awakening moment, I would say, in terms of this sort of race. It has actually brought the lead gap down now to 6 seconds to the Metro New York PCA Team Blues, which will be just worth keeping in mind the longer this race goes on. A lot of drivers now starting to get into some rhythm and find a lot of pace. There is our little look here at Villiers out there on circuit. Not necessarily perturbed, I would say. By that, has a lot of karting experience, not so much iRacing experience, and I'd say he's doing a pretty good job of things at this moment in time to make sure that this race is falling quite nicely into line. Worth talking about as well, we do have a second car in this field, down in 48th position, Martinez Alapa is behind the wheel of that machine and is down due to an incident from, I believe, just coming out of the pit. It took about 4 corners, found the wall, and then contact with Jack Stevenson definitely didn't help that as well. That's why the RSV car is in 48th. We were in 47th with that car, but David Wilhelmsen, who also had an issue for Cybernet Racing, has got by us and is going by us at a rate of 5 seconds a lap quicker. So not much that we can do about that. We are walking wounded with our second machine, 6 laps down overall on the lead as things stand. So 26th, our best at the moment, but the race as a whole here on T, as we take a look at Martinez Lapa, just making a solid drive around, trying to get as many laps back and hoping there's going to be retirements as many as possible. This is looking like this is a race of recovery first and foremost, but secondly, it's looking like it's going to be a really interesting 24-hour race. You've still got the top 10 within a minute.
Yeah, you're exactly right. We don't have too many retirees at this stage. Few little incidents, but yeah, everyone doing a pretty good job to keep it on the black stuff. It is the second to bottom split, I believe. So these guys, yeah, doing a great job out there. Certainly not setting that record pace out there, but it's not about that. You just want to finish first. First you have to finish, and it's a very long race. Certainly one that I've been a part of in previous years, and yeah, it's just about buying that ticket to the end.
Yeah, and that ticket to the end is going to be crucial. Very soon we're going to be clicking over 2 hours, so we're back towards a pit stop window at this point in time where drivers will be looking to come down in, get their fuel in and stoppages and go through. Martinez Lapa getting put a lap down there by one of the Ferraris out there on course at this moment in time. But we also need to talk about the overall race, because it's not just this race that we're focusing on. Send It Esports 2, 5 seconds clear right now, and it's very much a case of 3 or 4 seconds all the way through the field at this moment. No real closed battles out there, but just enough to push the needle out. Before we were going to break, we were just about able to start talking about Olympics, because we are an Olympic season, and how sim racing has made the Olympics and real motorsport has not. And this is part of one of those Olympic initiatives where you want to try and entice the next generation in. You want to make sure that more people go in, as we focus on Matt Milne for the moment in the number 18 machine at the moment. Send It Esports number 1 in 10th place right now. But you talk about these initiatives, Fonty, and it's things like Gran Turismo Sport, Zwift was up in there as well. Just so many different elements that go into trying to build the next generation of sports fans. And, you know, esports has really come along and has become a viable option. And not just that, the Olympics only choosing to go with esports that have a tie into real world sports.
Yes, you're exactly right. It is great to see sim racing making it to the Olympics and you know, getting recognised as a sport. And yeah, it is. You know, it's great to see that it's made it there before real racing. I'm sure there'll be a few frustrated real life racers at that at what's happened, but yeah, certainly great for the sim racing community, and will help shoot the sport up to the position that it needs to be in.
I certainly agree, and you look at it as well, when you consider as well that the first drive since the almighty Silverstone crash for Max Verstappen is the iRacing 24-hour, says all you need to know, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. You've got yeah, all these big gun drivers coming to race and their weekend off from their real life stuff, and it just shows how competitive certainly iRacing is, and other platforms out there as well. But iRacing for me is certainly the number one place to go, and you've got awesome races like this that happen on a monthly basis, these sort of special events, and then yeah, official iRacing events happen all around a day. Every 15 minutes there's a new race going off in a different category, different class, and it's really cool. Such an awesome platform to go out there and enjoy your sport that you love.
We just get put a lap down by the number 44 machine, 5th place at the moment, IRLC Motorsports. then going on through Matthew Bell behind the wheel. We'll stay out for another lap then, as we are pretty close to our stint length. We went 26 laps on our first stint, so we are about 3 laps away from our pit stop, it seems, right now. A lot of drivers coming in. Race leader for Sender Esports 2 is down there on the lane right now, which is important because it has released the Metro New York team and it has released Danny Legger as well in the Orange Cow team to charge through. Now, in the very early stages of this race, Fonty, we were racing out there with the Orange Cow 19 with our number 5 car, sorry, our 013 car out there in the field. So it looks like the opportunity is there, and you just got to stay calm with it. But ultimately, that Dutch team, Danny Legger, is definitely looking to try and challenge for that race lead there. The 24 through strategy, Shaibel Bandiapathy, there's done a very, very good job to put the car right up into play.
Yep, exactly right. Done a fantastic job. As we're just going to switch over to them, have a quick look at them, and yeah, fantastic battle right up the front here. Really, really close considering we were an hour and a half through. Yeah,
2 hours now.
Nearly 2 hours. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, awesome to see this battle going on like this, and 2 hours into the race. So if these guys can go neck and neck throughout this race, it'll be certainly one to watch, that's for sure.
I wholeheartedly agree. So Danny Legger definitely charging at the moment in the Orange Cow, chasing down the Metro New York PCA team Blue Machine out there on track at this point in time. There's a lot of drivers now deciding that now is their time to come in to the pits, and there is the focus on the Year 1 black car, the number 16. Also part of the broadcasters crew over at Year 1. They do a little bit of sim racing. They cover the British sim racers out there, and the Tagiwa MX-5 trophy that they do out over there. So they've got a very quick team around them. Graham Sessford, someone who's been very much in and around the British motorsport scene, has been up and around the BDRC. He used to actually play cricket for Worcestershire, actually. That is also something. Was a bowler by what my memory serves. So a good bit of love to go out to the Year 1 crew out there doing a very good job. They are on the recovery after a long stop. In fact, they're going to dive into the pits with the car that took us out effectively. The 26, right up to the back goes Saunders of Jack Stevenson.
We're just going to jump on board and watch this pit stop, see who comes out in front, and they'll most likely both be doing a driver change.
Definitely an option, and you can see just how long this pit lane is.
Oh, so
actually,
long.
How careful. I agree. You've got to be so careful through this corner, though. If you grab the wall on the inside, you put
which
that
happened.
gate on the. It's possible to roll it.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I was fortunate enough to go and watch the Spa 24 Hour in 2018, and a good friend of mine who I grew up with, Tom Blomqvist, he was actually driving in the BMW that year, and they won it. But yeah, what a cool event to go and see in real life, and yeah, certainly probably the best motorsport event I've ever been to be honest. The facility's amazing, the racing is just awesome, and when you see those cars going up through Eau Rouge at 2 o'clock in the morning, it's just fantastic.
It certainly is. We're not quite at 2 o'clock in the morning in sim time. We are, of course, slowly crawling towards night. Track's come down to 26 degrees. We're at 6:30 in the evening at the moment in sim time, so we're expecting a bit of darkness in about 3.5 hours or so for the sim. But at least for the time being, everyone's going to be focusing. Driver change to trap engineering as they go through, but we are focusing on a lot of drivers looking to dive down in. This is a very long pit, as we have said before. You're spending lane time of about 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes. So you're always going to be alert to the fact that you're going to be in the pits. You're going to drop a lot of time. It's just the sort of thing that does tend to happen in these sorts of races. And, you know, right now, you know, we got the likes of Sergio Linares down there in the number 20 into the pits. Our car, by the way, is just behind the Matthews Logistics machine at the moment. I think they've just come out of the pits. And so, at least for the time being, we're okay right now in the number 21. We are on cue. Probably this lap is when we're going to decide to come down in.
Yeah, Villas has done a fantastic job. Seen a couple of little things there happen, but the car's in pretty good shape. And looks like it needs a new set of rear tyres though, to be honest. It's coming out of that corner. But yeah, all the panels are in pretty good shape. So yeah, we got plenty of time to keep going in this race. 21 hours and 55 minutes to go, so still plenty of distance. And yeah, as soon as these guys get into the rhythm, I know how nervous it can be when you first jump in the car, and you know you've been practicing all week. You got all the pressure behind you of the team, and it's so easy to make a mistake. But yeah, this young fella, he's done a good job, and he can be certainly pretty happy with his stint. I think we'll grab him for an interview in person after he jumps out the car.
Would definitely seem like a good idea too. You'd say that Villiers here has done a very strong job with the car, jumping in, using a lot of the karting experience to try and get everything sorted. Had a very nice battle going around trying to sort everything out quite nicely, but in the ultimacy of racing, it's never that easy, and you get a couple of moments here and there. The car's still in good shape, as we said, so you wouldn't necessarily call it a bad stint on the books, as a lot of drivers have decided it is their time to come down into the lane, get some service done. And that also does not include, I do believe, at this moment in time, your race leaders, who are the Metro New York PCA Team Blue. They have been mastering the fuel game to absolute perfection, but we are going to be, at least in the next moment, probably seeing our driver in the 21 making that lunge down in towards the lane. Pit stop at this point in time is probably the best thing in the world for us here, as we gained a couple of positions from drivers coming in, making their stops, but we're probably on cue at this moment. Bit of shadow boxing going on in the background there. Villiers is unaware to that, I would say, at this moment, but is going to take the decision and I would say a very cautious dive into the lane. Yeah,
very, very cautious, and just not wanting to put it in the wall. It's so easy to do when you're coming in there hot.
Penalty.
Oh, he was so slow coming in there, but they're going to hold him on the spot for what? How long? 30 seconds? He's going to get a drive-through.
It's not going to be a drive-through. It's going to be a stop and hold. So here's the key there with Villiers, and this is what happens when you do Spa-Francorchamps for the first time. What I think's just happened is that Villiers has seen, okay, pit lane, I've got to be okay, right? I've got to hit my pit limiter. So he hit the pit limiter, and then someone behind him has gone, well, okay, the yellow commitment cone's there, got to slow down by that point, and he just didn't slow down at that point. That's why we're going to get ourselves a stop and hold in the lane.
Yeah, okay. It's pretty disappointing from there, but yeah, not the end of the world. He's got to be happy with what he's done. So pulls the car up there, and we will grab him for a interview once he finishes his stop.
Definitely be a nice plan, but what we can say is that it's a long road, this sort of race. Everyone's pretty much on a nervy position. You'll see some drivers actually have to take their grid slot or their pit box over on the Grand Prix pits, which some would say is a little bit nighty. But, you know, you still have to drive through all of the rest of it, as there is our other car out there at this moment in time in 47th position. Martinez Lapa won't have to pit for a little while, I wouldn't have thought. It took a very long time to get the car back out onto track, and effectively it has been only 17 laps, so probably another 10 laps to go so far for Martinez. That's a car off in front of Martinez there. That is the Evil Nature car. That is Colin Cameron, who is off the road and was off the road backwards, spinning the car, grabbing grass on entry to that final chicane.
Yeah, certainly don't want to be doing that. It's a yeah, really difficult to get it right every single lap around this place, and yeah, when you're 2 hours in, drivers are already starting to get pretty tired. You do plenty of practice during the week, but not often. You know, you're going out there doing stint after stint, and the track's evolving so much over the next 24 hours that the cars are they're not going to be used to, you know, where the track sort of grip levels are going to get to, and it will really start to play a big effect in the end result.
And that's Mikola. Get some words out, Jake. Mikoliavicius is now behind the wheel of the RSV Motorsports 020. Sorry, not an 021, just the 21. out there at the moment, as Martinez Lapa finds himself in the middle of a slew of lap traffic at the moment, which will be trying to get by. That is the car that actually made contact, Jack Stevenson, there just behind, I do believe. So that is very much eyes on for the moment. Not necessarily the most ideal thing to have behind, or it was Jack Stevenson. It's now William Watts behind the wheel of that machine. So at least for the moment, you will sit, you will wait, you will make your way around me instead of I will make my way around you, essentially. So a little bit of traffic work going on, moving to the left-hand side. If you feel you're quick enough, you don't necessarily have to let them through here in iRacing. It's up to the driver behind to go and make a clean pass if you want to lap.
Yes, and that's the big point, isn't it? Clean pass, that's what we like to see. Doesn't always happen though. But yeah, certainly a track that has plenty of areas of passing. And yeah, shouldn't be any need for contact. The only times we really see major contact are coming into the bus stop chicane at the end of the section of the track where we're riding on board now.
Yeah, run to Blanchemont. Very scary corner in any sort of car. You get a little bit of lift potentially in these wonderful GT3 machines. The BMW have removed the prototype badge, which is very interesting in terms of working out how everything's got a turn of pace or how everything has not. But at least for the moment, Martinez still being a little bit of a thorn here to William Watts, who's trying to make a way through the traffic, because that is the number 24 car just in front of the Metro NY PCA Team Blue of Joseph Ferrante there. So there is work to be done for William Watts, who's gone through. I'll tell you what, Fonty, when you've got to get past the next driver, which is John Jackknife, you've got a bit of a problem.
Yes, you certainly do. But I'm sure he's a great peddler. And yeah, just wait for a mistake to happen. And I'm sure it can be done pretty easily, mate.
Pretty much can. That is the 101 machine of Driving Miss Daisy out there at this point in time. And you've got the Evil Nature team trying to get back through. They started 36th and 45th respectively. They are 25th and 26th on the road right now, and trying to get through. Our RSV Motorsport 21 machine is down the order a little bit. We're in 34th position, and we are fighting for place here. We're defending here. Nestas Mikhailovicius is dealing with Aaron Matra in the DRG black/red, and the black/red is on the outside right now. On the brakes they go. Beamer versus Beamer, and it is the Beamer that wins.
And there we go. Yep, probably a smart move, I think, considering he's just jumped into the car and he wants to keep it in one piece. So yeah, good move to let him go and just try and hang on the back. I think that's the best thing he could do, and you know, try and save a little bit of fuel, look after those tyres, push the car a little bit longer before you make that stop, and before you know it, you'll find yourself out in front of that car.
Before you know it, indeed. I believe, Fonty, we were wanting to grab an interview, and I believe it looks like we may have that opportunity.
Unfortunately, we don't have that opportunity. He has left the simulator, so before I could get there, he would jumped out and gone.
Oh dear. Anyway, that's sometimes the pitfalls that we find out there in terms of some of the sim racing. There is Mikhailovicius out there trying to just keep it nice and calm. No real worries. A little bit wide on the exit. That's going to allow then the work in progress racing car to put a lap on us. That's Dalton Kilroe behind the wheel of that. So that is definitely work done, move done in terms of that one. So once again, a little bit of movement up and down the order, as it is now the Orange Cow team who are out there in front at this stage. They had a very nice pit stop that have got themselves the lead by 14 seconds now over the IRLC machine of Matthew Bell, and Joseph Ferrante now in third position for the Metro Renewal PCA Team Blue. So those are just some of the changes at this point in time. Just coming out of the pits were the NSR Yellow SimPerformance.dk team. That is Lucas Agerblad behind the wheel right now. So they've got some work to be done. But ultimately, we are in another, I would say, small position here. It's getting a little bit dicey in the middle. You can see going through Jackie X's corner. It's a little bit behind. That is the Evil Nature car trying to get past the Ragnarok Sim Racing machine. So that one is for position here as they go too wide. Valkyria Diaz, what a name. Losing out then to Colin Cameron of Evil Nature.
Evil Nature, there we go. Yeah, fantastic little battle going on there. We've got the headlights flashing, and he's telling him to get out of the way, which he has done. So, yep, though he is down on that car, he's just keeping it clean, giving him room, and yeah, that car's certainly looking in pretty good shape at this stage.
I'd certainly agree. That's our car just behind that, albeit we are 6 laps down on it, maybe 5, but nevertheless, we're trucking. This is a long distance race. We have time to get those laps back.
It's the long distance sprint race.
Yes. that is very much what it has felt like at times, where a lot of drivers go out there and go for aggressive moves. We're in split 18 of 19 here at this moment in time, and I have to say, it has been a lot cleaner than top split.
Yes, a lot cleaner. The time zone slot beforehand that I was watching, there was 20 cars out after the first 5 hours. And here we've got, so far we have 2 cars out, a couple of cars getting repairs.
Yeah, just a couple of cars getting repairs, 2 or 3 cars out of the race, and you know what? It has been a race where I think a lot of drivers have just been calm, and they've worked out where they need to be. And this is what you need to understand as well, if you are watching here, ladies and gentlemen, about what makes sim racing very difficult. A lot of drivers in the higher splits will have more incidents because they're trying to be more aggressive. They are pushing more to that limit. You drive well within your limits, which a lot of drivers in the lower ends of the splits do, you are less likely to have those incidents. And it really is telling as well here, Fonzie, that, you know, you get down into, say, 18th split like we are right now, you still got 17 drivers on the leading lap and everyone's giving each other a lot of space.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Going out there to have fun and not bin it in the first turn. And yeah, these races, I've done them before. There's such an awesome thing to be a part of. You know, the pressure that you feel, you always want to be the one to bring it back to the pit lane in good condition and hand it over to your team. And you know, when you do make a mistake, and there's 3 guys who have been practicing for weeks, can sometimes really put you in a bit of a foul mood. But yeah, certainly loved it when iRacing brought the endurance racing to the service, and it's been very, very popular.
Oh, it's been a hit to the back of the year 1 machine out there on track. Nicholas Salapoutis is behind the wheel, and he just got a tap from some bit of lap traffic. I believe it was the Planeswalker racing car of Carlos Brandao, who grabbed the rear, who has been flying since coming out of the pits in that Porsche, and flying is relatively an understatement for the way that he's been driving. So at least for the moment, that car in 6th position, who remember had contact which put them out of the race lead, they have been trying to recover back, and they've changed driver at this point, and getting a little tap like that will not do their confidence much good.
Yeah, and probably not do the rear aero any good either. These cars are so dependent on aero around this track, and yeah, any slight little bit of damage, front, rear, side, top, roof, wherever it is, does slow you down, especially going up through Eau Rouge and that last section of track before the bus stop. Seeing a nice little pass here, 2 Porsches side by side.
Yep, wonderfully done. That is the Alpha Canis car making a way through there. That is Wesley Whitbeck behind the wheel of that. Carlos Brandao is a lap down on that machine, so the Planeswalker racing car will have a little bit of work to do in order to get back that lap in terms of where we are. We're about half a lap around the circuit of that. Anestas Mikeliavicius is currently in 35th position, as we are very much in a battle right now, it has to be said. We've got Skidmark Racing just behind that, and it's Andre Quenneville who is just behind us. We've run a little bit deep into turn number 1. We gather it up on the exit, though. it's going to be a drag race all the way up to Lakeum.
Yep, there we go. Drag race is on, and the BMW has been very popular in this long distance stuff. Not so much the GT3 car, because it's only just come to the service. Not many people have used it before, but yeah, certainly I've done endurance stuff in the M8, and yeah, such a great, awesome, reliable car, and that's why they're so popular in these endurance races.
Certainly up. Lunge down the inside, and we're going to let them have it. So that is another position we've lost. We're down into 36th position. We've got to deal with Ed Adams next in the Inglorious Bastards SPA car. So we're not swearing. It's got an E in it.
Yes, it does. It does have an E in it. And yeah, he's 7.1 seconds behind us. So we've got a few laps. I'm sure we'll see the confidence build up in our car over the next few laps, and yeah, he's a few seconds off the pace where he needs to be, but yeah, he doesn't want to put it in the wall, so he's just taking it easy, and that's probably the best option.
I certainly agree. You take it easy, you do a nice and calm bit of work, and then positions will fall to you instead of the other way around. We've got some other good battles out there on the circuit right now. For example, 13th position. It is very much on right now. The AOD Racing BMW team. Mark Myers is out there in the 825, dealing with the 1-2 team of Raul Linares behind the wheel. So from Sergio Linares to Raul Linares, it looks like they have had I would say, a brotherly affair out there on track. The two Iberians going out there trying to move the car up.
Yeah, there we go. Having this battle on here. I quite like the yellow on that BMW. Because you don't really see full yellow cars out there very often, to be honest, I don't think. But it doesn't.
No, we haven't seen full yellow in Formula 1 since Renault. And there's also a thing for maybe a few colourblind people that the yellow can blend into the grass a little bit easier, which makes it a little bit more difficult to use as a colour, so to speak. You know, that's another thing. There's a reason why Sunderland and Newcastle football clubs can't play in a home kit, because they had a player on the Newcastle team called James Perch who was colourblind, and he couldn't tell the difference because of the stripes between the Sunderland players and the Newcastle players.
I love the facts that you come up with, Spirit. Some of the crazy information that you provide during our broadcasts is certainly pretty special. Thank you for giving us that, mate. But yeah, you're certainly right. We don't see many yellow cars out there, and you could certainly be right about colourblind people. Maybe that is the reason why.
Well, there's still a long way to go, though. So for Raul Linares, he is looking to try and attack Mark Myers, who, as they go through Lakeum into the Malmedy corner, the highest point on this Spa-Francorchamps circuit, they will descend back down the hill here at Bruxelles. A little look to the inside from Linares here, but the wide line being taken then by Mark Myers as he runs a little bit deep. And thank you very much. Raul Linares now can chase down Danny Ressa in the iRacing Today Motorsports number 5 machine, the 157, out there on circuit. So a nice overtake there being done in the battle for 13th position, which is lucky for some, apparently, as we go through. Our car's doing a pretty decent job, which is keeping it nicely out of the way at this moment in time. And why wouldn't we at this point? And there's Michele Avicius doing a nice job keeping Ed Adams at bay. It was 2:24 that last time by, so a couple seconds slower. But we are still going to be in a pretty nice position. A couple cars have run into troubles as well. The GPVA Racing Team Lamborghini and Stack Racing have run into troubles, and that has allowed our other RSV Motorsports car to remain 6 laps down, but we're up to 46th place, so we're gaining.
That's it, yes. It was very fast at the start of the race, and they were certainly looking in a good position. So if that is maybe their number 1 car, you know, a long way to go. The pity of it all is we won't have a safety car because there's no yellow flags or anything like that. It's just an all-in-all sprint race, so they're going to have to do it off raw speed.
That is one thing I'm looking at. Maybe iRacing could
They need
improve
to.
on for the future. I'd agree as well, because you can have a big accident, but the only real question you'd have to ask then in terms of how you build that, Fonty, is how do you automate a safety car here in terms of iRacing? Because if you think about it in the logical sense that you have a escape to tow button, it's very easy to hit that escape to tow button and there'd be no need for a safety car.
Yeah, that is right. I think personally you would have to, you know, it would only be special events like this that you'd have it, and you know, certainly for the top few splits, live admin would be the only way that you could really do it without someone exploiting the system, I would think.
That would definitely be a way, and it's quite funny also to think about it, that to have live admin, effectively it's the people in iRacing who have that power, and if you have that power you can go in and effectively run any official hosted session like you would, for example, a league session, which means you just get all of those same powers to go through. It's quite funny as well when you keep an eye out on some of these Twitch complications. You get someone like Nim Cross, for example, who's out there racing, and then you see about 2 minutes later, after someone gives him a word, that they get booted from the server.
yeah, interesting. But yeah, that's certainly the way that I would think that you could do it. The league side of stuff, it's great. We've, you know, done plenty of them and down this end of the world, and had the option of, you know, throwing safety cars out there, and yeah, it's certainly, when a big enough accident happens, there is live admin there to call that shot, to get the safety car out the pits. It yeah, certainly creates a bit more of a hype.
We got side by side for 7th place. 3 in the 2 cars battle for it, almost contact in front of them, but Jed Khalifa in the Obsidian Edge red car has lost the place to Sebastian Gut Vinegar, then in the W2W Racing red car. So that is a really good name, Gut Vinegar. Beautifully done. And they are right on the back of Year 1 Black and Nicholas Salaputis. So it's a really, really big scrap. We've been focusing, of course, a little bit further back down the field, of course, on our car out there, which at least at this moment in time is making good progress, I would say, at this point in time, up the hill. That is Nestas Mikeliavicius at this point in time. Just looking a little bit further behind, because there are a couple cars that are trying to get back into play. The Send It Esports 2 machine of Scott Baker has dropped back and lost a couple places, so that one's there in a little bit of trouble, and is continuing to out there on track as Danny Ressa and Raul Linares look to go through. So Raul Linares has also got through now on Danny Ressa, so the Team 1-2 is definitely flying. There's the 6th car out there at this moment in time. That is the Styrian Racer machine in 24th position. Had a little bit of a moment in front of us, as into the pits then comes one of our cars. That is Martinez Lapa then coming in for a scheduled pit stop.
Yep, there we go, scheduled pit stop for them, and yeah, let's hope that they didn't get any speeding and pit lane penalties.
Not that time.
Not that time, there we go. So another stop done by another team, and we've got, how long, 21 and a half hours left to go in this race. I think it's something about 618 laps these guys are going to complete over this race distance, which we're 62 through that at this stage.
Well, that's solid. It means that we're already 1/12 of the way through this race. We've done 2 hours, and if we're 2.5 hours through, we're about 1/10 of the way through this race. So there'll be a lot more to come up then as we go through. There is John Jackknife in the 101 out there on track at the moment, trying to get a little bit of pace in the Driving Miss Daisy car then, as just in front of that is the Evil Nature machine of Colin Cameron. Has had one moment. There is our driver, Ernestas Miklavicius, who is out there trying to maintain a position at this moment in time, because just behind, that is Ed Adams of the Inglorious Bastards Spa car, who will be looking to try and go through, hence the emphasis. And this, in the next lap or so, is going to be the Ferrari trying to get by the Beamer.
Yeah, well, certainly our car there, the 21 car, he has improved his lap times. It's taken 3 seconds off his previous lap in that one, so starting to get a feel for the car and getting his confidence up, and I'm sure, well, he's lapping faster than the 4 cars in front of him, so if he can keep that up, he'll be catching up to them in no time.
Especially as we've got cooler and cooler conditions at this moment in time. We are on that road to, I would say, very cold track temperatures. It's also worth talking about as well here, Fonty, that all drivers must drive a fair share now. That fair share is calculated through how many drivers you've got and how much time you spend in the car, and everyone's got to have an equal amount, or something like 12% or some arbitrary number that goes in, a little wiggle through the mid part of the corner. We're on board with Ed Adams at this point in time. Effectively, each driver's got to do about 2 stints in the car, or effectively about 2 hours driving. So that's worth keeping in the back of the mind. But Miklia Vicious here has Ed Adams all over the back of the company, but through that middle sector, we're getting some good drive off of the exits of these corners, and it is giving us the confidence here that we are taking that middle sector very, very well.
Yep, certainly are. We've had a pit stop for our team and a driver change, which is fantastic to see. So, 13 car, that isn't the picture of the driver, that needs to be changed.
Ooh, I've just seen a spin down at Puhon, and it is Frank Ulrich in 16th place for the SAE Racing Team red team. They just go around, they find the wall as well. Might be one we get back later on down the road. They've got a very damaged front on the BMW.
Which team did you say, sorry, Spree?
The 488.
488. Let's try and find that. Oh, we've missed it, unfortunately. There we go. Let's go back and have a look at their spinning.
We certainly will. And you found it straight away here through this big left-hander. This is how easily it goes wrong. The back end loops around, and trying to save it with the power doesn't work when you're always going to be losing pace and moving to the inside.
Yeah, well, at least he had plenty of runoff area in the background that he could reverse up, and he wasn't putting himself in any danger, although the Porsche had to suddenly move to the left-hand side of the track to get around him. Yeah, that'll be slowing down his aero for sure.
Got a battle going on now for 3rd position in class at this moment. It's all one class, and there it is. It's William J. Watts in the 26 against Joseph Ferrante in the 24 Metro New York PCA Team Blue. So it's going to be an important battle out there on track, trying to gain some places out there potentially through the lefts and the rights, of course, of the opening section. Eau Rouge Radion onto this long Campbell straight. They don't get DRS on this straight, unfortunately, despite the marker board being there, but you can see just how quick they're going. Ferrante's at 255 kilometers an hour and is still being gained on there by the 26, defending hard into the corner. And well, why wouldn't you? We're about 2 and a bit hours into this race. And Metro New York, they definitely want that podium place, but that's not the best run out of Malmedy. And that is a heavy defence on the inside. You'd expect this to be the last hour of the race with that sort of defence.
You certainly would. Probably not a passing position that you'd want to be trying on at this stage of the race anyway. Maybe he's just trying to put the driver off so he makes a mistake.
Definitely an option. Way out to the outside, making his car as wide as possible. Get in the mirrors and try and force a mistake out there. It's very much an option. Can work, and sometimes it doesn't. But again, staying on that inside, trying to force a little bit of a mistake somewhere. It's the first trick in the book. When you read that Sim Racer's guide to how to make an overtake, it's the first thing. Get as wide as possible. It's worked. It has absolutely worked. Round goes for Ferrante. That's why you do it.
Yeah, that's why you do it. You play the mind games on there, and before you know it, they go around. We might just catch that quickly again and see exactly how that has happened. A different shot.
Just simple as trying to put the power down on the exit, grabs the curb and effectively tries to catch a tank slapper, but unfortunately the tank slapped.
Yeah, and he went in hard too, so gonna be plenty of time in the pits for that car to get repaired, I would think.
We definitely will see. Just looking at it though, looks like they got away with one there, did Joseph Ferrante. Doesn't look like there's any damage on the outside of Porsche, so they will continue on. There was only a light hit into the wall, it seems, so they are okay for the moment. Now, our BMW friend, the yellow BMW of 1-2 team, has found the back of us, Ernestas Mikeliavicius, and Ed Adams has found a way through on us, but there will be a need to lap for Raul Linares at this stage, because just in front, as we just skip a little wide, and that will be them down the inside at the campus corner, mark my words about it, on the brakes. We'll have no argument there. Raul Linares is chasing down Chris Bowler in the Chris Durance Team B, who we have worked out started without a Chris in the car, which I think is sacrilege.
There you go, joke's on you there, mate. Yeah, battles all the way through the field actually, which is still great to see, and yeah, still a lot of drivers on the lead lap, which is also great to see.
Yeah, I certainly agree as well. And when you see just how important these battles do get into, you know, you keep your eyes peeled, you make sure that you're just picking them off one at a time. That is the focus. And for someone like Chris Bowler, for example, 2:22.9 that last time by, lost an entire second. So still some work there to be done. Just noting as well that the Blue Bayou team is down there in the pits. So in the next couple of laps, it looks like the RSV Motorsports 013 of Martin Skripin now behind the wheel might go through. Bit of side-by-side there. As we see over at Blanchimont, a little bit of a look for place. Then that was the NSR yellow car, looking now to dive down the inside of the iRacing Today Motorsports 5 machine, and the NSR car gets it wonderfully done. Lucas Egerblad through on Danny Ressa.
There we go. Just having a look at some other battles here for 34th position, which is just behind us.
Just in front of us, actually.
No, 34th. We're 33rd now.
Are we?
We are. We've moved up because that the Porsche went in the wall. I think that's
Porsche stayed out.
Has he stayed out? He hasn't gone into the pits, or something's happened to somebody.
That is true. Something has happened, and we will figure it out as we do. We'll go through the list.
Got a few new cars retired now, so the Cybernet racing car, they're fresh to go into the pits.
They were already behind us at that point in time, so that's okay. I'm just keeping an eye out on who's in the pits. It looks like the GPVA car is also in the pits and has been for a little while, so we'll have to figure it out. Someone's taken a tow somewhere, and we have gained some places. So it looks like it's the Thick Rig team that might have come in for a stop. That might be why we're a little bit ahead at this point in time. Sam Woe behind the wheel of the 31.
Yes,
so
you're right. And also the number 1 car has come in for a stop behind as well. David de Groot.
Yep, so that would be the Darrow Sim Sports machine. They are 2 laps down at this stage. So for de Groot, he is Groot. He is D Groot. He will be definitely looking to try and move on back through the pack as much as possible here at this point in time. So still a long way to go, a lot of battling going on, still a very congested circuit out there at this moment, but we have found a little pocket of space to I would say mark our world on at this point. But we've got a battle on our hands. Here comes Daniel Hall in the Empire Racing blue car, and the Empire number 8 from Club Ohio, the Empire car. The rest of them from California, Tony Yu, Mike Braun, Clarence Rosa. They are straight through and gone like a whippet.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, it wasn't much of a fight there, but still completing some pretty good laps as our car. 122 flat, so he's keeping up with the guys in front, and faster than the guys behind. So big gap to the next car behind us now. 43 seconds back to 35th position.
Yeah, and that should be the Ozmerican Jackaroos with Jake Ham behind that wheel, the most American-sounding name on the grid, because he is American, and that is very much the truth of the matter.
Some of the names that they come up with, Sperry, are very entertaining, aren't they?
They very much are. I can appreciate a good name here and there, and I am very happy to enjoy names because they do a whole heap of a lot to get things going. So at least for the time being, a few changes in the order might be in play. RLH Esports Black have now gone through on the Metro New York PCA Team Blue. Their last lap was a 2:20.8 for Joseph Ferrante, so looks like there was another little issue for the 24 potentially out there. No, that was all just in that one instance. So the Metro team now back down into 5th position and 46 seconds off your leaders, who were fighting with us at the very beginning of the race, Danny Legger and the Orange Cow team. So it looks like they, at the moment, have taken advantage. They started 7th on the grid. They're now up into the race lead, and they are proving that they are the team to beat right now. 13.5 seconds down the road clear of Matthew Bell and IRLC. Yep,
you're exactly right. And yeah, still plenty of battles. Just taking a look at our 013 car. Martin Skirpin is in the car now, doing a fantastic job, cutting some not a good lap last time by. We must have had something happen there, because he's about 30 seconds off the pace there.
Yeah, I'll try and see. Oh, he got turned. He got turned at Fania, and there was a big pack behind Skripin there. It was Carlos Brandao in the Planeswalker Racing Blue. Has done that before, and everyone was just sending in there as they went through. So Skripin was trying to stay out of the way, took his natural line, and I think Brandao just wasn't expecting how much of a checkup it was going to be. Going off the road as well was Aaron Matra in the mix as well, who ultimately had to go around us in the gravel and was also stopped for a moment. So that wasn't ideal. We did lose our time, but at the end of the day, when we're 6-7 laps down, we're not complaining that we're losing time at this moment. I think that's the right way to say it.
Oh.
We're here to finish the race, and finishing the race is the number one priority. There you go. We just caught it on camera, and that was how easily it all went wrong.
Well, that's disappointing for Martin, because he was doing a good job, and the car, yeah, has taken a bit of a beating. So looks okay, but yeah, certainly wouldn't be helping him in a straight line. That left rear is not looking too good.
Very much did take a clout, didn't it? Which wasn't quite the ideal we were hoping for, but ultimately it is the one that we will take at this moment in time. We're in P34 at this moment in time, with Mikhail Avicius currently in the car, and a lot of work being done. Battle right in the middle of the battles in front of us. We see the Porsche going out there, the Wolfpack Porsche, in a little bit of a scrap right now, just behind our other car here. So that is Jamie Burke, who is racing around with the Skidmark racing car of Andre Quenneville. You've also got behind that the Bowler Linares battle, which is right in front of those two cars ahead of us. So we're going to have to dive out of the way here in our 7 lap down now RSV Motorsport machine. There goes one. There goes two. We're not complaining. And their battle will continue without her.
There we go. I'm going to continue on, but that doesn't matter. You're only racing for yourself in your own race, and that's all that really matters. So our 21 car sitting in 33rd. Way back in the start, we dropped right back with them, and yeah, if they keep doing what they're doing and keeping it clean, then I'm sure we can see them make their way back up.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure in the not too distant future we are going to be capable of seeing that, as There is our other car out there, just in front. You can see the battle between Linares and Bowler. You got Daniel Hall for Empire, who will want to shadow this one as close as possible because Ed Adams isn't a million miles away. And it looks like that battle has just petered out slightly. This one hasn't, though. And it still is involving those in front. You got Burke, you got Quinneville there as well. And they'll both be trying to work. Little track extend there from almost both of them. I think Quinneville may have just got away without an instant point. But we are here in the middle of this race, and they have 100 instant points here, Fonzie, and then they get a drive-through penalty. And then after that, every 20 instants after that, there will be a drive-through penalty.
100 instant points. Oh, yeah, that's... Oh, there we go. The big defensive move here as we're looking at the battle for 23rd, 22nd position. Yeah, Ferrari versus the Lambo.
Oh, that's the Evil Nature car that's off the road as well.
What's happened there? We'll just go back and have a quick little look. Oh!
So, oh, dear me. So, Colin Cameron goes around, and it doesn't look like that was the nicest hit in the world. I don't know what angle we can get to say it, but there's a bit of side-by-side. And then on the brakes, oh! Just outbroke himself. Wasn't expecting everyone to check up that much to be too wide. So, for Colin Cameron, not ideal.
No, not ideal at all. Disappointing for him. Another few battles, though. Oh, this one's looking pretty good. Currently 9th.
Yeah, this is the Send It Esports 1. And I believe we're half a lap back at this moment in time in comparison to Year 1 Black, Nicholas Salapoutis, in a full defensive mode right now. Going through campus. Yeah, no worries at all, buddy. But you've got this battle going on right now. And for Chris Mogridge and that Send It Esports 1 car, for the majority of this race, they've been outdone by the Send It Esports 2 machine, but they've run into trouble Send It Esports 2. Which means that the 1 car's got to pick up the slack and is trying to around the outside of Blanchemont. Always a brave way to do it. Didn't quite have the overlap, but will now try and dive for the inside at the final chicane. Gets it nicely sorted, and no turning from the Year 1 Black machine, meaning that Chris Mogridge puts the car up into 8th place.
There we go. Well done. Good move from him. Would have been heart-mouth stuff going side by side. Through that fast section of the track. It's Mercedes behind though. He's not giving up, especially when the rear end of the Lamborghini's coming around like that. He could even get past here.
Very much could.
Here we go. This could be side by side.
It will be to Orange and Radion, and one lifted, but that's why. That's why over the curb. That's a slow down penalty. Every way from Sunday, the traffic's going to make its way through here. What a drive going through there. Who was that? That was Peter Dolhop then for CGC. And this is the position behind as well, because now you've got on this Dalton Kilroe for the Work in Progress Racing team. 3-car scrap going on here, all of which fighting for the final spots in the top 10.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. And Mercedes is under all sorts of pressure from the Ferrari.
Ferrari's not going to get it done, though. Not at Bruxelles, at least not now, anyway. So, patience, the better part of valour, as we look at Gutweniger here in the number 2 machine. This is the W2W car, all over the Metro New York PC18 Blue machine. So, for Joseph Ferrante, we've seen one spin attributed to pressure. Can Gutweniger do the same?
Yep, we will have to wait and see on that one. Taking a look back at our cars here. 33rd position we are. Still cutting pretty good laps. 3.6 seconds to the next car in the order. Oh, a little bit of slow down there. Couldn't grab the gear.
Slowdown penalties can be a little bit of an issue. There is our driver once again on screen. Down there a little bit in the order. The last car a lap down at this point in time. The Sender Esports car is 2 laps down in this field, so ultimately was trying to get back on the leading lap with us at this point in time, but no dice, at least for the moment, so we're okay. We're all going through. It's going to be quietly going about business at this point in time. Our 013 car is up now to 45th position, as the Stack Racing car is still down there in the lane. The SO24 car out there is the nearest car to us. It's 2 laps down the road. So a couple of things just to keep in mind as we go through. And our 2 cars are soon to converge on each other right now. The only difference is Chris Bowler is very much in the middle.
Yep, that's certainly right. And maybe a bit of team tactics, get the car out of the way. That could be the name of the game, I reckon.
Of course, the last thing you want in a sim racing event is to infringe Rule 1 of sim racing.
Yes, well, of course. Oh, just run a bit wide there for the 21 car.
Yeah, not ideal, but you got a million miles of runoff, so it's okay. There has been a change of position. The Metro New York PCA Team Blue car is now behind the W2W Racing Red machine, so that is a change for the top 5 that has happened on this lap. So a important change of position there. 15 seconds splitting the top 3 equally at this point, and there is Michael Avicius then in 33rd position at this point in time, and looking to try and stay in range with the Empire Racing Blue team just in front, but they are a fair ways now away, as they've been really pushing on. A lot of these cars in front are on some really quick 21s or low 22s in terms of their lap times. You compare that to what the leaders have been doing traditionally in terms of times. The leaders are on 219s, so that is worth keeping in the back of the mind.
Yeah, it certainly is. Worth keeping in mind. Yeah, it is so just important just to complete your lap after lap after lap, and you will find your way up there. We've seen so many accidents just happen randomly in the last few laps. Drivers are starting to get tired already, and the grip levels on the track are certainly mixing things up.
They certainly are. The track's getting colder as well, so more likely to have some oversteer and cause a little bit of troubles out there on circuit. And that's part of iRacing's dynamic track updates, part of the day to night cycle, which was added a couple of years ago, and completely changed the way that iRacing really was looked at and how it functions as a circuit. It's, I would say, more living. It breathes a little bit more. You've got a lot more variables. And of course, back in the day, Fonty, you'd use the shadows on the circuit to brake because of, oh hello, there has been smoke. I was just seeing Michael Avicius go by. There was smoke down at Blanchimont because the Wolfpack car has gone around, that being Jamie Burke.
Position?
Position at the time was
31st now. Let's go back and have a look and see what's happening there, eh?
Why not? Through the corner. It's going to be as simple as...
Oh, he grabbed the grass.
Yeah. Grabs the grass. Back end goes around.
He was lucky.
Fortunately, kept out of everyone and everything.
He was very lucky there, not for that to be much worse. And, yeah, change of underpants for him there. He's got back on the track and he's going to hunt down Ed Adams in front of him.
Yeah. So that is going to be really important to keep in mind as you go through. It's very easy to loop the back end, and there is not much you can do to figure that out. So close battle, good battle, but ultimately one where Jamie Burke has the back end step out, go around, and now back into 31st, which is only a couple of places ahead of where we are right now. We've just fallen 2 laps down, and our other car is about to go 8 laps down, as both RSV cars then get lapped, and we get our moment right now in the next corner, I believe, where our 2 cars are going to pass for position. Well, not necessarily for position, but they are going to pass as Mark Myers will definitely want to go through ASAMP on the two of us. And in the not too distant future, we will get a trade of positions going around.
Yep, we certainly will. And yeah, our guys have been doing a pretty good job in recent laps. No one's really put a foot wrong. They're just driving consistently and clean. Yeah, not too bad laps at all. The guys behind slightly faster, and they are slightly losing time to them. But yeah, like I say time and time again, just keep it on the black stuff.
Yeah, keep it on the island is definitely the port of call that we can say
Got
at
one
this
car
point
in the
time.
lane.
Yeah, we certainly do have a car in the lane right now, and that is Stephen Arell for the Apex Tech Racing. They come down into the pits in their Ferrari and look to try and get a good run, minding and avoiding the wall, taking it nice and gently back up to their pace, which is 59 kilometers an hour down this lane. It feels like forever. You do 59, 60 kilometers an hour down your residential street and you think, wow, this world's flying. You do it on a track, this is so tedious.
Yeah, nothing worse in endurance races. It feels like an eternity that you're sitting there waiting to get back on the track. And these races, it's not too bad because you know you got plenty of time. But yeah, certainly if you're doing a double stint and you're fighting for position with somebody else, it just feels like forever that you're sitting on those jacks waiting for the car to get filled up and the wheels to be changed.
Certainly do. And that can often be a very long process, a lengthy process out there in terms of the racing that we have. And I'm sure every position is going to be a very tough fight for in terms of this one. We're keeping an eye on some battles which will close up in these next stages. We are coming up towards that next window of pit stops. There are two philosophies: run the tank dry or go to the hour. You've got the KRU Esports team in 14th, started today in 42nd position. They're slowly being closed in by NSR Yellow. So that is one battle that we are definitely keeping a close monitor on at this moment. A lot of drivers back out there and racing again. And we are definitely trying to chase all of that down at this moment in time. There is Ed Adams, number 42 machine out there, which is the answer to Life, Universe, and pretty much everything on top of that. And they'll be looking for a pretty solid run with lead still currently being held by the Orange Cow team from the Netherlands.
Yep, there we go. Getting representation from all around the world, which is absolutely great to see. I'm down here in New Zealand bringing the show to you guys, and Sperry's over in the UK. And we got drivers from everywhere, which is the greatest thing about sim racing, is that you never know who you're going to race next. And yeah, the competitive battles that you have, during the week in any class, any popular class. Can't remember the exact stats that Jay told me, but for one of the sprint races of the GT series this week, there was 400 people turned up to one time slot, which is pretty amazing.
Very much is, and it shows you how many drivers want to get practice in, want to make sure that they are doing what they need, and effectively they will massively boost some of the points that are available to drivers here and there in their prospective iRacing series. So there is a whole heap of work that goes on to work out how things go. The general rule of thumb: stronger the drivers are, the more points that you're typically going to get. That's how iRacing officials do work out there at this moment in time, and very much are important to the infrastructure that goes through, which is actually something important that I do want to talk about, Fonty, and that is how much of an influence iRacing certainly has had over the general racing community. It's been a case where a lot of games out there at the moment now are so dependent on their online to be a successful racing franchise. It's almost like if you're not racing online, there's no point touching it.
Oh,
hello.
Just saying.
That's a spin in front of us.
It was. I saw it was a Mercedes. Not exactly sure who it was.
It was. Give me a second. I will try and I will not be able to find out, I don't think. That would have been the Mercedes. That would have been the AOD. Was that the AOD BMW, maybe?
No, it was definitely a Mercedes.
Okay. Well, you've got a replay function and I do not.
Yeah, I'm just not too sure who it was, so I don't want to start clicking on people.
Maybe we don't have to. Maybe we can just look at the car that we've got on the screen right now, go back and then click forward.
We could do that, Sperry. And if we
So there's our
slow
car.
it down. Oh, probably slowed it down a bit too much there. Make it a bit faster.
So there was smoke already going through. But the question is, who's gone around? That's the real question. As we fly on through in super slow-mo, that is a rejoin attempt, actually, from one of those Mercedes cars. So, not ideal.
The 93 car.
It is the 93 machine, so good eyes. That was the Chris Durance Team B car that went around. So Chris Bowler went around for a bit of a spin.
There we go. So, he's had a bit of a hit in the front. You can see we're riding on board with him. That front left of the bonnet doesn't look too great.
Nope. Not the most brilliant thing in the world. I've just heard from the 101 Driving Miss Daisy machine. Driver, can you learn how to drive, please? Didn't quite catch who the driver was, but interesting from the Driving Miss Daisy car in 21st. John Jackknife behind the wheel. But this is what happened to Chris Bowler. So it's getting flashed a little bit from behind there by the Lamborghini. And that Lambo will definitely want to try and go through and find a way to gain the place. But I doubt that it has happened. There is the 3 in the meanwhile, who looks like that was a little bit of a slowing process out there on track. I think we just jumped away from what we wanted to see.
Sorry about that, Sperry. There was a nice little close battle there.
And look down the inside. Right, that is Jag Khalifa. Oh! There's a spin as well. Jackknife's around in the 101.
There we go. Let's jump back and have a look at this one.
Yeah, it's with lap traffic. It's Dave Lloyd in the SO24.
Oh, that was his fault.
It was as well. He got over the curb, and John was very vocal over the radio. He said, "Learn to drive," which is a little bit of a funny thing to say when you're in 18th split, but I'm not complaining.
Yeah, well, hey, look, that was probably a little bit of a racing incident there. He went in a bit too hard and just grabbed the curb. They touched, and then, you know, yeah, the other driver probably could have got out of it as well, and they wouldn't have tangled, so everyone makes mistakes.
They certainly do. Speaking of which, though, we've had a driver who didn't necessarily make many mistakes and did very well for us out there, who's going to jump in with us right now for interview at this point in time. Vilius is with us right now. Vilius, for one of your first times out there, giving yourself a good account there, how different is it from, say, driving here in iRacing to driving in karting? What are the differences you're noticing?
Hello. So the difference is really big because you can't feel no G-forces, no like how the car, when the car slides, like you can't feel none of those things. And for me personally, it was very hard to get used to it. And well, you saw me, I was doing a lot of weird stuff in the car. So at that point, yeah, it's pretty different, honestly. You can't feel the speed, can't feel the braking force, can't feel no forces at all. So it was definitely a challenge for me as a first time, and this, like, besides a lot of good drivers, so yeah, it's definitely a challenge.
It's been a challenging start to this 24-hour for both sides of the team at this point in time. How has things gone in terms of according to plan? There's been a couple of incidents here and there, and what's the plan moving forward then for the next couple of hours as night begins to creep in?
Well, as we all know, at nighttime track gets faster, so we're planning to use all the nighttime to our advantage to maybe push a little more and gain our lost places back. So that's our plan for the night, and we'll see how things go after that.
Well, that definitely seems to be a plan. In terms of you personally and the stint work, we saw just the one spin, I think, out there on the circuit for you through Puon. How difficult is it to work out how much slip you can get in the car?
Honestly, it is still now the hard part in this race, and it's actually really challenging, at least for me, to work out how much I can brake and how much I can trail brake into the corner, because I can't really feel anything. So yeah, it's more like probably just getting everything in your head and just doing like ABC, you know. So yeah, in terms of that, it's actually really challenging, but I'm trying to get a hold of it as much as I can.
Yeah, and you are certainly doing a fantastic job. One last thing, we saw very early in the stint some amazing overtake down at that bus stop chicane. Just take us through it, because it looked like that you'd missed your braking point maybe by about 15-20 meters and still managed to pull it up for the apex.
Well, honestly, that overtake was just one-to-one like I do overtakes in my karting scene. Like, that's how we do it in KZ2 class, in OK class, and that's how it's supposed to be done in karting. Well, it's not really a good technique here, because well, the brakings are slower, like they take longer. You can like prepare yourself more, and you can just on and all. You have more time to think in a car. So that was kind of an instinctive move for me, and our first plan was to be safe. So I was kind of a bit, on the edge there. So yeah.
No worries at all there. Fantastic work then being done in the car from Vilius Kibildis there, with a wonderful bit of driving joining us then just for the moment's time, as we are over 3 hours done here in terms of the work we've done. Fonzie, shall we take a quick little break and be back in the next couple of minutes?
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
Sounds good to you, sounds good to me. We'll be with you with more action here from our 18th split of the iRacing official 24 Hours of Spa. We'll be back with more after this.
ACR. It's a PR, I'ma get money tonight. I am a don, dropping a ball. That bitch needs someone to lean on, someone to say she the one. This shit is fun, niggas just acting tough. Know that your bitch just slut, she on my nuts. She want me to cuff, but I'm not made for love. This shit is late, hey, you looking fine tonight. Guess I got time tonight, my slide tonight. That pussy is mine tonight. Might pull up and fight tonight. Might commit a crime tonight. It's wild tonight. We bringing out sticks and chicks. Might empty a clip tonight. Hey, riding around with the mob, ducking the cops, run into the ops. We sending shots, package you up, put you in a box. Them niggas just talk a lot and bark a lot. Them niggas don't walk the walk. Parking in the parking lot, pull up to the spot, light up the block. Don't try to act like you don't know who we be, neither. We in the club all the time, so pop on. Shady aftermath. You can find me in the club, bottle full of bub. Mama, I got what you need if you need to fill a buzz. I'm in the having sex, I ain't into making love. So come give me a hug if you're into getting rough. When I pull up out front, you see the Benz on dub. When I roll 20 deep, so it's drama in the club. Now that I roll with Dre, everybody show me love. When you sell like Eminem, you get plenty of groupie love. But homie, ain't nothing changed, pros down, cheese up. I see exhibit in the cutting, man, roll them trees up. Roll that watch how I move, you mistake before I play up pimp. Been hit with a few shells, but I don't walk with a limp. In the hood, in the lady saying 50, you hot. They like me, I want them to love me like they love pop. But holla in New York, show they tell you I'm local. The plan is to put the rap game in the choke. So I'm fully focused, man. My money on my mind, got a meal out the deal, and I'm still in the grind. Now shorty says she feeling my style, she feeling my flow. A girl from Wooded, they buy, and they ready to go. I'm in the club, bottle full of bub. Mama, I got what you need if you need to fill a buzz. I'm in the having sex, I ain't into making love. So come give me a hug if you ain't getting rough. You can find me in the club, bottle full of bub. Mama, I got what you need if you need to fill a buzz. I'm in the having sex, I ain't into making love. So come give me a hug if you ain't getting rough. Don't try to act like you don't know who we be, neither. We in the club all the time, so pop off. Just shady aftermath. Then you should love it way more than you hate it. Oh, you mad? I thought that you be happy I made it. I'm that cat by the bar, toasting to the good life. Moved out the hood, now you tryna pull me back, right? When my joint get the bumpin' in the club, it's on. I'm with my eye at your chicks, if she smash, she gone. Hit the roof on fire, man. Just let it burn. If they're talking about money, homie, I ain't concerned. I'm in the club, bottle full of bub. Mama, I got what you need if you need to fill a buzz. I'm in the having sex, I ain't into making love. So come give me a hug if you ain't getting rough.
Miles from comfort, we have traveled land and sea, but as long as you are with me, there's no place I'd rather be. I would away forever, exalted in the sea, as long as I am with you, my heart continues to beat. With every step we take, Kyoto to the bay, strolling so casually. We're different and the same, gave you another name, switch up the batteries. If you gave me a chance, I would take it. It's a shot in the dark, but
So I would like to give a big applause to the winner of this session, and this is Valerie. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
when I am with you, there's no place I'd rather be.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our coverage of the 18th split here of the iRacing official 24 hours. We are here, of course, with RSV. At this point in time, I nearly just spilt my drink all over my desk. And I'm Jake Sperry here, joined alongside by Scott Fountain here for the ride. Just a little ask in the comments here as things have gone on. What soft is this split? Well, the answer is very, very simple. This split is about a 1300 in terms of how much iRating is available here. All the iRating is averaged by the team, which is a novel way to get around some of the issues, Fonty, that used to happen when it came to some sim racing out there for these official splits. Mainly, you had some people out there when it came to sim races. We look at Mantas Sakalauskas, who is back behind the wheel. There were a couple of people out there who are going through and trying to, I would say, how do I put this? Either put themselves in a strength of field higher than they were, or put themselves, Fonty, in a strength of field that was lower than they were. We are a little bit down in terms of time, but it's not all about time in the end of the day. It's about finishing, and it doesn't matter if you're in split 1 or you're split 19. We're on split 18 here today. This makes all of the difference right now. We've got ourselves the Good Luck GT3 drivers behind us, trying to put a lap on the board on, but we are good on the brake. Someone's had a huge off, by the way, that final chicane. You can see the grass marks going through as they went on by. So we're doing okay at the moment. 32nd position out there on the road. It's a long chase to the Skidmark Racing team that are about, I'd say, half a lap in front of us at this point in time. Only 8 drivers as of current are on the leading lap, and there has been a change in the pit stop as well for the leaders, who are the Orange Cow 19s. Worth noting that we've heard a little bit from the teams as we've gone on through. They're going now here, Fonty, and moving on to double stinting as they go through. So each driver is going to be in there. It's going to take 2 stints behind the wheel, and they are going to try and make sure that they get through. They wanted to make sure they had everyone in once each, which of course means that if there were to be any problems, that they have sorted out fair share.
Helped. Yeah, once you're in a flow and a rhythm, generally, you know, you find yourself, you're getting comfortable, your lap times are improving, you know what the track's like, and it's a smart move if you want to make your way through the field, and you know, make your way up the order every time you do a driver change. It kind of costs you time in the pit lane as well. So as the track's getting colder, certainly double stinting the tyres becomes a little bit easier, especially around a big track like this one.
Yeah, and this is a pretty big track. It is 7.004 kilometres. We let the team in 4th position put a lap on us. That is, again, Sebastian Gutvenega, who is out there in that number 2 W2W Racing Red Machine. Started 19th on the grid. He's up there in 4th position, doing a good job, as we have our focus very much there on our driver, Mantas Sakalauskas, who is looking for a really good run, at least at this moment in time, to stave off a few challengers who are there behind us. And the nearest challenger is within a couple of seconds of us right now. It is Jake Ham, of course, of the Osmerican Jackaroos, which is a bit of a scary prospect to deal with behind. Got some great battling in the middle of the field, as I was keeping an eye on Luca Klein in the Styrian racer car, battling it out with Ragnarok Sim Racing and Valkyria Diaz out there. There are 5 cars split by, you could just throw a blanket over them. There's so many there.
Yeah, that's awesome to see. And yeah, good to see everybody get through there cleanly. Just riding on board our 21 car. See, we're up to 30 seconds. We got up right up to about 24th, I think, before the stop. So first lap out for Mantis is not a bad lap at all. 2:21.9. His peers in the car were sort of sitting around the 2:22 mark. So yeah, he'll just continue to get faster and faster through the stint. And you can already see the determination in his eyes there. He's focused, he knows where he wants to get. I reckon we could see him definitely inside that lower sort of 20 mark by the end of his stint.
Yeah, definitely an option. We saw how good places were made, got up to about 17th on the run-up, did Sakalauskas. So there are chances here as they pull on through. We are into the 4th hour of our sim racing adventure here today with us at Sim Speed TV. If you haven't had the chance to already, you can like, you can share, and you can subscribe for more content. James Chastner here along with us for the ride. How's the 24 hours of off tracks going? They are going okay, could be better, is the way that we'll describe it for our team here today, with an opportunity with rsvmotors.de at this moment in time. But when you look at it on the surface, Fonty, in terms of, okay, we are down places with both of our vehicles, I'd say we've been desperately unlucky.
Yeah, I think yeah, we started off well, obviously, in the 013 car, and yeah, our second driver there, he came out the gates pretty good, and just yeah, probably wasn't used, maybe hasn't done a huge amount of endurance racing in the past, and you know, he'd been in the car obviously during the week practicing, but it's so different when it comes to the actual race. And you've got, what, 50 odd cars out there on track. When you come out the pit lane and you've got a new set of rubber on, and you are trying to do well, you can, you know, maybe make a mistake. And yeah, once he made the mistake, he was kind of on the back foot. So that was unfortunate for that car, but you know, they're doing well now. Martin has been pretty consistent. He hasn't been super fast, but he's been consistent, which is, you know, which is the secret to doing well in the first place. And to finish first you have to finish. So, you know, I think if we could get both the cars in the top 20, you got to be happy with that.
Yeah, you certainly do, and you'd say at least this moment in time, as long as you can get yourself exactly what you want, then it's very much obtainable. Go out there and get it. Top 10's been got by the Work in Progress Racing team. Oh, there's a spinner as they go by. Luca Klein has gone around for the Styrian Racer car at a very awkward place as well on the exit of the Fania chicane. So ultimately for that team, which was running around in 39th position, was the last car 2 laps down. That would not have been the right place to have the number 6 car in all sorts of troubles.
There we go. Number 6 car. I'm just going to go back and have a look and see what's happened here. Was it before this point, Barry?
Let me have a look for you, buddy. And the answer is it's
right
right
there.
at this point.
Oh, he was lucky.
He was. He's even more lucky that he didn't get disqualified for going backwards.
Yeah. Oh, no, not so lucky there.
No, drove it in the wall.
He needed traction control off and do the big spin around. But
yeah, that's the thing that people don't tend to understand, is that you leave the traction control on, you're going to have about the turning circle of a battleship.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Although trying to turn it off in that short amount of time, it's kind of like if you're on the right setting on the page, maybe you don't have the buttons to quickly do that change, or but yeah, you've always got to be prepared to do the big wide turn, unless you're in something that doesn't have traction control at all, and you can spin it up. But if you're in a Formula V or a Skip Barber, I don't think those things even wheel spin. So
It's always difficult, but I do have a little look on my eye at the YouTube chat as the 157 is out there racing, and that, of course, is the iRacing Today Motorsports 5. It's a case of would-be racing. Chestnut would be in this split. He'd probably be bossing this split, but ultimately, the key is there is a clash with Scott, of course, which will be quote for some tonight, some today, some tomorrow morning for myself. And that will be a very important race, of course. It's the last one. Yeah, it's the last one before Enduros, of course. So, Fonty, the iRacing Today Motorsports 5 car out there, a little bit behind us. They're in 36th position.
Yep, they certainly are. They were doing a fantastic job there, and we've seen them have a few little incidents there. You can certainly see the bonnet needs a good sledgehammer to it, and some tape to fix up that aero damage, but yeah, still doing a pretty good job. Lap times are being consistent enough. He's probably losing a second and a half with that front bonnet the way it is. So yeah, they should, I would suggest, spend some time in the pits getting the car repaired when they can come in.
Yeah, I certainly would agree. That is a good idea out there to try and get some of those repairs. I would say a little bit fixed up on that car. There have been a couple of issues here and there as the Alpha Canis car, or the Alpha Canis racing car of Scott Hara dives into the pits then from 23rd position. Long time on their stint as they went on through. So Orange Cow have the lead, the Dutch team. 87th lap of their race they're on right now, and they're ahead of IRLC in second position, a gap of 25 seconds. It's then 7 seconds back to the Trap Engineering Race Department, which was the car that got us in trouble with our 013. Then it's the W2W Racing Red in fourth position. RLH is in fifth. Obsidian Edge then in sixth position. The last car on the leading lap is the Sim Esports 1 team. Then following that is the 1-2 team in 8th position. Just behind them in 9th is Year 1 Black. And then not a million miles away is the KRU Esports outfit with Alex Castro behind the wheel. That's the top 10. On board with our driver, Mantas Sakalauskas at this stage, making a very good drive at this moment in time. And we'll definitely be searching for a strong result in the second half of the race, I think, especially as the night fell. We heard when the night fell, of course, Fonty, that they wanted to go out there and attack the nighttime conditions, give themselves every opportunity to go out there and gain some of that time back. 32nd on forward, that's not a bad idea.
Yeah, I think that's the right game plan to have, to be honest. Our driver needs to be careful of what's going on in front of him. Mantis has been doing a fantastic job in this stint. He's really got the bit between his teeth, and doing a really good job though. Last lap by his fastest lap, he's been punching out 120.1 that last lap by. This lap will be a bit slower because he made a mistake, but yeah, he's definitely gaining on that car in front of him.
Tell you what, would be mightily impressive if that was a 120.1, a 220.1 it definitely was, as this has gone on forward. But we know that Sakalauskas is the quick driver of the pairing there, and we'll be very much hoping for another good run in the not too distant future. I have noticed that a car has been off there at Stavolo Corner. It's a little while ago, and I'm trying to keep my eyes peeled to see who exactly has found themselves into some trouble down at that section. And the answer was, it was Sender Esports 1, who were in 7th position, who have had a huge moment there at at Stavolo. We're not going to be able to catch it, but they grabbed the gravel, Fonty, and then they found themselves right out to the outside wall, trying to keep it from beaching.
Yeah, and it is so easy to do. Beach your car in iRacing. You can do it in the you can do it on a curb. I've done it in the past, and yeah, it's pretty frustrating when you have to hit that escape button and get a tow back just because you're rocking on a curb because you're sitting on your chassis rails.
I've seen a Formula Renault 3.5, and not just any Formula Renault 3.5. The Formula Renault 3.5 of Paul Ilbrink beached the car, actually at Phillip Island on a grass bank on the outside of MG Turn 10. He got over and spun the car on the inside, went to reverse it back, and ultimately beached himself on the wooden plank that he's got on the car.
And that's a good laugh to have. Certainly at the time you'd be pretty frustrated, but you look back at that. I hope he saved that video for future reference.
I hope so as well. But into the pits comes our other RSV Motorsports car. That is Martin Skripin, and this is expected to be a driver change here for the 013 out there at this moment in time. Expect Radomir Sverkov to dive back into the car. Was very much the quick driver in that car, and was punching times in that opening stint before all the issues came in that were quicker than pretty much anybody else. So adjustment onto the cold tyres, get them up to speed, and then it'll be a double stint from here on to the next stops.
Yep, there we go. Big Boss Man's jumping back in the car. He did a fantastic job at the start of the race, so we'll see how he gets on.
We certainly will, and I want to actually take this opportunity to promote women in sim racing. There are a few out there who really do lead the line. We do have in the Driving Miss Daisy car right now Linda Noble out there. She's giving it a very good go, and this is the point, Fonty, that we say that sim racing can be an incredibly diverse sport, and anyone can go out there with the right tools, the right equipment, and be incredibly fast. And the fact that there are so many women out there right now in sim racing, a lot more than what there used to be, this is only going to get better as time goes on, and I'm very excited to see more women in the sport, and more women looking to push for potentially those pro seats.
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right. It is great to see the sport have a lot more females involved, and yeah, it's always good to see them when they, are fighting for top positions. I know that we had Emily Jones down on this end of the world. She's done very well for herself with her sim racing career, and promoting herself in that way, and yeah, has been a fantastic ambassador for certainly women in motorsport and sim racing. And yeah, there's lots of other females as well who are doing a fantastic job out there, and I hope to see more of them, and certainly some in the NASCAR would be pretty cool to see.
Yeah, that certainly would be very nice, but it will be down to those teams, of course, as very much it is a case of drafting and selecting, and
money.
Those who may be... Money, actually, yes, is a way that I would say that eNASCAR has come into play. It's about who you know in that sort of game as we push on forward. But at least for the moment, we are quietly running around at this stage. There is Sakalauskas out there, 2:22.5 that last time by on his 87th lap, and actually chasing down a driver. We're in 31st right now. The Good Luck GT3 drivers down the road, and Andrew Walters, and last lap by we were 2 seconds a lap quicker there or thereabouts.
Yeah, there we go. I don't quite have the last lap information, but 4.6 seconds separating those two now. So yeah, he's done a really, really good job so far in his stint, and he's just going to go around the outside.
That's an unlapping, by the way.
It is an unlapping. We've got now 5 seconds to the Good Luck GT3 drivers. Andrew Walters in front of him.
Yep, and a good bit of speed there from Andrew Walters, improving that Porsche. A little bit of damage on the front there, on the front right-hand side going up the hill. So that is very much worth keeping in mind, as we absolutely battered the curb going through there, Eau Rouge and Raidillon. Our other car, of course, is still in there in the pits, and will be due to go at any moment, I do believe. In fact, it doesn't have a driver in it at the moment. That is a little concerning. So now the question becomes, is it damage, or is it a moment that's happened on track?
No,
I don't think it's.
I don't think
It
it
hasn't
hasn't left the pits. Nah, so they probably still had damage from that first initial accident, and are staying in there. You can see the gloves there on the side. I don't know if they were the previous driver's gloves, but yeah, they were doing a good job. They were just a few laps down. They could have, yeah, certainly caught those up. I hope to see that car come back on the track. That's for sure.
Yeah, I certainly agree as well. They were doing a really good job early on, and it would be a shame. And on top of that as well, there'll definitely be eyes on them trying to make sure they can get somewhat to the end, hopefully, as we focus back on Mantas Sakalauskas. And it's something that's really important now in terms of this era of sim racing on iRacing compared to what you'd usually used to have in terms of iRacing effort. I remember a time where the Pure Racing team had crashed their top car in 2 laps or something like that, completely totaled it, race over, they were out of the Spa 24 hour. And so what they did instead is that they pushed every other driver they had into their other car so that they could go out, get some time, get some pace, because it was their number 1 car that was in trouble, and they managed to win the Spa 24 hour by, I think, about a lap. At that point in time, they really put a march on everyone else in top split in the field. Nowadays, you can't actually do that anymore, Fonty, because when you actually put iRacers in, you have to register every single driver at the same time to go in so they can work out the average strength of the field. So now you can no longer say, oh, well, my car's out after 2 laps. I can't just throw my drivers who didn't get a lap in into another vehicle.
Yeah, which makes it fair and more like real life as well, doesn't it? It's, at the end of the day, that's what we're trying to implement here, and replicate as real life racing, and that's what iRacing have done such a fantastic job with. I've been involved in iRacing for 11 years now, and just to see the development that's happened over that 11 years is phenomenal. The day-night transition, as you were talking about earlier, that was a huge step forward for iRacing, and making it an evolving day, which we'd previously never really had, and that's kind of when endurance racing and whatnot, it really became so much more realistic. And the temperature changes, the dynamic weather has been all very fantastic, and the good thing that iRacing do, and they do it well, is they it may take them a little longer to release something, and they may be a little bit behind, say, other platforms in some areas, but there's nothing compares to racing to what is produced on iRacing.
And that even goes even further, because I believe it was a year ago now, they said in the forums that they are working on rain. They do want to implement it, and on top of working on rain and implementing on it, it's a case of they want to make sure they get it absolutely right. That includes the transitions from dry to wet and wet to dry. They want to make sure that you can't just drive around on a dry tyre in wet conditions, that you would throw it in the wall if you do that. And there's even things like they're looking at puddle physics and all the rest of it that puts them in a position where you can say, you know what, this is sim racing, this is an important element of sim racing, and is one that we want to implement in, because effectively no one has quite done rain the justice it deserves for how much of a truly world-breaking, I would say, element of a race that weather can be.
Well, I personally don't think really there's any sim that does anything as good as what iRacing does. Every time they implement something, they absolutely nail it on the head, and do it better than anybody else. And I know that rain has been in the works for quite a long time, and when they do release that, everyone's looking forward to it. But I can guarantee when they release it, everyone will complain about it initially. Because it would just be so much harder to drive in and take it to a whole nother level. But certainly something that I'll be looking forward to seeing. And hopefully we get to see it within the next 12-24 months.
I hopefully hope that we will get to see that as well. There's a lot of things that will be coming up on the horizon. Of course, we are in the slap bang, I would say, Fonty, in the middle of an iRacing season right now. We're week 6. They run on 13-week cycles. You get 12 weeks of competition, then 1 week to mess about with a new build. That is week 13. There's done so much. We focus on Sakalauskas out there on circuit for us at this moment in time, making good inroads at this moment, trying to keep honest Andrew Walters. That gap has been fluctuating a little bit, but they have both been chasing down the next crew out there on circuit. And I tell you what, it's getting a little bit dicey up in front because you've got 27th, 30th, and you can throw a second and a half on them right now.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, Mantis done a great job. He's just been punching out 2 minute 20 every single lap and slowly gaining on that car in front. You can see the front grip of that car is really struggling at this point in the race. So he's been out there for how many laps now? He's done 10 laps on the stint, and the fronts are already starting to give him a hard time. So maybe it's his driving. Maybe he didn't grab tyres on that last stop.
I don't think the fronts are normally the issue here. It might just be a case of driving styles just eating up a couple of the fronts. I know that my driving style certainly is a front eater, for example.
Yeah, that's because you drive on a controller, mate.
I'm not. I didn't think that we would control a shame here on Sim Speed TV. I really thought we wouldn't. But you know what? I do drive a controller. I am proud of it.
I didn't mean to take the mickey out of you there, mate. It was just a little
don't worry
slight dig.
about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. I will explain myself. I love driving on a controller.
Good on
If
you, mate.
drive on a controller and you win the race.
Yes.
All of the purists in sim racing, you say you have to drive it with a wheel, and it has to be a Fanatec wheel, and it has to be hoisting belt pedals, and it has to be motion sim, and you have to have triple screens and all the rest of it. You say, yeah, I just used a single screen of the controller, sim racing.
Yep, that's right. And as long as you're going out there and having fun, as we got a car, he's just gone into the wall in front of Mantis. That will be a position gain for him.
Ooh, it's the Wolfpack car. That's Brian Laird. That is for position. And that came out of absolutely nowhere for
I'm going to
Brian
go back
Laird.
and have a look at that one. Then we're
Yeah,
going to
so
come
you
back
go-
to the controller chat.
We certainly will. That is just a case of trying to... I think that's just
He's
struggling
getting on
with
the power.
grip. It's not just getting on the power. It's the fact that he was so slow coming through the right, trying to let through drivers there, that he hasn't got enough downforce on the car to actually plant down anything coming in. So what you look at it and say is that Brian Laird is struggling because he's not going quick enough.
Yeah, he was offline on the outside there, probably picked up a little bit of dirt on the tyres, and then he's just jumped on the gas a bit too hard, turned the wheel to the left, and these Porsches, as soon as the rear end starts to go on them, they're really, really hard to catch.
And let's not forget, that's not just any old Porsche here, Fonty. That is the brand new Porsche GT3.
Oh, he's back in the wall.
Oh, not again.
Oh, he looks like he's kind of maybe got away with that one a little bit. We're going to have a look at that one too. Sorry to look at both your spins here, Brian, but we're going to.
Yeah, that is not necessarily a spin. That is understeer through the corner in the gravel, and we'll catch it right now.
Wow.
Just
Yeah.
understeers in the gravel, and then back goes around because you've got no grip in the gravel. It's as simple as that. You struggle with the car, and this is another thing. You go and spin the car up, you hyperheat the rears. You are going to struggle with grip for the next 2 laps, be it the fact that the car wants to oversteer or the car wants to understeer. And when you don't know what the car's doing underneath you, that is the worst feeling you can have as a driver. I don't know how to drive a car.
Yeah, exactly right. And it'd be interesting to see, but now our own car there, the 21 car, we could see how much of we were struggling with the fronts there, and there again for Brian. So is the track eating out fronts? Are we going to see this a consistent problem across the board? It'd be interesting to jump on board with some of the guys a bit further up the field and see.
Well, hang on. We are fighting for a place here. Up against driving Miss Daisy. Round the outside, there's contact. We've made contact. We've saved it, though. How we have saved our contact, I do not know. Sverchov is back out on circuit, but Sakalauskas has somehow saved the car through Jackie Ick's corner after contact with Linda Noble.
Oh, or he was lucky. If he hadn't been given a tap there, he would have definitely been going around. Has that caused some damage to that left front? Is that going to slow him down? He was in the 19s last lap by, so super quick. Maybe the front end, he let the front end cool down a little bit.
There is damage to the front
yeah,
left.
there is.
And it's the second hit that did it. It has exposed the tyre a little bit. This is still, of course, here on the old damage model, not the new one, which, of course, now means that you look at how that car goes around, it's going to be struggling a little bit as they go through. Second chance, though, on the overtake here on Linda Noble. Well, Linda, there's not much you can do there. That is Mantas Sakalauskas' position. And now it's a long way to the two fighting in front. Skidmark Racing 77 of Wayne Hufford, and then Andrew Walters for the Good Luck GT3 drivers.
Yep, that's exactly right. And yeah, fantastic battles. Plenty going on here, which is always good to see. I just can't wait till we get into the night time. It's when yeah, some real battles start to happen and drivers start to get pretty tired.
They certainly do. They call it dopey hour for a reason, where drivers do start to make mistakes. And this is one of the things that I love about sim racing. Everyone sort of functions from around the world, and you can tell a certain driver, say for example in Australia or New Zealand, to go take the quote-unquote European night shift, which for them is just their day drive.
That's exactly right. Well, I only just arrived back to New Zealand 2 days ago, so that's I've got the night shift tonight.
Oh, that's good. I mean, this is one way to deal with jet lag, I would assume.
Yeah. Well, there was only 30 people on my plane, so I was actually lucky enough to pretty much sleep the whole ride. But yeah, I'm in isolation for 2 weeks, so you know, may as well do the night shift, and yeah, it's been good fun. I've enjoyed it.
I'm pretty sure you have, and I'm pretty sure you've been enjoying some of the amazing racing that has been going on. I do have my eyes peeled on potentially a spin that has happened out there on circuit, and it is by the Blue Bayou team that had just come out of the pit. So they had a spin down at the double gauche of Puhon, which didn't work well, as we are back out on track with Radomir Sverchkov, who will be looking to try and get some of that damage repaired, and back out there trying to work on finding a good finish for the car, or our car, which is 13 laps adrift at this moment in time, and has been on the wrong end of dramas. But the key is there's only one bit of damage I can see on the car, and that is that there is a little panel up on the front right, effectively where all that manifold air intake is, which is a little bit pushed up from what it normally is. Aside from that, that's the only thing I can see wrong.
Yep, yeah, the car certainly looks a lot better than it did, and yeah, that right front is, yeah, it's not going to slow him down though. He's got the pace in him. It'll be interesting to see what this first lap he punches out is.
It certainly will be. I'm keeping my eye on the battle for third position, because while we've been keeping an eye out here and an eye out there, that battle for third is now under 2 seconds.
Here we go. The Porsche is chasing him down. Alex Weaver is under pressure, 2.3 seconds, and closing.
And closing indeed. I believe we are about 20 seconds behind here on the screen as things stand.
I don't have the replay sign in the corner for this one, so
that's fine. Why I'm here, isn't it? Not.
Yeah, that's exactly where you are.
But at least for the moment, Sebastian Gutweniger is chasing really hard down Alex Weaver. Last time by 5 seconds, which tells you all you need to know about IIRC and how they've been struggling over this stint. They've got their quote-unquote slow driver in. Every team has one. Sometimes it's only by a couple tenths, sometimes it's by a couple seconds, and this one is by a couple seconds. And you can see just how much that gap's come down. Just one car in between them right now, and it is the work-in-progress racing car. And for those who are maybe of the, I would say, 18 to 24 graphic, or maybe a little bit less, It's Brian Dees behind the wheel. Dees what? I don't quite know.
Good on this very. Yes, for this gap here for third place is down to 1.5 seconds now. So expect the pass to happen very soon. That Porsche of Sebastian's there is in good condition. No scratches on that. Looks like it's just come out the car wash.
It certainly does look like. It looks like. I tell you what it looks like. It looks like it's come out of Grand Theft Auto 3, where you try to avoid the police by going into a like a paint shop and repainting your car.
And that is very, very true. I haven't played that in years. Yes, it does look exactly like that, except it wouldn't have the Porsche branding in it, because only iRacing has the legitimate branding.
Absolutely, and that's what licensing is all about. But at least for the moment, Gut Vinegar makes the move on the lap traffic, and there's just a whole heap of it in front. It's a battle as well for 10th and 11th just in front. NSI Yellow has got through on Team Year
Here
1
we go.
Black.
Looking at our guys.
Yeah,
He's
absolutely, we've got to move.
We're up to 25th position now. Manta's doing a fantastic job. That collision that he had certainly isn't slowing him down.
Not at all, and let's not forget the car in front is a lap ahead, but will probably be lapped. It's Adam Gerling there underneath, in that machine at this moment in time, and effectively, traffic, Andrew Walters is what is just in front, and this is what you tend to see. You just got to pick them off one at a time, focus every car at a time, every corner at a time, and that will bring the race back together. Speaking of which, that third place battle now right back together, and it might just be a case where Gut Vinegar is going to get through soon.
Yep, I think you're right. Yeah, it'll be at the end of this straight. What'll happen? We've got a lap car getting in the way.
It is the Year 1 machine, and this is where it's going to get awkward here.
Oh.
Not going to be able to get through just like that. Going to drive the own line, and now this is going to bring Gut Vinegar to the outside in order to try and make this move. On the brakes they go. It looks like there's been a huge accident down there. Oh, that's a way to go through. I think there was a little bit of contact there in terms of that move. I'll have to double check it.
I think we might go back and have a quick look at that, because that was pretty phenomenal.
Oh, there was no contact at all. That's the more phenomenal thing. There was no contact at all with that. That was just a case of the IRLC car seeing the car there on the inside, getting out of the way and not wanting anything of it. In the meanwhile, the race leader's in. This will be a pit stop then for a... Oh! And that is the IRLC car heavy in the wall.
Here we go. Just going to have to continue on. Going to see what's happened there. Stay with
it's
the
up
replay.
At the top of Eau Rouge Radion. Horrible little hit there for Alex Weaver. The front is completely smashed in on that Porsche, and that will surely be the black and orange mechanical flag, colloquially known as the meatball flag, to say come into the pits. And you just watch this, Fonty. This is what happens when you catch the curb wrong.
Ooh, big shunt. That was a big hit. Yeah, he's going to be sitting in that pit bay for quite some time.
I wholeheartedly agree with that statement, and this will be a long pit stop. I would have thought there are no automatic repairs, and as such, it's got to stay calm and just do exactly what you need to out there at this moment in time. Meanwhile, our car is worth keeping our eyes on at this stage, because it looks like we're doing a pretty decent job of things. Right now we are ahead of the Metro team and the Skidmark team, and it looks like we have made a lot of progress, and that is because the Good Luck GT3 driver's car has had a spin last lap.
I see. Yeah, you can see that 2 minute 46 second lap time for him, so we were a little bit off the pace on that last lap there too. He was 3.4, nearly 4 seconds slower than the previous lap to that one, so maybe something happened there for us too.
Maybe we were avoiding that one as we went on by, but one thing we definitely can say at this moment as we focus on our second car now at this stage, the boss in the car, Radomir Sverikov, is that it's a long way home from here, and every lap that can be ticked off will be, and that certainly will be a lot of hope for a lot of drivers out there in the field that they can claw away back in. And you know, part of sim racing history is, well, how good have things been here, and you know, part of sim racing history, Max Verstappen's got an iRacing SPA 24 win. He's qualified himself before for the Porsche Esports Super Cup if he was allowed to go and drive it. And, you know, if you want to talk realities of Max Verstappen, he won last year this 24-hour race, even when the steering wheel came off and decided it didn't want to work.
Yeah, well, he only was involved in a huge accident last weekend, so great to see him back out there on the sim and smashing it.
Absolutely. And, you know, that's the Max Verstappen way. He loves his sim racing. In fact, it was one of those interview questions, when did you last look yourself up? He goes, actually, I looked myself up a few days ago, but it was nothing racing related. It was sim racing related, which really is quite fun to see, and a little bit different to see how drivers look themselves up for their sim racing stats and their abilities and what they've done in a sim, which can sometimes be a little bit lost to the wayside, which is why you see things, for example, like Sim Racing Wiki has been huge for keeping up to date some of the iRacing results that have been going around from time to time, which I absolutely adore the work that they've been doing. But work's still going on for every team out there at the moment. Our focus is on our RSV Motorsports team because, Fonty, we have got back to exactly where we started, P24.
Yep, there we go. So, great drive here from Mantis. He's really on the pace and, yeah, doing such a fantastic job. He hasn't put a foot wrong, really, apart from that little incident, which hasn't slowed him down. He's moving up through the field.
Yeah, I believe, once again, we are a little bit behind at this point in time.
Thank you, mate.
Whoa! There goes
there?
Brian Crowell upside down at the chicane. Upside down. And that we need to have a look at, because he just grabbed the grass right and he's actually flipped it over the curb.
I need to know the car number.
That would be the 66. Of all things to execute an order of.
What's happened here?
He just grabbed the grass.
I think, yeah, but he slowed down before that point. Wow. Unfortunate for him. We will go back live now.
I would say that's what happens when your suspension's too loose. If he had a stiffer suspension, he'd be able to keep that on the road.
Yeah, maybe there was he had a hardware failure or something, because it looked like he slowed down just before, well before he needed to, and then the car kind of went straight on him, so potentially. We will not know though.
They say that the toughest thing in sim racing is turning and braking at the same time, and as such, a lot of drivers who are maybe a little bit lower in their I rating have a tendency to, how do I put this, Fonty? Go when the car goes straight.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's quite interesting. People think that they'll be able to jump on and be super good on a sim. It's interesting to see who has raw talent and who doesn't when it comes to sim racing.
I've had a look at the Orange Cow 19. They have been in the pits for over a lap. And there is heavy damage on the front of the car. Fonty, keep an eye out on our driver here at this moment in time. I am definitely going to be having a look and seeing what has happened to the car that has, quite honestly, deserved to be out there in front over the course of this race.
Yeah, please do. In the meantime.
Oh, it was a huge accident down at the final chicane. This was on lap 97. has come together with the GPVA car on the brakes, who grabbed the grass and absolutely slammed Klein. Klein actually takes a bite out of the Stack racing car as well, which had Arnold's Mangooses in the car as well. A 3-car accident involving the race leader.
Yeah, okay, well, that's what happens in sim racing. And yeah.
On the rejoin, he went straight across the chicane, perpendicular to the circuit. So very nearly got a cop from Peter Dolhop as well in the CGC Motorsport green car. So
I'm just gonna see if I can find the accident actually.
It's a good 8 minutes back.
Yeah, I might have it there. What was the team
Incredible
name?
accident. It was the Orange Cow team in the 19. Incredible accident. Was that my AI driver again? Oh, Chasty, you. Oh dear me. It was a glorious moment. Not for the right reasons. I would say it would be an inglorious moment. But ultimately, what we can say is that is sim racing in a way, in a shape, and in a form. And you've got to make sure that you keep yourself out of troubles like that. It can happen at any moment, and it has happened before. I have been that driver before who has accidentally taken out a very important driver in the race, and I've had an ear fault before. It's never a nice feeling, and drivers don't like it happening. And that's also, Fonty, why you get so much pressure in sim racing, and sim racing can sometimes be perceived as a toxic place because there is so much pressure on. You've got to be a clean racer.
Well, you do, especially you know, people make mistakes and whatnot, and those ones you just got to suck up and accept. You know, for the driver who's made the mistake, it's always hard on them. But yeah, you know, people go out there and put a lot of time and effort and money into going sim racing, and if you get somebody just purposely take you out, then yeah.
I wouldn't say it was on purpose.
No, yeah, I know what you're saying.
I'd say that is a case where it happens when, you know, it's accidental, and it can be a little bit frustrating for drivers sometimes. Let's run through the top 10, because we have had a big change. It means that the Trap Engineering Race Department lead this race outright. They are the car, of course, that took us out of 3rd position at the time. They've got William J. Watts behind the wheel of that. The W2W team started 19th. They are now in 2nd position with the IRLC Motorsports car in 3rd, despite the heavy hit into the wall. They are running around with that damage, and they are doing just about enough. They're probably going to take some of the optionals in the pit stop. Then it's the RLH Esports Black team in 4th position. Exactly where they started, with Obsidian Edge Red in 5th. 6th is Sender Esports 1. They've just come in for a pit stop. And then it is the KRU Esports team in 7th. They started in 42nd position today in qualifying. They are up to 7th. They're having a really good run here in this one. 8th is the 1-2 team right now, with Lucas Egerblad in the NSI Yellow Sim Performance.dk car there in 9th position. That is the Danish team out there. And rounding out the top 10 is Brian Dees in the Work in Progress Racing car at this moment in time. So ultimately a very topsy-turvy, chopped and changed top 10, you could say, at this stage, Fonty. And I'd say we've probably had about 25 different teams up inside that top 10 in just the opening 4 hours and 5 minutes.
Yeah, you're certainly right. Yeah, to come from 42nd, wherever it was you just said, to be in P7, fantastic drive from those
P5.
guys. And P5, so yeah, they've stayed out of trouble, and they could easily find themselves race winners.
Yep, very easily could, and this is what you tend to find out there at this moment, that drivers do have an ability. As the race leader, I believe, might have come out. It's Raul Linares, sorry, who's come in for the 1-2 team. They are down in the lane as things go. One car very slow on the straight, letting everyone go by, was Andrew Butler in the thick rig. at this moment in time. Our driver doing a very nice job out there. We're keeping our focus, of course, very much planted on that, up in 22nd position, and due a pit stop because we're fully in that window at this moment in time. Tell you what, we are closing in with our 21 car here, Fonty, on Valkyria Diaz and the Ragnarok Sim Racing team.
Yeah, we certainly are. Only 2.2 seconds separating them, and yeah, that battle's going to be on. He's definitely faster. 2 seconds faster that last lap. It was a mistake by the 276 car, Eric Thomas, in front of them. We could, yeah, be inside the top 20 before the stint ends.
Very much an option. It's a little bit of a gap over to that simracers.de by MSC Puma team out there at this moment in time. By Puma Kuppenheim is the full name of the team. But at least at this point, the focus will be on position 21, which would be a really strong result to get back in. We are 2 laps down. We're running 2 minutes 20.2s at this moment in time.
My name is Steven Corpenos. I'm a senior web
developer.
We are
running faster than the race leader at this point in time. The quickest driver on the field is, at the moment, Gutvenega, who did a 2:18.7 fastest lap of the race that last time by. And why? Because Gutvenega has dived into the pit. So we're very firmly in that range right now, Fonty. Should we just take a little jump away for one moment, come back in a little bit?
Yep, we can do that, mate. Just jump over to the ads and show you guys some pretty cool supercars.
Exactly. We all love supercars, don't we? We're watching some GT3 racing action. This is iRacing. This is the iRacing official 24 hours of Spa. This is 18th split, and you are watching action here on the team that has been doing a pretty good job to get back into this one, RSV Motorsport.
Don't try to act like you don't know what we be, neither. We in the club all the time, so pop off. Shady aftermath. You can find me in the club, bottle full of bub. Mama, I got what you need if you need to fill a buzz. I'm in the having sex, I ain't into making love. So come give me a hug if you're into getting rough. When I pull up out front, you see the Benz on dub. When I roll 20 deep, so it's drama in the club. Now that I roll with Dre, everybody show me love. When you sell like Eminem, you get plenty of groupie love. But homie, ain't nothing changed, bros down, cheese up. I see exhibit in the cutting, man, roll them trees up. Bro, if you watch how I move, you mistake before I play up pimp. Been hit with a few shells, but I don't walk with a limp. In the hood, in the lady saying 50, you hot. They like me, I want them to love me like they love pop. But holla in New York, show, they tell you I'm local. The plan is to put the rap game in the choke. I'm fully focused, man. My money on my mind, got a meal out the deal, and I'm still in the grind. Now shorty says she feeling my style, she feeling my flow. My girl from Wooded, they die, and they ready to go. Yeah, club, bottle full of bub. Mama, I got what you need if you need to fill a buzz. I'm in the having sex, I ain't into making love. So come give me a hug if you ain't getting rough. You can find me in the club, bottle full of bub. Mama, I got what you need if you need to fill a buzz. I'm in the having sex, I ain't into making love. So come give me a hug if you ain't getting rough. Don't try to act like you don't know who we be, neither. We in the club all the time, so pop off. Just check the aftermath. Then you should love it way more than you hate it. Oh, you mad? I thought that you be happy I made it. I'm that cat by the bar, toasting to the good life. Moved out the hood, now you tryna pull me back, right? When my junk get the bumping in the club, it's on. I'm with my eye at your chicks, if she smash, she gone. Hit the roof on fire, man. Just let it burn. If they're talking about money, homie, I ain't concerned. I'm in the club, bottle full of bub. Mama, I got what you need if you need to fill a buzz. I'm in the having sex, I ain't into making love. So come give me a hug if you ain't getting rough.
We have traveled land and sea, but as long as you are with me, place I'd rather be. I would away forever, exalted in the sea. As long as I am with you, my heart continues to beat. With every step we take, Kyoto to the bay, strolling so casually. We're different and the same, gave you another name, switch up the batteries. If you gave me a chance, I would take it. It's a shot in the dark, but
So I would like to give a big applause to the winner of this session, and this is Vladimir. Thank you. Congratulations.
when I am with you, there's no place I'd rather be.
My name is Steven Corpenos. I'm a senior web developer here at iRacing, and I work on the beta UI. It's funny because iRacing has been around for 10 years, but we want to keep delivering the best possible user experience to our customers, and we've found that the old UI isn't exactly what we're trying to deliver in 2018. We want to use new features and provide the best possible experience when using the sim. One of the projects that I've been working on is some custom heat racing configuration for hosted races. We've been listening to our customers. Everyone's been asking for custom heat races. Maybe you want to tweak a few things with the preset iRacing configurations. Well, now you can using the beta UI. So once you're at the homepage of the beta UI, you just go to create a race. And from there you go to your set race options. And you'll notice here under event types, you can actually choose heat racing. First, I'm going to show you how to create a new format from scratch. You can choose the number of entrants. And as you can see, when I made that change, the change was actually reflected on the right side in the graph. Also, you can use the estimated duration at the bottom of the graph when you're changing the length to see what the total duration of your event will be. In addition, you can customize every aspect of the session information, practice, qualifying, heat races, consolations, and of course, the final feature race. Because the beta UI allows us to develop features that are robust and complex, this feature will be exclusively available on the beta UI. Once you've made all of the changes, you can hit save. Say you forgot what you selected. You can always preview it using the preview format button. We are very excited to release the brand new heat racing configuration feature that will be available in Season 3 of iRacing.
Hey, CR. Someone that say she the one, this shit is fun. Niggas just acting tough. Know that your bitch just slut, she on my nuts. She want me to cuff, but I'm not made for love. This shit is late. Hey, you looking fine tonight. Guess I got time tonight. My side tonight. That pussy is mine tonight. Might pull up and fight tonight. Might commit a crime tonight. It's wild tonight. We bringing out sticks and shit. Might empty a clip tonight. Hey, riding around with the mob, ducking the cops, run into the ops. We sending shots, package you up, put you in a box. Them niggas just talk a lot and bark a lot. Them niggas don't walk the walk. Parking in the parking lot, pull up to the spot, light up the block.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to action here from the iRacing official 24 Hours of Spa. This is the 18th split of 19. We welcome you all to the party here with some wonderful action here with our team, our fantastic team for this 24 hours. That, of course, is being done by us at RSV Motorsport. I'm Jake Sperry here. We've had Fonty in for a little bit of action for a little bit as we come out of the pits then with the number 21 car. But crucially, joining alongside me now for a little bit of fun for the next couple of hours to bring my stint over and home before we hand over to the V8 Americas crew. It is, of course, Nick Skarajev alongside with me. Nick, I know you're just jumping in. We've had a little bit of a turbulent time over the course of our stint so far, but we're 2 laps down at this moment with our leading car at this moment. So still a little bit of work to do to claw on back a bit of time, but we're doing well. And you know what? You can't really argue for much less of we're doing quite well at this moment, as pretty much everyone has dived down into the pits. WTW out in the lead with 52 seconds worth of a margin.
Yeah, absolutely there, Sperry. Thank you for having me as well. Yeah, we were just catching up on the latest there, just having a quick glance over the timing board, seeing I think there's about 10 cars there on the lead lap at the moment, so still sitting pretty tight at the moment. You can just see our driver here as well. Plenty of light around, so not too much glaring or anything to speak of. Aside from that, I think that's a bit of a sunrise just over there, so yeah, you're absolutely right. Everyone's just chipping away at the moment.
I'd say it's more the opposite. It's a sunset. So we are going to descend very much into the graveyard shift. We're going into the night in the next hour or so here in Sim. In Sim time is currently about 10 to 9 coming up to at this moment in time. The track has gone down to just 22 degrees out there overall. So there are a lot of teams out there who are looking for good results and have gained and profited a lot from the disasters of other drivers out there in the field. We are, of course, in the middle of a pit stop cycle, which often does change a lot of things out there. We get various cycles here and there, but we're in 21st position right now. And in terms of where we're chasing up the Camel for that top 20 position, just running behind then the CGC team at the moment, who are 33rd out there on the road. The other car, of course, here, Nick, has run into troubles very early on, was up as high as 3rd position, but has been struggling a little bit, has been out and in of the pits more than you can know, and is currently 16 laps down and on pit lane.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, hopefully for them, they can get back out there and get those some times in while the light is still quite good. Just on board here with car 21. Weird lap traffic there, yeah, but you're absolutely right there. Pit lane, that's not exactly where you want to be, so whether it be damage or I'm guessing possibly a driver change and some tyres.
Yeah, so I'm just keeping my eye out here on the on a little bit of a battle here going on. The lap traffic of Stack Racing, 12 laps down, is not being too pleased with the people lapping them, but I'm sure those around, and we're talking about the KRU Esports team, who are in 7th position right now, and they've got every reason to go, because they've got the Obsidian Edge team behind, and then Send It Esports 1 all in the mix. You know, when you're in that sort of battle position, and we're looking at it right now, just how packed it is here, Nick, you get yourself into a big battle pack like this. You're in a 3-car scrap, you're 4 hours in, nearly 5 hours in to, you know, a 24-hour race. You know, it gets tough. There is pressure.
Oh, I've just and
we've had a rule 1.
Yeah, and that's exactly what happens. A bit of a lapse in concentration, or just someone being a little bit impatient there, and yeah, it can cause. And it's amazing how little incidents like that probably doesn't look like much from the outside, but you have that bit of damage there in the front as well, and you know, 5 seconds here and 5 seconds there, and it can absolutely wear the whole situation down.
Yeah, we saw Alexander Gellinger in the Obsidian Edge red car completely miss the braking zone spear into Scott Baker in the Sender Esports 2 car, which ultimately led to contact with Martin McDermott in the Sender Esports 1 car. Rule 1 of sim racing is very much like Fight Club. You do not hit your teammate. The second time, you just say it louder. But at least for this moment in time, it has allowed the promotion of a couple drivers. The 1-2 team, for example, now up into P6 after that little hit, and they have just been put a lap down by your leaders as Marcus Bulhella is behind the car of the WTW team, and they are 58 seconds clear of the Trap Engineering outfit at this moment in time. But as we have said and we have looked at before, every position very much matters in a race like this. Of course, we do have our focuses, but our other focuses are very much on the cars that we have seen overtakes on and the cars that we are looking to see more overtakes go through with. And, you know, we've seen teams up and down the order here. And, you know, Nick, in terms of just like a driver's perspective, how difficult is it to, you know, keep your head on a swivel of all the other strategies in the field when you're going out there trying to do a 24-hour race?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just trying to keep your head clear of those distractions. I've been quite fortunate to do a few of the iRacing 24 events, most notably in Daytona. And it's trying not to, it's just trying to keep a cool head. And it's like, well, it's almost trying to drive at a pace where you're really in control. I think it's so easy to try and drive absolutely flat stick at like a qualifying pace there. But it's so much you really need to roll back there, and you can see just so many of these GT3 cars trying to navigate themselves around as well. It's not really like an LMP car against. Oh, that was very, very close there. It's not like an LMP where you can kind of line someone up on the straight and kind of come around. So to get around this lap traffic, you've really got to think about what you're doing there.
Yeah, that was the Sender Esports car, very nearly sending it into the back of us, as we're going to pick another one off here with Sakalauskas here. That is the Obsidian Edge car that we unlap ourselves on then with that. So it looks like that one is a position that we can definitely pick up then, at least at this moment in time. It's a little gap up to the 19th place machine, the Inglorious Bastards bar car right now, who are up 15 places at the moment in this race. But really it is getting a little bit, I would say, slightly spread out at this moment in time, but there is still a lot of time going on through as the 42 says, please go inside. It's the leader and also 6th place, so you definitely want none of those as you go on through, and that's also going to be worth keeping in mind. Some drivers are 1 lap, 2 laps down. You know, we've got some drivers out there trying to keep the car going who are, you know, many laps down, and I believe we've retired 1 car, and the last running car at this moment in time, I believe, is the Stack Racing 25, who is 13 laps down at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. We are just having a look here at our Menton Sakalakios, our Frenchman here.
Frenchman?
I do. Oh, yeah. Sorry, a freshman of sim racing. I misread that as a Frenchman of sim racing there, but might have got my countries slightly mixed up there.
I was going to say, we're a little bit far away from France, my friend. But at least for the moment, you know, we've got a freshman in there and doing a very good job, actually. Sakalauskas has been the quick driver. Is expected to drive a change at the end of this one. They have switched, of course, to a double stacking of the tyres situation. I wouldn't blame them, especially when you go into colder conditions like this here, Nick, because, of course, track's going to only be 22 degrees and is only going to favour, you know, tyre longevity.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just try not to push those tyres too hard. Try not to ride too much to the curbs as well. There you can see keeping it well inside the lines there as well. I think one thing, especially on a track like Spa, where you can get the off-track penalties so easily, is something of racking those up too quickly as well, and then having to serve those penalties. So it's very much just trying to take it easy, trying to also deal with the pressure as well, because you do have your teammates and everyone else looking as well. So it can get, it's such a tricky thing to take on a team event as well, dealing with that pressure on top.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. And, you know, we talk about how Spa-Francorchamps is very difficult for off-track instant points, and they have clarified the rule set in a tab called Rules that they have now in the iRacing sim. It can tell you what is or is not an off-track, and they highlight in red what parts of the track is classified as on-track and off-track. Anything in red is off-track. So what's very, very important as well to talk about is that from where this used to be, and I'm talking about like 2012, 2013, this is tame still. Like, you can easily run off and get all your off-track instant points around Spa-Francorchamps. We've said it, Taylor's oldest time here, Nick. But from what it used to be, and as actually I do see a car that spun around, it is the Trap Engineering car. I think may just get away with being beached. Has just been able to send it to the pit stop now. So that's an issue for the 26, who has been crabbing for a very long time after a heavy hit at Blanchimont with the Styrian Racer team. Oh, it's a massive hit. Absolutely massive. If we can get a replay of that, I'd be absolutely grateful, because the 26 car has come together with the 6 in an almighty crash. But what I was saying is, as we're going to get this right now, this is how it can go wrong, potentially. Oh, nope, that's not it. So that is Mad Trap in the pits right now. It's a little bit further back from that. So ultimately, and as Mad Trap in the Trap Engineering Race Department car here, you know, it's just before that as well. It's Blanchimont corner. So that's the secondary spin. There is a whole heap of a lot, which has not gone well. I think is the right way to say it there, Nick.
Yeah, a very tedious time. And as you mentioned there, having that secondary spin, oh, that is a heavy, heavy impact as well. I think that's one of the... I didn't pick up which Ferrari as well. Might have also
been... It was the Styrian Racer Ferrari.
Yeah, so be absolutely gutted with themselves. We'll just have a bit of a good look at that replay right now.
Yep, so this is the key. It's lap traffic in front, and by iRacing law, this will be pinned entirely here on the car that's trying to make the pass. But you have to say, where are you supposed to go when it gets shut down like that? I don't see where, you know, the or the track car could really go.
Yeah, such a fast part of that circuit as well there. They would have been doing well over 200 kilometers an hour, I'd think, as well. So yeah, they will be sitting in that pits for quite a while trying to get that repair done. So very, very unfortunate there for Trap Engineering.
Meanwhile, we're up to 18th place. We've got by the Inglorious Bastard Spa car.
Yeah, is that their team name? It's
yes.
Beautiful. Yeah, so absolutely chipping away there. And to think about, you could just imagine for Trap Engineering, their heart sinking there, hitting the wall, and kind of the stress that's involved in that. So it really ends up taking on like another dynamic of the race of, well, now that they won't be racing for position, just trying to bring it home, and potentially a bit more of a community outlook of just in it, just for the sake of it. But yeah, very unfortunate there, come down that order like they have.
I totally agree. Incredibly unfortunate in terms of that scrap, which has not gone well. Scrap is going on as well right now for 3rd position, and it is legitimately for place. The KRU Esports team, who are looking to try and pick this one off. They have been quietly working from 42nd on the grid. You can see the damage on the front of that Porsche. It's been on the inside wall at Radion corner, and that's why it is so heavily hurt. And now here comes the move from the 12. Watch this for the podium. It's going to move to the inside. They hit the brakes now. Just carries enough. And that's how you get a podium here in iRacing.
Yeah, absolutely. You really clean cut, trying to get those overtakes done where you can. Just see those shadows just creeping ever so further across as well. So gives a lot of those camera angles, a really nice gold tinge as the sun's setting, but we're in a pretty pivotal point at the moment. So lots of sun glare, especially now that they're facing near the back of the circuit, and that dynamic will really be changing as we're on board here with Runa Bottasford. Right on the back of that Ferrari at the moment, matches the colour of the sky almost.
I wholeheartedly agree, and that's what we are definitely seeing at this moment in time. Some great battles going on here, there, and everywhere. And for Runar Bertolfsson, he will get past Christian Gross, and that will be a very nice move potentially. Yep, around the outside at curve full threat. No arguments about that one. Firebot Racing orange car gets overtaken by the Evil Nature team. And the Evil Nature team will move up in the not too distant future to 14th place in this race. And you know what? We're going to get another position for that, which means we're going to be in 16th. And we are absolutely rocketing here up this field 2 laps down, because that is the car that will be there for ad eternitum.
And it was pretty amazing. Like, I've only been here for 20 minutes. So yourself and Monty have been here for quite a lot longer. But if you look at that timing board now, there were 10 cars there on the lead lap only 20 minutes ago, and now that's brought it down to just 4. So you can see how much just these little mistakes and stuff can really blow the field open. So if you can keep your nose clean, you can definitely capitalise. So, potentially that might have been, that is not keeping your nose clean, as we've got our car 13 doing a bit of a 3-point turn.
That is what happens when lap traffic finds lap traffic, because Sverkov only spent a couple laps out there. The 25 car, who has been very vocal on the radio, was very unhappy, rejoins at Eau Rouge, and then, we find wall. And it's been just a torrid time for the O13. And not the meeting that we've wanted from them. They were up as they started in 5th. They got up as high as 2nd on the opening lap, fell back down to about 6th, got back to 3rd, and then all the issues started on the first driver change. And not ideal, I think, is the way that one car's gone. The other one doing a really good job at keeping pretty much everybody else in this field honest, because that RSV car, I just want to point out, was 4 seconds quicker than the car in front on the last lap.
Yeah, well, that really is a bit of a speed disparity there. As we've got Alex Weaver there, the last car on the lead lap there at the moment. We're just having a look back at our top car of Mantis. Sorry there, Sperry.
No, I was just looking at those 2 cars, and effectively the Firebot Racing orange car got a bump behind from the KRU machine, who is absolutely incensed at it, but just drove into the back, simply put, and the IRLC car is right back in the fight.
Yeah, absolutely there. Is that just off camera there at the moment, is it?
Yeah, certainly is, and that's the thing as well. You know, there's just so much stuff that's going on pretty much everywhere on this circuit. You know, we haven't had many retirements from this race. I'd say we are still over 40 cars in this field 5 hours in, which you definitely can't say for top split at this moment in time. But what you definitely can say is that, you know, drivers are starting to get a little bit aggressive.
Yeah, and just having that impatience set in as well. So, you know, it's just putting in another lap there. Currently has a lapped car behind him, absolutely. So he'll have to yield potentially if this Lamborghini there of Martin McDermott can pull that gap in between. Looks like one of the Send-It race cars.
Yep, so McDermott in the 18 machine definitely is going to be trying to send it at a certain point in time, and hopefully we'll find a way up the order, as they're in 6th position right now, and it's about, I'd say, about 30 seconds behind what's needed at the moment. when you've got the likes of the Fat Rabbit Event Solutions racing team behind you, Mick Backer behind there at this stage. There's always a lot of work to go on, as we are hitting that stage where it is getting dark. Drivers are trying to work out where their brake markers are, and a lot of work needs to be done here, there, and everywhere. It's worth pointing out as well, a lot of teams have had a lot of luck and have done very well so far to get themselves to where they need to. I want to focus on the battle now for the last spot inside the top 10. Just for a little bit, because off goes the Sender Esports 2 car. Hassan Naeem behind the wheel of that one. That is Baptiste Segui behind the wheel of that car. And chasing down, just behind, sorry, that's of the Mad Sim Racing power headset team. He's trying to chase down Alexander Gengler in the Obsidian Edge Red. This is the fight for the last spot in the top 10 right now.
Yeah, action, absolutely action plenty there. You can see that those lights ablaze there of the Lamborghini there of Baptiste Segui. Oh, God, that car's just gone very, very wide there. You can see that's pulled the gap in between these two, so might just have to wait after this section at the back there. Oh, that BMW is way off the apex on both corners as well, keeping it very much down directly to the center of the track there. So he's made his BMW very, very wide there. He's going to leave, you can just see, he's going to leave one gap there open. Oh, he's just had to pull up.
I'm looking at the times. There is a very clear disparity from them. They are 2-minute 30 lap times consistently, which tells me all I need to know right now. This is a paint by numbers style of drive, and through goes the car, and there goes the top 10 for Obsidian, at least at this moment in time. It is firmly night now here at this moment. We are up in 15th position. We're trying to chase back to 14th if possible. We've got a little bit of work to do here with Sakalauskas at this moment in time to make that happen. We are expecting a driver change to come in for us in the 21. It will be Vilius Kadildis who will come back into the car. Very much had a good learning experience from the first stint, Nick. Someone who's got a lot more karting experience than he does do, for example, in the sim. And effectively has been trying to learn how to drive the sim without some of those natural forces that you tend to have.
Yeah, absolutely. So not really, unless if he's in a motion rig, it's very hard to have that kind of seat of the pants feel of what's happening or what's happening underneath you. But it as well as having quite a narrow view perspective as well. Usually your view perspective is quite similar to that. Run like triple screens and VR for extra immersion. Obviously you can see he's running the screens out in front. You can also see where his eyes are looking as well, how much of that peripheral he's really using up there as well. So you see quite calm, just checking, assuming some lap times and stuff, and some metadata on top of that. So that's exactly how you want to be approaching this. Cool, calm and collected. You can see that there is cars in front and behind him as well, but he's not too stressed about it. So
yeah.
Actually...
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you can see. You actually can see that he's pulling the car in front quite quickly there.
Absolutely, 222 flat that last time around the track, and was only beaten by the Sender Esports car behind, who was 6/10 quicker. Took 8/10 out of Zviloki just in front for the SAE team. There, just in front. So that is definitely something that is in the mind at this moment, and we got some very interesting battles going on now for second and third position. RLH Esports Black against KRU Esports. This is 2 minutes 12 seconds off the race lead, and the RLH car, Matej Stojka, being closed down at 3 seconds a lap. That's a lovely lunge down the inside. We didn't quite catch it on camera, but it was a lovely lunge down the inside from Alex Castro to get past Matej Stojka. The Evil Nature car will also quite like to unlap itself.
Yeah, that's right. Or might it be worth just sitting in for the moment as well? Just pulling in that natural draft and just using those brake markers of the car in front. Sorry, needing to push too early on, and you can see when we had that that position on track change before as well. It's not really worth battling. Sometimes you're better off just letting the car go. Potentially they might be able to pull it up in the next driver's stint. It's just about just chipping those laps away. So we're just looking at a few about the cars there on car 52. And the Porsche behind as well. As you can see, that Porsche is pulled right up there on the back as they come through the bus stop.
Yep, that Porsche wanting to unlap itself. If it wants to do so, it must do so cleanly. But on top of that as well, there are other battles out there. We have had a change of position for 7th and 8th place, as here comes the move down the inside. No arguments about it. You're quicker. Go through. But there has been a change, and it is the NSI yellow car in the 15 who has fallen behind the work in progress racing machine. So for Hamzalija Mako, he has lost out to Brian Deese in the move, and that is a very nice change for position on track. And there's also just been another one for 4th and 5th place, as Alex Weaver has lost out to Sergio Linares. The 1-2 team, the Linares brothers, are now in 4th place.
Yeah, you can just see as well, even that track just getting even more and more darker around. You can see those headlights and spotlights even more prominent as they come through.
I'd focus on that battle for 4th for the moment, because this is 3rd, 4th and 5th on the road. And you can see here, the yellow machine wants to get through. Stoica just covering all the road through Jackie X. And it's just about drive off the exit. This is how he was overtaken last lap. And, well, first time, shame on you. Second time, shame on me. That's a lovely move.
Yeah, absolutely. Only really a BMW car width there is to get through. They're quite a big car as well, if you kind of see them in comparison to especially that Porsche and stuff behind. Great overtaking move there as well. So I think they've got a fair bit of clear road in front, so they'll be able to try and capitalise on a bit of this extra clean air that they have.
Yeah, I think that will be the key. It's a couple of seconds to the KRU Esports team, and our 1-2 team have done a wonderful job getting themselves up there from 30th on the grid to 3rd. I must point out that the top 3 all started outside the top 18 places so far in this race, which shows you just how much change there has been out there on circuit and how much work has been done so far. But still a long way to go. Of course, we are yet to even reach the 1/4 distance mark, which will be scored at the end of 75 minutes time at this moment. So there is still a long way to figure out where everyone quote unquote needs to be at this moment. And there are a lot of needs out there in the race, and a lot of drivers who have fallen, I would say, by the wayside, and will be looking to try and battle their way back through. We focus again on the battle for 4th position. Up the hill we go. And again, Alex Weaver's got a tough job here, getting past that BMW. Why? Damage on the front, that's why.
Yeah, absolutely. So that'll be really punishing. Gee, oh, so close together there as they're on that fast section of the straight. That will be damaging their top speed there. Oh, it's actually having to yield out of it. So great defense there by that BMW. So he's going to have to try and line them up potentially on that next on that downhill section there. But you can see,
oh, that's brave.
Yeah.
And this is why you can run too wide, but no drive off the exit. Down the inside, round the outside. Matej Stoica can't do enough to hold it off. So RLH moved back to 5th, up into 4th, then goes Alex Weaver for IRLC. And that is a change of position at the moment. It's worth noting now that we are up into 14th place, because it looks like there may have been a pit stop for the year 1 team. They may have come down the pits or had a moment out there. So, yeah, that would have been a pit stop for Tyler Manning, a 4:35. So that now promotes us up a position temporarily at this point, there is our second car driver there, trying to get a good run. That's the boss, who is behind the car, at least for the time being at this moment. We have pulled ourselves to 20 laps down here. Radomir Schwalmtal has not had the best of runs. Currently minus 40 for the day. I don't know how many fantasy points I'd lose in F1 fantasy for having a driver drop 40 places.
That is pretty unfortunate, but you're exactly right though. It is only a quarter race distance, and anything can happen. Like, we can see even like small incidents like we've seen at the bus stop, as well as some of the incidents that we've had on the really fast sections of the circuit. A lot can happen in a very, very short period of time. So just being able to hang in there. Look, 40 is going to be a very, very uphill battle though, as you could imagine.
Certainly agree. They've been down in the pits more than once for a litany of different issues that have been out there on circuit, so there'll be work to be done to close all of that down, and the car maybe a little bit damaged on top of that doesn't make life very, very easy. The field almost about to be entirely lapped at this point in time as well, which will not quite be ideal for everybody at this stage, but it will now just mean that drivers will have to be very much alert to where they need to be out there. Battle on for 27th position, just to change, just behind this car. That is Klaus Helmer in the CGC Motorsport green car that's just got through on Lasse Erik Thursler then for the Arberg Racing Esport Team 2. So that is another change, just a little bit further behind that group. So another one there, and it's just in front of our 21 car at this moment in 14th place. So that is what is up next for our very, very strong team at the moment, as they will be for their driver stop in, I would say, around, let's get some maths out, 105 to 117, that's 12 laps, in about 15 laps time.
Yeah, absolutely. Carrying the one and maybe adding for Pi there as well. I've actually just having a look a little bit further down there at the moment. Not too much to speak of really at the moment. There is one thing is to notice though, a lot of cars carrying damage as well is quite prominent on the Ferraris there, and the Porsches with their flat noses. You can definitely see a lot of people have had so many scraps already, which not really they're not really going to get the chance to really get that repaired there. You really want to just get anything that's critical out the way first, and then try and get back out there. So you can see, yeah, definitely see a lot of damage there. I'm just actually watching, I think Marcus Bullhay coming through in that car one there. So he's currently sitting in second place. So just seeing a few changes through the field.
Yeah, and that is an important little move there to get by some lap traffic, as the Alpha Canis racing car of Xavier Jackson getting by with Mike Browning there, who has lost the place in the Osmerican Jackaroos car at this moment in time. Mike Browning, in terms of what he does for the American Jackaroos, he is an American in the American Jackaroos, who have a 5-driver team, 3 Americans, 2 Australians. We haven't yet seen an Australian jump in the car.
Yeah, that'd be great. Just a little bit patriotic on my part, potentially there, but Mike Browning.
Are you
there.
an Osmerican?
I'm just an Oz, unfortunately. I'm not overly...
An Ozosian, okay.
Yeah, it's as exotic as a BA Commodore, I think. Really, unfortunately. Sorry, BA Falcon. I think I got both of our domestic cars mixed up in between.
Oh, and you call yourself an Aussie? Nah. Anyway, Sakalauskas with a little bit of things behind to keep an eye out on, and trying to move through and gain their lap back is the car that actually found itself in an accident from the race lead, dropped back and 3 laps down. It's the Orange Cow team there of Danny Legger, who is looking to try and make some progress through and gain the lap back here on us to move back into play, and you would say at this moment in time, no doubts for RSV. Danny Lega has been running 2 seconds a lap quicker pretty consistently.
Yeah, and also just looking at that timing board as well, you could say then there were 2, so we've now dropped it now down to 2 cars onto that lead lap as well. So you did mention that there's a couple of cars just trying to unlap themselves as well. So you can see that W2W Racing Red are really absolutely trying to get that hammer down. If they can get that Crew Esports a lap under as well, it's going to be a massive advantage to their campaign.
Issue is with that, they're 1.1 seconds slower that last lap. I don't see that happen.
Yeah, absolutely. So won't be yeah, it might not be done in this stint as well. Just seeing a few cars come out of the pits as well. So, yeah.
Ooh, good scrap for 10th here. And there it went. So Obsidian Edge Red loses out to Evil Nature, who moved themselves now up inside the top 10 on the field. Just like that. That's how easily positions can change.
Yeah, just looking there, that car 3 there of Alexander Gengler. Big overtake through that part. You can that inside line proving so efficient as well. It's a really big sweeping hairpin around that corner there. Just single file as they come down the hill.
Just behind that for position, you can see the iRacing Today Motorsports 5 car. Apparently James Chastanoff was supposed to drive in that car as Gengler takes the scenic route through Double Gauche, or Pouon as it is formerly known. And now you could say here that it's going to be dicey as the driver in 5th place just about manages to salvage a way through. But Larry Hale versus Mike Browning. Oh, it was Larry Hale versus Mike Browning. iRacing Today Motorsports car is in the fence at Fania.
Yeah, it'd be great to see Chasty out there. Obviously, it is 20 to 4.
He won't be out there.
Oh, he won't be out there. I was just seeing Larry Hale there.
Lost it all on his own. Was chasing hard. That was for position just in front. And ultimately here, you can see why Fania in the cold is a very difficult corner.
Just, not even dropping a wheel there off the line either. It was just more just unsettling the car as well. So, and a pretty tedious place to be there as well, facing completely opposite 180 there. Very respectfully though, letting the cars through. I think people will get a bit of a fright there having a Mercedes reverse over the racing line there.
I mean, they've already had it once today. They've got reason to be concerned. So they are fine. They are out there and they are trying to push with everything that has got on it. We've also got a good battle going on for 20th and 21st out there on circuit. The Ragnarok Sim Racing team, who have had some very strong drivers in the early stage. Antonio Blanco handed over to Valkyria Diaz. Now it's Emiliano Martel behind the wheel, dealing with Rudy Jetton behind the wheel, taking over from Linda Noble, and from there John Jackknife and Jonathan Evans. Jetton started the car and will now look to continue it at this stage and is absolutely flying. Watch this, easy as you like. Thank you very much. I'm in the top 20.
Yeah, absolutely. Just flew past that as well. I think the speed difference is huge. So great work there by Rudy Jetton. Such a
Jetton
cool
by
name.
name, Jetton by nature.
I was going to say, how cool is the name of Jackknife as your last name? But you definitely wouldn't want to.
John Jackknife. Like, you couldn't even make that up for a professional wrestler if you tried.
But you wouldn't want to be John Jackknife by nature, and definitely want to keep it there quite straight there, as we see Radamore through there as well, running it nice and wide throughout. So
I mean, that does make the point, being Jackknife by nature. Wouldn't that just make you Kevin Nash?
Yeah, that's right. Very good reference there.
I know my 90s wrestling. I was about a month old at that point, which makes me feel kind of young and kind of old. But at least at this point in time, 14th position, definitely nothing to shake a stick at this moment. We're trying to chase down the Firebolt Racing Orange team, and we are taking time out, but not on that last lap. And then just in front of that as well is the struggling, I would say at this point, car in 12th position, the Metro New York PCA Team Blue. They've got Adam Gerling behind the wheel at the moment, and basically Firebolt and ourselves at RSV are slowly reeling them in.
Yeah, that's exactly how you want to have it there. Just chipping away there, so that it's going to cross the line there. We'll check to see what kind of lap type that is there, but it's been actually a really pretty decent sized sprint there for Sakalauskas. So
close. Sakalauskas.
Oh, Sakalauskas. Sorry
Close.
there. And he's also worked out that he's a freshman, not a Frenchman.
Yes. That's also true. But I tell you what, impressive last lap, 2:23 on the dot.
Yeah, so super consistent there as well. So he'll be really pleased about that stint coming through. You can just see a bit of lap traffic there, so that potentially might affect his lap. You can see that that Ferrari just in behind him as well, just sitting in there. I think that's car 7 of Matthew's logistics team, non-BSR.
I believe.
Oh no, they're car 14. Sorry, of Rangarock Sim Racing. So Rangarock.
The car behind them's the 5. Trying to get through and put a lap down. They are in 7th, started 13th. Brian D's in the work in progress racing car.
Yeah, I keep getting all my numbers mixed around there, but they're doing a pretty good job there as well. So you can just see that Lamborghini there. Oh,
my word, that was uncoordinated between those two. And I tell you what, both drivers are very lucky they've still got cars.
Yeah, very respectful there, backing out of it there. So you can tell that they had the nose there.
Oh my!
Got a wall.
They've just gone through a huge one. That is the RLH car. That is the RLH Esports car from 5th position, who has been involved in an almighty crash, coming together with the Trap Engineering team. Michael Ward was behind the wheel, and they come together, and ultimately nowhere to go for the CGC car, as they all funnel through. So 3 cars in major trouble, and that you would have to say it's not the easiest thing to find on your campus as you go by.
Yeah, and it's so unfortunate there for car 52 as well, facing the wrong way. I think the almost the car that caused it there managed to get out really quick there. Or you can see it flash the lights there, so definitely getting a little bit impatient, wanting to get through. So they're going to be forced to the outside though as they come around. So it's not making it super easy there, but overtaking's done there.
Yeah, that was a good overtake on replay that we saw from Brian Deese, who gets released. So we'll need to jump back live in the next couple of moments, because we're at the Camel at this moment in time. And there will be a lot of time to gain places, especially as we are on the verge of lucky 13th at this moment. Adam Gerling, we are keeping a little bit of a focus on at this stage. We are not a million miles away from, nor is the Firebolt car. So I would say that's in 10 seconds. We could be up towards 11th position, were it not for the fact that we've got to make a stop pretty soon.
Yeah, so Adam Gerling of Metro NY PCA Team Blue doing so well there at the moment. So it's definitely be a massive milestone to be able to pull a top 10 a 24-hour race, especially all things considering what's going on at the moment. He's really coming up on that Simrings car just out in front.
Yep, so Alpha Canis car out of the way, Orange Cow just behind. The Obsidian Edge machine, that is for position as well, so that is crucial. Be if you're 11th against the Obsidian Edge red car. And for that Metro New York PCA Team Blue, you know, you talk about some of the drivers they've had in that. They've got Adam Gerling in there right now. Adam Gerling took over from Joseph Ferrante, and Ferrante taking over from Shaibal Bandiapadje there. So wide they both go. They're going to allow the orange cow car to try and go around the outside. Not surprising. Oh, this isn't going to end up well. And the orange cow team just get through. That was very scary. And if they'd had come together more, that would have been more of a freebie in the future for our team, which is going around in 14th position at this point in time. Out of the pits goes Matsis Osla, is in 22nd position right now, so is a lap down, but we are going to get the position on the RLH car, so we are now officially up into 13th place.
Yeah, there you go. So great work there by Mantis. Getting those laps chipped away there as well. He's actually got quite a bit of clean air around him, as you can see at the moment. Just catching up with what's happening around the track there, I think. So Team Blue are well and truly lost that position now. So they're also running super wide there. So just trying to gather themselves a little bit together now.
Yeah, that's the NSR yellow car from 7th position having a moment off the road. That would be Hamza Leisure Mako in all sorts of trouble. And the year 1 black car, who is behind us, Tyler Manning behind the wheel, is quicker than us at the moment by 2 seconds a lap, is absolutely flying on 21s right now. It will be wanting to try and get through as soon as possible. So everything's closing up in the battles going on in and around that top 10 position. But at least for the time being, we're doing okay. Oh, I tell you who's not though. Gengler, very nearly taking out Javier Jackson through campus. Tell you what, this is getting really dicey at this point in time for that group in front. And actually Gengler's in the wall. And that'll be another one for us.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely battlemetry, and on such a fast part of the circuit, almost a blind corner as well, that right-hander as they come around, so hopefully not to cause too much of an accident.
Oh, it's just gravel. Just caught gravel on the exit, was understeering heavily after clipping the curb on the inside of Stavolo. Into the pits comes Danny Legger. I expect Gengler is also in at the end of this, and should be, but you know what? We take those. We do. We're up into 12th position. We are absolutely flying. And you know what? We are not a million miles away from 10th place, which I tell you what, I am mightily excited about for this team.
That's right there. So 10th place there being Metro Team Blue, so not too far away now for RSV.
We were 5 seconds a lap quicker than them that last time by.
Yeah, as well. So we've got, I believe that's might be work in progress racing just up ahead as well. So be able to more or less be able to get a lap down on them as well. So that'd be quite handy there. You can see there's actually quite a lot of distance out in front. So might not be this lap there, or keep it in there tight. Tight, Mantis.
Yeah, Mantis really showcasing the limits in these colder conditions as nightfall begins to descend. And there is Christian Gross out there on track and trying to pilot the Firebolt racing orange car to a good run at this stage. And not the first Gross we have seen in the car. The Gross brothers, of course, Christian and Stefan, have been in there. Patrick Schuren as well has taken to the car at different points in time. So the Firebolt car team, as we look at Radomir Sverkov, who started 5th, is now 43rd. The Firebolt Racing Orange team started 51st, didn't set a time in qualifying, had to go from the very back, and has found 11th, which is really impressive in terms of a run. But I think now would be a good time as ever to step aside for just a couple of moments here when it comes to the action we have got of your iRacing 24 hours official of Spa, the 18th split of 19. Strength of field about 1,300. We'll be back with more and our countdown to the V8 Americas crew jumping in, which of course will be happening at 18 hours to go.
Hey, CR. It's a PR, I'ma get money tonight. I am a don, dropping a ball. That bitch needs someone to lean on, someone to say she the one. This shit is fun, niggas just acting tough. Know that your bitch just slut, she on my nuts. She want me to cuff, but I'm not made for love. This shit is late, hey, you looking fine tonight. Guess I got time tonight, my slide tonight. That pussy is mine tonight. Might pull up and fight tonight. Might commit a crime tonight. It's wild tonight. We bringing out sticks and shit. Might empty a clip tonight. Hey, riding around with the mob, ducking the cops, run into the ops. We send the shots, package you up, put you in a box. Them niggas just talk a lot and bark a lot. Them niggas don't walk the walk. Parking in the parking lot, pull up to the spot, light up the block.
My name is Steven Corpenos. I'm a senior web developer here at iRacing, and I work on the beta UI. It's funny because iRacing has been around for 10 years, but we want to keep delivering the best possible user experience to our customers, and we've found that the old UI isn't exactly what we're trying to deliver in 2018. We want to use new features and provide the best possible experience when using the sim. One of the projects that I've been working on is some custom heat racing configuration for hosted races. We've been listening to our customers. Everyone's been asking for custom heat races. Maybe you want to tweak a few things with the preset iRacing configurations. Well, now you can using the beta UI. So once you're at the home page of the beta UI, you just go to create a race. Then from there you go to your set race options. And you'll notice here under event types, you can actually choose heat racing. First, I'm going to show you how to create a new format from scratch. You can choose the number of entrants. And as you can see, when I made that change, the change was actually reflected on the right side in the graph. Also, you can use the estimated duration at the bottom of the graph when you're changing the length to see what the total duration of your event will be. In addition, you can customize every aspect of the session information, practice, qualifying, heat races, consolations, and of course, the final feature race. Because the beta UI allows us to develop features that are robust and complex, this feature will be exclusively available on the beta UI. Once you've made all of the changes, you can hit save. Say you forgot what you selected. You can always preview it using the preview format button. We are very excited to release the brand new heat racing configuration feature that will be available in Season 3 of iRacing.
Don't try to act like you don't know who we be, neither. We be in the club all the time, so pop on. Shady aftermath. You can find me in the club, bottle full of bub. Mama, I got what you need if you need to fill a buzz. I'm into having sex, I ain't into making love. So come give me a hug if you're into getting rough. When I pull up out front, you see the Benz on dub. When I roll 20 deep, so it's drama in the club. Now that I roll with Dre, everybody show me love. When you sell like Eminem, you get plenty of groupie love. But homie, ain't nothing changed, pros down, cheese up. I see exhibit in the cutting, man, roll them trees up. Roll that, watch how I move, you mistake before I play up pimp. Been hit with a few shells, but I don't walk with a limp. In the hood, in the lady saying 50, you hot. They like me, I want them to love me like they love pop. But holla in New York, show they tell you I'm local. The plan is to put the rap game in the choke. I'm fully focused, man. My money on my mind, got a meal out the deal, and I'm still in the grind. Now shorty says she feeling my style, she feeling my flow. A girl from Wooded, they die, and they ready to go. I'm yeah, club, bottle full of bub. Mama, I got what you need if you need to fill a buzz. I'm into having sex, I ain't into making love. So come give me a hug if you into getting rough. You can find me in the club, bottle full of bub. Mama, I got what you need if you need to fill a buzz. I'm into having sex, I ain't into making love. So come give me a hug if you into getting rough. Don't try to act like you don't know who we be, neither. We in the club all the time, so pop on. Just shady aftermath. Then you should love it way more than you hate it. Oh, you mad? I thought that you be happy I made it. I'm that cat by the bar, toasting to the good life. Moved out the hood, now you tryna pull me back, right? When my joint get the bumping in the club, it's on. I'm with my eye at your chicks, if she smash, she gone. Hit the roof on fire, man. Just let it burn. Talking about money, homie, I ain't concerned. I'm in the club, bottle full of bub. Mama, I got what you need if you need to fill a buzz. I'm in the having sex, I ain't into making love. So come give me a hug if you into getting rough.
We have traveled land and sea, but as long as you are with me, there's no place I'd rather be. I would away forever, exalted in the sea. As long as I am with you, my heart continues to beat. With switch up the batteries. If you gave me a chance, I would take it. It's a shot in the dark, but
So I would like to give a big applause to the winner of this session, and this is Valerie. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
When I am with you, there's no place I'd rather be.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to action brought to you from the iRacing official 24 Hours of Spa. We are diving into the pits right now in 18th split of 19. Mantas Sakalauskas is in the pits, was up into 10th position at the time of the stop. Most of the drivers had come down and made a stop. We did lose the place outright to Team Year One Black, which was a little bit of a something here and there, but a lot of drivers are pretty shaken up in position and a lot of strategy coming in. Looks like we're really good here. Nick Sperry, Nick Skaujev. Nick, looks like we're really good on the fuel save game.
Yeah, the fuel save game has worked well. It looks like that we're actually serving a penalty there, or unless if we're using the pits. Oh, sorry, I do believe the pit lane that we're using is down the side there. You can see Mantas, our car there, in 10th place there. Potentially for a driver change as well. He's done actually a pretty long stint there, so we'll be pretty thankful to get a bit of a rest there as we're just looking a little bit further back on the circuit. Just catching up with one of our BMWs. Trying to get that move done. Does have a bit of a look there, but nice and clean there. I think that Ferrari maybe giving a little bit more space than what was required there, Sperry.
Yeah, definitely looked that way. And the BMW doing pretty much exactly what was needed to of that moment. We've got two cars in the field, and one of them is doing well, and the other one maybe isn't as much, and that is Radomir Surkov in the RSV Motorsports 013. It's had a tough day, but it is 18 laps down now, and looks very damaged. You can see the rear wing, the spoiler, very much has a crooked line through it and all the rest of it. Out and away we go. And then from our stop, it's going to be interesting to see where we do come out then with our 21 machine. At this moment, we were looking to try and put some effort in to chase down a couple cars here and there. It looks like we are going to come out, though, ahead of the Year One Black car, which is, I believe, a lap ahead of us. So the key is, who is the next car down the road that we need to really worry about? The answer is, we don't really need to worry at the moment, but the young kid, Vidius Kabildis, in the car, more karting experience and driving experience, and he's going to have to now learn how to adapt to a track where the track temperatures have gone down. He can be a bit more aggressive with a couple of these corners, but he's also got to temper the rear, and it's more temperamental to sliding.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And it's also just trying to get the feel for the car as well. It's kind of almost jumping in cold there and having to go flat out from the get-go. You've really got to try and as much as practice as he's had around the track there, as soon as you jump in the car super cold, it is tricky to try and keep it pointing straight there, but so far so good there. It's been a really good outlap, just getting that temperature into those tyres there.
Yeah, temperature's the key. You get your tyres up to temperature, You don't necessarily have any worries to deal with as we go on board then through the next left of the Fania chicane. Campus corner coming up next. That campus there on the right-hand side. An Institute of Technology. And I'll, in fact, get the official title if I go onto Google Maps and find myself an opportunity to look everything up then in the meanwhile. But let's just talk about actually just how important this Spa-Francorchamps circuit has been, Nick, in terms of its history. It used to be a long 14k circuit with the Master Kink, used to go through all the villages around Spa and Francorchamps. And nowadays, you could say it's still a long circuit, but it is probably one of the greatest all-round circuits in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. Also one of the most spectacular as well, with those Belgian forests and trees and stuff around there. You can see some of the old houses as well. It's definitely one of those premier circuits on the iRacing service. So even regards for not even holding the 24-hour event, but so many great battles as we've seen with those massively long straights, beautiful flowing circuits as well. You can see those two throws are, or all three throws, very, very close to each other at the moment there. So looks like they'll be fighting for position as well there between Grober and that might be Tucker as well. So awesome track, Spa. I'm a bit of a fan. Not too complex, thankfully, which is good for me because I'm not too good with the technical ones. But just see great overtaking there through that hairpin. So all three of these cars are. I do believe that they're all out in position there. If I have a look at the results, so they're all. Actually, I think Inglorious Bastards might be a lap down. Oh, sorry, no. Yes, this is all for position. So no lap traffic, no one's getting blue flags, and no one's giving way to each other.
Yeah, that is very, very good. I have found out what the name is as we look at these drivers going towards the campus corner. It is the Centre Compétence Technifuture out there, which in other words means that they are training all sorts of future technologies in automobiles and, you know, training people how to be drivers and mechanics and all the rest of it there at that section. Of course, there's a lot that you can use around here. Of course, there's a karting track on the inside of this section of track as well that they go through on top of that. So there's always a little something here and there that can definitely help out on the drive. But this is the battle that we're focusing on. Adams, Shuren and Orel here going at it here. And, well, it was Adams. It's now Robinson behind the wheel at this point in 12th position. Reiners for the Firebolt team in 13th. And then Matt Sola in 14th for Apex Tech. As we'll make the charge and try and catch these drivers. But on the brakes into one, Lasso's hairpin. Not going to happen, but now you're going to open yourself up here if you are Thomas Reiners. The Firebolt team now will have the awkward side-by-side, or not, because Matt Sola wants absolutely none of it in cold condition.
He has, coming through a really fast section of the road hairpins there as they come through. Whoa. Jostling for track position as well, so they want to try and get that overlap as hard up there. It's actually going to hang that car there on the right hand side a little bit out to drive. They're not going to find that draft there, but they're going to have the side line. Closes the door over the top there, so right,
that was comfortable. That was very much a case there of Thomas Reiners knowing when he was beaten, backing out. But here comes the next move to Soledani inside at Bruxelles, and it's going to get two positions in the space of two corners, it looks like. They're not going to give up those Inglorious Bastards at this stage. Michael Robinson is not one to let go. We'll take the off-track going around there at that that left-hander of Jackie X. And as such, it stays as is. Into the pits then has come the NSI yellow car. We'll come back out a lap down at this point in time. But we have, crucially, on our pit stop, got ahead of the Metro New York team, as they have put back in Scheibel Bandiopadhyai at this moment in time. Not a million miles away from us, but still, just to keep it in the back of the mind. We have come out right with the NSR car. So we are potentially going to be in a good position to go out there and be aggressive. And I tell you what, Villiers flashing the lights. Please let me through, sir. And no obligation to do so.
Yeah, so great work there by Villiers, but also he actually just mentioned Glorious Bastards is probably one of my favorite. Now I've lost the
movie franchises.
movie franchise. Who's the director? The director that everyone loves and can't seem to do anything wrong.
I don't know. There's many of those. I'm gonna say something like Tarantino or Scorsese.
Yeah,
or something.
Tarantino. That's it. From 2009, probably my favorite Tarantino film, but a lot of people would probably disagree with me on that. There,
That's the year one kart putting a lap on us. That is the Mad Sim Racing kart putting a lap on us. That was us slightly outbraking it, but we're okay.
Yeah, so
that's also the NSR car losing 2 places, by the way.
Yeah, it does get a bit of a chance there to be able to sit in now and try and draft it all the way back there. It's actually with these GT3 cars, is really need to be right on that back of that tail there. So I mean, it can be close enough to really make any kind of momentum here along the straight there into just trying to remember, it's Les Comays?
Les Comays, Lacoum, yes, absolutely.
Really showing.
Let's go Les Comays, the best corner out there at Spa. But yeah, we had that conversation. We had a food conversation earlier on. We had a mayonnaise conversation with Reese early on to go through, because this is the place the French fry, apparently. They do really good chips here. And apparently, according to someone I used to work with in sim racing, somewhere around Stavelot, there is a chippy or a burger van, as it were. Apparently, it does the best chips in the world. So
yeah, very self-proclaimed there. I can imagine Reese is a bit of a mayonnaise enthusiast, much like myself.
Yeah, I would say so. We had the backpacker mayonnaise conversation as well. Fill a backpack full of mayonnaise, why not? Fall on it, makes incredible noise. But yeah, still some incredible action we'll be going through. But we do have to keep our eyes peeled. We could lose another position in the not too distant future, but a lot of drivers right now are out of sync with us in terms of our pit stop window, because we have been able to go 27 laps on a stint consistently here, Nick. Effectively, what it means is we've got a lot more range. We are saving pit stops as we go.
Yes, definitely a good strategy to have there as well. Oh, we can just see coming through that bus stop section there. Just on board. Probably a little bit further back than we want to be to kind of get that lunge through. We'll see what kind of lines people take. Definitely hanging it through the center of the corner there, so making that very wide Mercedes just a little bit wider. Sorry, I just caught off camera there. Big hit through the unvogue section. So
yeah, so someone's in trouble. I don't know where, I don't know who, but someone is. And thread through the needle just in front of that group with the Inglorious kart, the Firebolt kart, very much in a fight for, I wouldn't say life, but it feels like life at this stage, the way all the defending's happening just in front, as we continue on forward and keep our focus very much planted. Michael Robinson is not letting Thomas Reiners anywhere near in terms of battle.
Yeah, it's been quite a busy part of the circuit here. Just through this section, I think just by chance everyone's kind of caught themselves up there. You can see flash the lights there from, I think, Stats there. So everyone just trying to elbows out, really trying to give each other a little bit more room there. But Stats is definitely not waiting here. He's wanting to get around, absolutely.
Yeah, no, I'd agree. A lot of drivers want to get by a lot of other drivers as we focus on the 07 machine just for a little bit. That is the Firebolt Racing orange car. Thomas Reiners behind the wheel. He definitely wants that move. Michael Robinson, not going to let him have it easy. But here's the run on to Blanchimont as we look a little bit further back. Here's the move. Be around the outside, it will have to be done. The trap car wants to get through as well, which is a couple of laps down, but the move is done. The Firebolt car has got the move. The trap car, well, It's got pace, and that's why on the brakes, it's going to try and go around the outside of both of them, but only get one.
So, see, Tram Racing definitely having a bit of pace there. Michael Robinson from Inglorious Bastards, maybe not too particularly happy about having those two cars through there, but it is what it is. It is a long way to go. We have just passed the 5.5 hour mark there, so time is just ticking away there. You can see just under 18.5 hours to go, so very long night ahead. So it almost is the night that feels like it kind of lasts forever, really. I used to do a lot of 24-hour cycling, HPV, human-powered vehicles, cycling, circuit racing, and it was very much like this. So it almost feels like the night goes on and on forever. So we're right at the start now. You can just see the sun just dipping away.
Yeah, we certainly can. So the light's fully on, and it'll be a little bit tough to distinguish car between car for now. The next 12-ish hours, I would say, of this race, but we'll stick with it. It is the night after all, and still more battling in play as Mad Sim Racing still try and find a way to try and get through on the year one machine. Cody Richardson battling it out strongly for place here with Tyler Manning, and a battle that wouldn't be too amiss in the likes of the BSR MX-5 trophy broadcasted by year one out there overall. But every little trick is coming into play. Every battle certainly is strengthening, I would say, as we are half an hour away from the 1/4 distance of this race. Kabildis we focus on right now, up in 14th position. They're doing a really good job to keep themselves in play with this one right now. And with their stops, they've just been quietly getting on with business, having good tyres, double stacking the tyres as well to save some time in the stops. And, you know, Nick, it's at this stage where you go, it's all about counting down. It's very much an Indy 500 thing. You count down your laps to get yourself to the end. And that's effectively what this team's doing right now. Just save the fuel, and we'll count down numbers, and we'll see what we need at the end. That's someone off trying to get into the pits there. That would be Tinas Botez in the Blue Bayou team, who ultimately, somehow, has found the wall trying to get into the pit.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate they're having an incident like that. But yeah, Kabildis doing a very good job there. Just sitting in, you can see there's a lot of cars around him as well. Also mentioned that karting circuit there as well. So Kabildis having some Palmares in the way of third place there in the Lithuanian karting championship as well. So might have been mentioned a little bit earlier on in the broadcast there as well. So great to see a good representation of some of the Lithuanian drivers.
Yeah.
Catching up with car 24 there. I think that's one of the other Team Blue cars there. So
that is just behind us, of course. That is the Metro New York PCA Team Blue car. We're up as high as second, and it's all starting to kick off, and we're all closing in on everyone else. So the Inglorious team finding themselves being lapped at this moment and being reeled into us, but we're all being reeled in to Scheibel Bandia Padhe there from the Metro New York PCA Team Blue team. And crucial about that team, of course, number 24, is that they have got literally everyone to go into that car at this moment. They've only had a couple jump in. Scheibel Bandia Padhe has been in, as is Ferrante and Gerling. They've got Adam Fox waiting to take over, but also in the car, Antonio Da Silva, Peter Portanova, Randy Teague, Charles Drees, and Roy Reynolds. They're all due in. This is a 9-car team, or a 9-driver team.
Yeah, so all sharing the load a little bit lightly. I suppose many hands make light work. Kabildis there making light work of the field. Sorry there, Spiro, I just cut you off.
It reminds me of the time that literally everybody from like top seed jumped in a car, and like almost every quick driver did like one or two stints and did fair share, and like a 10-car or a 10-person team won or something like that, one of the major endurance races, and everyone was like, oh, that's so sacrilegious. Why on earth did they put all those drivers in the car? It's like, why wouldn't they? It's a joke.
Yeah, that's right. And almost just to kind of cement a bit of dominance there, was just see Kibildis running just that little bit wide there through, I think that was through La Source there at the end of the track. So let's see.
I mean, we did lose a place, and that was at Fania when we were talking all about that. So Bandia Padier has got a place off us for running wide at Fania. And then Bandia Padier gets a place off of Michael Robinson. Now it's our turn to regain our 14th place.
Yeah, and Kibildis is in a really good position at the moment, so plenty of space behind him. He can just pick and choose there and just kind of sit in and learn the track just a little bit more. If there's any incidents and stuff, he'll have plenty of room to be able to kind of get around them there as well. So you can see it's actually sitting quite tight on this train there at the moment there.
It's an incredibly long train. You can see just how far it stacks back up, because it's stacking back up to that Firebolt racing car of Thomas Reiners, who is there in 12th position. Larry Hale as well. Bit of lap traffic isn't helping a lot of things in the mix, and basically everyone is stuck behind everyone else, and this is where accidents occur, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to endurance. When you get 8 cars within the space of about a couple of seconds, this is where you have your incident. This is where you don't want to be out there, and it's going to be a case of everything just trying to be there. Robinson not happy with our driver, who moves to the inside and takes the place as well. But our driver just getting there a little close and just doing exactly what was needed there. Getting the move done on the brakes into the final chicane. We're going to run a little bit wide, but we're okay. We are holding on to that place for the moment.
Some great work there by Kibildis. Oh, you know,
Very wide.
Very wide.
That was supposed to be a death. There wasn't one. This is like watching a sprint race with a lap to go. It's not supposed to be our 5 3/4. You know, we're not at King's Cross Station.
And it's,
I hope nobody decides they want to try and go to Hogwarts and go full Harry Potter in the second movie, have nowhere to go. This is going to be tight. Let's be wide. There's no gap. What are you doing? Shaibal Bandia Pade crossing the beams, making contact with other drivers, aggressive on the brake. How they have made their way through about all of that, I don't know. We've lost our place again. I don't know. This is sim racing now, apparently.
We did see quite a lot of contact there as well, so just focusing on quite a few little overtakes there through that big right-hand hairpin of Riviere.
Yep, so that right-hand hairpin, of course, Bruchel's, a very tough place to make a move, but we saw them, and that was very, very crucial as they go through. So, at least for the moment, let's take inventory of where we are. We are in 15th position right now, and there's a spin. There is a spin, and it is Cody Richardson from 6th place going around, and the Send It Esports 1 car will take that position back. So, shows you just how close it is. 5th, 6th, and 7th were fighting hard for places. Please let me through. As again, it continues on. Wide again goes Cody Richardson. But this is the thing, right? We're in the dark. It's different driving in the dark from driving in the light. You've got less to work with in terms of spotting your marker. Same circuit, still got to try and convert.
Yeah, absolutely, and not too much really track lighting there to speak of as well. Like, there is a few bits and pieces here in this busier section here on the straights as well, but you can see everything is governed by lights as well, so very, very difficult to kind of it can get quite disorientating, especially for corners like this where you have this really long braking zone there. You see Kabilda's just running that little bit wider there than what he'd hoped for. As they absolutely barrel down the hill there as well, but it's very difficult to get. You're exactly right there. Braking markers are so tricky there. Trying to work out what is going on around you as well. So also cars behind as well, because it'll be like a real flash of lights there in that rear vision mirror, or the screen, I guess, that these GT3 cars run.
Okay, imagine driving down the highway when someone's got the beam fully up as they go behind you and they start flashing your headlights. How distracting is that? You know, when you go in the car and you shout in your car and you use expletives that I cannot use here on the waves of YouTube to go out there and say, yeah, this is what sim racing is, right? You get those lights, they're in your sight, they're very distracting at night, and you've got to go out there and drive as fast as you would do without letting them go by. That is what makes night racing so very difficult in my view.
We're just saying that was iRacing Today Motorsports, that Mercedes there just wedged in between as well, so they're just trying to work out. Actually holding pace so at the moment they're behind Michael Robertson of the Inglorious Bastards Spa team as well, so not making it too easy there for builders.
No one said that sim racing was easy, as in the pits is the year 1 black car. They have come in for their stop and they've been there a little while, so it's worth keeping that one in mind. They were the pole sitters. Our car doing a pretty decent job, I would say, at this moment of just keeping honest at this point in time, as on the brakes they go into the final chicane. Struggling a little bit to stay there with the work being done by Larry Hale. Of course, the iRacing Today Motorsports team potentially could have had a Chastanerf in the car with them. The answer to that was no, I've got Scops in the morning. So that ultimately was a non-noma, I would say, at that point in time. But, you know, we are heading towards that 1/4 distance in the race here, Nick, and you put into perspective just how important it is to go out there and to put a solid race in the book. You know, there has been some dramas in the opening couple of laps, but the way that the teams responded to those opening hour issues, they've really come back magnificently, and this is what we have been seeing here. A lot of drivers have fallen numerous laps down, getting themselves into trouble. Speaking of which, we nearly just found that.
Yeah, and you can see that that absolute calm attitude there that we can see of Kabilda there at the moment. So he's had a few chances there to try and get around that Mercedes. It's a bit difficult there. He's not really has that pace advantage over that that iRacing Today Mercedes there. So not letting her get flustered too much. You can see just a little bit of damage there to that rear wing. So potentially that could be something that you can try and grab down a straight there and try and get a nose in front. That iRacing Today Mercedes will be getting a blue flag as well, so obviously in these 24-hour races you don't want to just keep yielding positions left, right and centre. You want to try and hold pace as best as you can to the very last minute before giving that position up.
I certainly agree. That's why iRacing blue flags are mandatory, and that is a car in the wall. That was not part of the plan there for that team, as I looked a little bit away there going through, and that would be Larry Hale on cue. I mean, let's put it into perspective, yeah. It's not often that you get a car to move out of the way of you as lap traffic by throwing themselves in the wall, but you take it.
Yeah, and it almost goes to show there with Larry Hale, possibly should have maybe given that position up a little bit earlier and then just sat in behind instead of trying to defend as maybe aggressively as he did there. So he may have to come into the pits now and potentially go for another repair there as well. Builders crossing over another lap there at the moment. Absolutely nails the apex that time, so he's right on the back there of Inglorious Bastards now.
Yeah, and the inglorious team, the 42, Michael Robinson has been very vocal on the radio, the in-game sim communication, saying, I like this, I don't like that. Normally, it's just a case of get on and race. Lights flash, I want to go through, I want to go through. Moves to the inside. And this is going to be move done. Thank you very much. On the brakes. And again, if you flash your lights at me, I'm not going to give you the position. So there you go. With a bit of anger from Michael Robinson, he's going to flash the lights back, which is one way of doing it. One way of showing your point and getting the message across.
Yeah, but it's two playing that game there. Just trying to see which car is in behind there as well. So if you're watching here, just ignore the flashing lights. These cars are all on the same lap.
Yeah, it's the 6th place car as well, just behind there. So the Mad Sim Racing car probably doesn't want to get involved in this, but I don't know, probably is going to have to. So let's take stock, shall we? Who's where? What's happening? The W2W Racing Red team is currently in control, 5 hours, 48 minutes in. Then the 1-2 team, who's the only other team on the lead lap, they're in 2nd position and is 1 minute 39 adrift as things stands. KRU Esports then are in 3rd position, and 4th is currently the work in progress racing car there at this moment in time. 5th is the Sender Esports One Machine. They are doing a good job, as is the Mad Sim Racing Power Headset team, who is just about to go around hour 42. And that one certainly works out. Then you've got the NSR Yellow in 7th position, with Evil Nature in 8th place after starting 43rd. 9th is the RLH Esports Black Car, and then the Apex Racing Machine is in 10th. I should note here at this point in time, Nick, only one car that started in the top 10 is in the top 10 right now, and that is the RLH team.
Yeah, that's exactly right there as well. And you could see, yeah, that was Team U1 that did have pole there at the start, all the way down in 15th place. So you can see so many people moving down, and so many people having really unfortunate times there. You can see like Sended Esports down in the 32nd place, starting from 2nd. So a lot of people moving down there. Quite a lot shifting up though as well. So you can see that these grid positions there, sometimes quite irrespective in these 24-hour events, but you do really need to get onto a group there and chip those laps away there, as we're just looking at Danny Legg there. Bit of a mover and shaker moving up through the field there, starting in that car starting in 20th, now up in the 7th place there. 7th place as well being...
Other way around there, Nick. Starting 7th, now in 20th.
Sorry. I was giving Danny Legg a bit of a big up there, but he's also in the Orange Cow racing car there. 3 laps down there on the leader.
Yeah, but you have to give credit to the Orange Cow team. They did have the lead early on, about hour 2. Had themselves a huge accident that wasn't their fault, and have fought incredibly hard to get themselves back into play in 20th place. And they are just behind that Ragnarok Sim Racing car. So this one is going to be for that 19th. And I'd say at this moment in time, you know, they are tucked up behind the 3rd place runner. And this will be a little bit helpful for Danny Legger, getting a little bit of a help up then in the chase to Emiliano Martel.
Yeah, you can just see...
Whoa. Goodbye.
Yeah. And it looks almost down there was Jose Morales there in that KRU Esports Ferrari as well. So it doesn't look like he's really got the pace there of these 2 cars behind. So potentially these 2 coming through to unlap themselves. Bit of a tricky situation there in 24-hour racing, but quite a common occurrence. So Danny Legg there, absolutely flying there. So he's right up on the back there of Jose Morales.
our car to deal with a couple cars in front going over the top of Eau Rouge Radion. Not in the most optimal way. Brian Laird having to take a slowdown as a lot of drivers make their way through. Now, here's the next issue. Behind is Tyler Manning, who, of course, made the stop. And now would very much like to go through on our number 21 in the not too distant future.
Yeah, absolutely. There's just catching these two as well. Danny Legg right up underneath.
Not for position.
Not for position though, but absolutely just trying to get through there as well. You can see that gap to that car just behind these two as well. Also,
oh, the year one car's gone. Ooh, it's gone around. And that's at Pujon, the 16. Didn't catch it on camera, but tell you what, it is the most laborious spin I think I have ever seen. It went on forever.
Yeah, might have to take a bit of a look at that. Hopefully they haven't had any contact with the wall or any other cars and they can get those repairs again.
Speaking of which, the Stat Racing car's gone around, and that is a huge moment into the wall at Blanchimont on top of that. So Stat Racing car definitely not having fun here today. And 82 getting on the radio to say how unhappy he is with the way he's driving. No shocks, no surprises, but, you know, we are in the dark, and that's what happens. In comes DRG Black Red to make a stop at this moment in time. Of course, we're focusing on Danny Legger at this moment. But at least for the time being here, as we are about 5 minutes away from exactly what's needed. We've got a battle as well, 9th and 10th places on the road, as the RLH Esports Black Car will lose out to the Apex Tech Racing Machine. And that will be a change then, and put the RLH Esports Black Car at risk of falling outside of the top 10.
Catching up with a few of these cars coming through the back here. We did see, I think that was Skidmark Motorsport there. We haven't seen too much of in the past couple of hours, so just seeing everyone. Oh, I just had a spin there of Mad Sim Racing, Cody Richardson.
Again?
Yeah, and we did catch it there just on the live feed as well, so.
Apparently we'll catch a replay of this. This happened right in front of our driver. So here's how not to take that corner. Oopsie. Round you go. And as simple as that. That is trouble with a capital P out there on circuit. So it can very easily be a whole heap more to deal with a little bit later on. But at least for the moment, I think the biggest battle out there on track is for that 10th place, because it is the Metro New York PCA Team Blue who have absolutely monstered onto the back of Matej Stojka.
Yeah, just saw a car go off in the pits there as well, so Stojka going to be under a lot of pressure soon by that Team Blue Porsche.
They certainly are, and it does show with Scheibel, Bandia, Padier looking to try and get through from Club New York. No surprises there. So that Metro team, everyone from New York on that team. No surprises, as they are from Metropolitan New York. Opportunity knocking, but not quite yet in a position to go and make a move. But as we know, there is always time on the horizon to go and make these sorts of passes a reality. And reality is, you don't have to make a move right now. You've got 18 hours.
Yeah, and through Vogue there as well. So we saw that Scheibel just got all kinds of mixed up there. Oh, it's very deep under brakes there. You can definitely see this speed difference between these two cars here, so it's just a matter of time there, just trying to get it done.
Here we go. Thinking about now, dives down the inside, well out of the way of it goes Stoica. And that is the top 10 now for the Metro New York PCA Team Blue, which is out there at the moment. So a very nice little bit of battle at this stage. And I'd probably say that this is all about time now. Stay calm. There's a lot of time on the horizon to go make some moves. A lot of drivers are focusing on what they've got. Speaking of that, our RSV Motorsports 013 has been gaining places thanks to drivers retiring from this race and teams retiring. They are now up the 013 to 42nd now.
Yeah, great work there by the by our second RSV Motors car. So Radomir just putting in those hours there at the moment, so doing a really great job there. I do believe he's the director of RSV Motors.
Yep, you'd be absolutely correct there. Focus still very much as it was before when he started, and the goal just to make sure that car gets around and finds the checkered flag out there after some of the damages it had earlier on in the race. So at least for the moment, it's going to be about just staying calm and making sure that that car finishes, which is sometimes easier said than done in these sorts of races. I know it's happened to me before. I've thrown a car in the wall at Daytona and taken someone out with me as I've done it. So, you know, we've all been there. We all have our one horror story of an endurance race on iRacing.
Yeah, absolutely. Very well dressed there as well in the team colours and the hat there as well. Right on the back there, it's be one of the Inglourious Bastards cars, so pulling in some really good pace there. You can see just how quick he is down that straight there coming in that second chicane section.
And gloriously passes the Inglorious car. So that is a nice move on the horizon. And you can't really argue too much about that sort of move. That was a very well constructed, very well created, and very well executed overtake out there at this moment in time. So again, we're sort of in this stage where a lot of this race is going to be all about staying calm and making sure that the race will fall into the right hands, and you know, all those cliches that come around in sim racing. There's a lot of cliches that come out in terms of sim racing, and you know, at the end of the day, all these drivers want is a finish, and if they can manage that as we tick over our 1/4 distance now in this race, you'd say after 1/4 of a race, you've still got a car. This is where you sort of knuckle down, and second quarter you now move to that next stage and say, you know what, this is the next little element that we go to that says we can go out there and make something incredible happen in terms of some racing.
Yeah, absolutely, and you can see even still by this 1/4 distance, we've got so many cars there. Like some is from I think from about 30, from around that mid 30s onwards all the way to 52. We've got so many cars there, over 10 laps down, so it can be a bit defeating there trying to bring it so far from the back there, but absolutely anything is possible there, and to be within only a handful of laps there of those race leaders there, still a lot to go and can still be quite motivating.
Still very much can, and we will see that as this all goes on, and I think it's going to be very, very important that the longer that this race goes on, you just make sure you punch your lap in and race your own race. It's very easily done, as there is that Firebolt car in a little bit of a situation, has the 5th place Mad Sim Racing car just behind, which is about to put the lap on the 13th Firebolt car, and will do. And we are of course, now up into 12th position. A lot of people have come down in, made some stops. We've got back out again. And our focus is chasing down Matej Stojka in 11th position, which will be a very nice run of things at this moment in time. I'm going to take this opportunity to bring JD Smith into the conversation. JD, how are you doing, buddy? Well, clearly doesn't want to talk to me. We get paid by the hour, apparently. Nick, we are in a wonderful bit of racing right now, but it is a dominant display at the front from the W2W team. They pretty much done nothing wrong all race long, and that's why they lead by 1:44.
Yeah, so W2W doing absolutely great there to the 1-2 team, who are second there, so maybe 1-2 by nature as well there as well. So very, very good position to be there, to be on the lead lap, even to be on all the way down to I think any of those positions there in that top 10. Just being a lap down there is not too bad at the end of the day, because we've seen so many cars, even in the last couple of hours there, drop out so quickly. So really want to keep there as well. I think we just saw our car 13 there move up a position as well. Just saw there on the timing. We've just seen the Apex Tech car there in the pits now. I've actually got quite a few cars there on the lane, so that's going to shuffle a few people around, including our RSV car.
Yep, so our RSV car will take a little promotion up through the order, as we do a pretty good job of things at this moment. I'm going to try again at this point in time. I know we're about 7 minutes away from the end of our stint in the box here, Nick, but we got JD here, hopefully. JD, we'll try a take two with the microphone. How's things going?
Good. How are you doing?
We are doing all right. We've gone through 6 hours and 2 hours respectively here. It's been a it's been a tough start for us, but we are pulling back through. We got a car in 12th position at this moment in time, which is technically now 11th, which we're really happy about, and a car 20-ish laps down at this point, which got crashed out from third. So we're starting to move, I think, and you know, our RSV team is settling into the night.
That sounds great, and I'm about to get settled in myself here in just a moment. I want to get everything pulled up. I'm having some difficulties at the moment, but hopefully I'll have those sorted out in just a second.
Yeah, no worries at all. We are going to be handing over in the next, I would say, 5-ish minutes then for that one. But Nick, in terms of how, you know, 24-hour races go, the first 6 hours are the tempo setter. I would say the middle 12 are where the business gets done. It's where you move around. And then, of course, those final 6 hours, they're all about, you know, getting the final 1 or 2 positions you want.
Yeah, absolutely. It really does come down to these. It's almost euphoric, these night drives here. So just absolutely chipping away there, and you can see so much of a time disparity between some of the cars there as well. So you do want to be able to sit in and not make any of those mistakes there as well, but you don't want to just be seconds and seconds off the pace there. You really want to be within a decent time for the cars around you. You can actually see there the RSV. Bit of a gap in front there at the moment, bit of a gap in behind, so absolutely business end here at the moment. It's completely dark here in the Belgian countryside, no light at all, so everything done from the headlights here, especially from this BMW GT3 car.
Yeah, bit of flashing the lights as we are, I believe, an ever so slightly bit behind at this moment, as we look actually a little bit further behind, sorry, at our other car, which is out there, of Radomir Sverkov at this moment in time. So this is the key. They're up to 39th now with various retirees in the field. IRLC have retired the car, it seems, at this point in time, and it's another one that we can chalk up as we've gained. And you know what? I think we've done really, really well. We were down at about 35th position about 2 or 3 hours ago. We're now 10th. Shows you all you need to know about how this sort of racing goes around here, and with various pitters here and there. Chassot back in the car for the RLH team as they go through. It's now about just settling down. There'll be less cars out on track, less things to get in the way, which will mean less retirements as drivers stay consistent.
Yeah, absolutely. So I almost thought collectively we're so RSV Motorsport themselves doing such a great job, but also such a great job done by you as well, Sperry, there. So 6 hours is an absolute killer stint there. You definitely be enjoying a bit of a rest here later on.
Well, my rest won't be very long here, ladies and gentlemen. I've got about an hour, and then I'll be jumping on for iGPS here on Sim Speed TV. That'll be coming up at 9 o'clock British Summer Time, coming up 8 p.m. GMT, and something silly in the morning for the people in Australia. So that is definitely something to keep an eye out on, at least at this moment in time. There is Surkov out there just quietly going about business, not concerned, no real emotion needing to be seen at this point in time. But what we're going to do right now is step aside for a moment here when it comes to SimSpeed TV. We thank you very much for joining us for the first 6 hours and a little bit. When we come back, it'll be JD and the V8 Americas crew. We'll be taking you through the next stint of this 24-hour event. Okay, Edge.
It's a PR, I'ma get money tonight. I am a don, dropping a ball. That bitch need someone to lean on, someone to say she the one. This shit is fun, niggas just acting tough. Know that your bitch just slut, she on my nuts. She want me to cuff, but I'm not made for love. This shit is late, hey, you looking fine tonight. Guess I got time tonight, my slide tonight. That pussy is mine tonight. Might pull up and fight tonight. Might commit a crime tonight. It's wild tonight. We bringing out sticks and shit. Might empty a clip tonight. Hey, riding around with the mob, ducking the cops, running to the ops. We sending shots, package you up, put you in a bar. Them niggas just talk a lot and bark a lot. Them niggas don't walk the walk. Parking in the parking lot, pull up to the spot, light up the block.
Don't try to act like you don't know who we be, neither. We in the club all the time, so pop on. Shady aftermath.
You can find me in the club, bottle full of bub. Mama, I got what you need if you need to fill a buzz. I'm in the having sex, I ain't into making love. So come give me a hug if you're into getting rough. When I pull up out front, you see the Benz on dub. When I roll 20 deep, so it's drama in the club. Now that I roll with Dre, everybody show me love. When you sell like Eminem, you get plenty of groupie love. But homie, ain't nothing changed, bros down, cheese up. I see exhibit in the cutting, man, roll them trees up. Bro, if you watch how I move, you mistake the
for a player pimp. Been hit with a few shells, but I don't walk with a limp. In the hood, in the lady saying 50, you hot. They like me, I want them to love me like they love pop. But holla in New York, show they tell you I'm local. The plan is to put the rap game in the choke. I'm fully focused, man. My money on my mind, got a meal out the deal, and I'm still in the grind. Now shorty says she feeling my style, she feeling my flow. A girl from Wooded, they die, and they ready to go. Bottle full of bug, mama, I got what you need if you need to fill a buzz. I'm in the having sex, I ain't into making love. So come give me a hug if you ain't getting rough. You can find me in the club. Bottle full of bug, mama, I got what you need if you need to fill a buzz. I'm in the having sex, I ain't into making love. So come give me a hug if you ain't getting rough. Don't try to act like you don't know who we be, neither. We in the club all the time, some problem pop off. Get the shady aftermath. Then you should love it way more than you hate it. Oh, you mad? I thought that you be happy I made it. I'm that cat by the bar, toasting to the good life. Moved out the hood, now you tryna pull me back, right? My joint get the bumping in the club, it's on. I'm with my eye at your chicks, if she smash, she gone. If the roof on fire, man, just let it burn. If talking about money, homie, I ain't concerned. I'm in the club, bottle full of bug. Mama, I got what you need if you need to fill a buzz. I'm in the having sex, I ain't into making love. So come give me a hug if you ain't getting rough.
Miles from comfort, we have traveled land and sea, but as long as you are with me, there's no place I'd rather be. I would away forever, exalted in the sea, as long as I am with you, my heart continues to beat. With every step we take, Kyoto to the bay, strolling so casually. We're different and the same, gave you another name, switch up the batteries. If you gave me a chance, I would take it. It's a shot in the dark, but
So I would like to give a big applause to the winner of this session, and this is Valerie. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
When I am with you, there's no place I'd rather be.
Hello everyone, we are back with Spa of 24 hours here, so we're currently on board with Kabilda, so down into 12th place there, just had a bit of a look just before inside that top 10, had a bit of a few cars pitting here and there, so they've had a really good stint with our Lithuanian karting driver as well, so we've also had the other car as well of the RSV currently in the lane there at the moment. Came into just inside that top 40 position there, so had a really good run there. I think that the driver we had before was the director, which his name just slips me at the moment, but coming in from Georgia, from the United States here, we've got JD. How you doing there, JD?
Doing fantastic, Nick. How are you doing this evening?
Yeah, not too bad there. So it was almost had a massive discussion offline while we were during the break, just trying to catch up on what's been happening there. Poor Sperry doing a 6-hour stint there as well. So he is off onto the iRacing IF1, the iGPS. I was right the first time around. Thank you, Fonty. So he'll be having an hour break and getting into the iGPS there as well. So just seeing our RSV cars just chipping away there at the moment. So Gilbertas has been pretty much on pace with the rest of the field there at the moment. So he hasn't had too much of a jump forward or back there at the moment. I think when he jumped in the car, I think he was around 12th or 13th. So he has maintained that position there. So just pretty clear, calm and collected there on the on that Zoom feed there as well. So tell us what you know here about Spa here, JD. So we're kind of bringing you in cold. Probably not a circuit that you've seen too much there of the American V8 Supercar Series.
Yes, absolutely love Spa. This is the first time I've ever seen it at night, though, which is good to see. It's one of my favorite tracks, actually. And I know these guys have been going, I think, what have we been going, about a good 6 hours strong since the drop of the green flag. And, 24-hour race here is so much fun. And I think it's going to be a really exciting run for these guys. But like I said, it's the first time I've ever done a 24-hour race at Spa, so it is unique seeing it at night.
So we've just caught in Gilbertas there. I think might have caught himself napping a little bit. He was almost a bit of the shake of the head there as well. So yeah, very animated there in how he's taken that on there. So might have potentially said some expletives there in Lithuanian, but yeah, you're exactly right there. Nice big open circuit there. Quite a simple circuit as well. By 24 hours since, thankfully it's not the Nordschleife or Le Mans as well, which can have those really technical sections. It's very flowing there. Even those bus stop and chicane sections, quite flowing through as well. So really just kind of sit in there and chip away at it.
That I like. It flows, has a nice flow to it, and there's no, other than the final chicane at the end of the lap, there's really not a section that you really have to be too concerned with. But like you saw just a minute ago, you can get into a kind of a trance when you're out here running a long race in an endurance session. You can kind of catch yourself falling asleep a little bit. And it's not that the drivers aren't trying. You're seeing it right there. It's just when you get kind of in the zone, I think they call it driver hypnosis. It can happen, and if you're not careful, you can find yourself slipping up, and that is something you have to watch out for in a long race like this.
Just catching up here with minus lap 8, and one thing to notice as well too, especially with some of this night driving, is it's you can get a lot of target fixation in your rear view mirror as well, so it can be quite distracting. It's quite a fast circuit as well, so even dropping a wheel can have pretty heavy consequences there. Just coming around the back part of the circuit now. It's also a bit tricky trying to get all the corner names correct. I kind of messed up a few of them before. Might have to bring that track map up again. But you're exactly right there. Quite dark out there, not too much track lighting the speak of either.
Yeah, there is a lack of track lighting, so having to rely solely on the lighting of your vehicle, that can make it tough.
Actually, one of the probably one of my favorite 24-hour races, and one that I've actually been really fortunate to participate in, is the Daytona 24, which is multi-class as well. So there's a bit more of a speed disparity there when it comes to lap traffic. Have you had much of a look there at the Daytona 24-hour racing?
Oh yes, absolutely. Obviously, in America here, Daytona is such an epic, legendary track here. It holds a sacred place for a lot of Americans. But Daytona 24 Hours is a very fun race to watch. I look forward to it. I know a lot of guys in America do as well. And that's kind of for a lot of us, that was our entry point into a 24-hour race, is watching that race. You see sometimes a lot of guys from different series step up and take a ride in that race. And, like I said, for me, that was the entry point for me into 24-hour endurance racing.
Yeah, absolutely. They're also quite a basic circuit as well, you could say, with the Daytona circuit, as well as that big banking there as well. So it's good to not have too many of those technical circuits trying to do 24. I could only imagine, I guess it's referred to as a green hell. They're doing doing those endurance races at the Nordschleife. You'd have to absolutely have your wits about you in something like that. So just catching up on circuit there at the moment. So it is Martinez Lepe there with our RSV Motorsport BMW. So he is in, so he's having a new stint here now. So this is just starting out there, just trying to get a feel for the track as he comes around. It's going to be just even more difficult now, doing it all in the dark there.
Also, Nick, I just noticed Wayne Hufford of Skidmark Racing just took his run down pit road for some pit action here. Let's see if he's going to do a driver change as well. And it will be Victor Lane who is going to be stepping in the car there for Skidmark Racing in the number 77 car as they do a driver change.
Yeah, do find it with these 24-hour events. A lot of driver changes and stuff all bunched in together around at the start, and we're really now that we're 6.5 hours into it, it's really kind of spread out there now. So a lot of leapfrogging there, as you see Victor Lane there.
And I know for you, it's one thing in real life when we see driver changes in real world racing, but as it goes for the sim in sim racing, what entails a driver change for those watching and myself who doesn't have as much experience with endurance racing? Kind of explain to me, Nick, what goes on with a driver change on the sim?
Yeah, so quite often it is actually a bit of a, well, in my experience anyway, which is probably more limited than anything else, you actually have a bit of a communication with kind of like actually how the commentary is ran, like a really good overlap between drivers. So usually you will have a driver coming in, will just sit in there for maybe about half an hour or so and try and get a feel of what's happening, trying to see if there's any like sense of urgency. Hopefully there's never really a sense of urgency. You really want to just come in nice and calm, as we've seen some of the RSV team coming in. And then, yeah, you have that really good overlap and try and pick that perfect point to come into the pits. Usually it's within getting held up with a bunch of cars behind come in, and then it is kind of all done online. So the driver in the car will come out, the other one, it's almost as a click of a button, so it's not really as frantic as in the real life. And then you'll have like a good 15-20 minute overlap on the out as well. So you'll have that driver that's just jumped out of the car, spot you for a bit, making sure that you've got everything under control and are good to go.
And that's great. Thanks for letting me know, because like I said, I know, not trying to hide it here, I am inexperienced in the endurance racing on the sim, so it is a question that I'd like to know, and thanks for filling that out for me, because it is curious how we do it. I remember when iRacing, this is how long it's been since I was on the sim myself. I took a 5-year break, and they were just starting to talk about doing driver swaps, and everybody was getting so excited for it. So it is amazing to see how far this sim has come.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it's really, I really enjoy like the. It's almost a bit of a catch-22. Like it is really great doing those team events, because it is a bit of a community and like working together for the greater good. But it's also so stressful as well, because yeah, obviously if you're sticking in the wall, you're not just letting yourself down, but you're letting a whole bunch of your team members and stuff down. As we just see Martinez right in the middle of a bunch of cars there at the moment, so Ryan just sorting themselves out there. So he's sitting there in 39th position there. He's got, I think, third is the car there of Offical Racing there, just on his tail. So Offical there will be 2 or 3 laps up there. So he'll yield through and give that blue flag over.
Yeah, nice little grouping of cars here as you look on screen right now. And Martínez Lappe right in the midst of it. He's going to look to try to advance position right now or get around this car in front. That's the 82 car. Let's see if he's able to successfully make that pass. Looks like he will, and that will stick.
Yeah, it also does look like position 36 there. So position 36 being the Blue Bayou team there as well. So they're actually reasonably, they're not too far in front there. So I think 36 there, still about 5 laps adrift there. So Martinez, a lot way to go. He'll have to do that about 5 times there to pull himself back onto the back onto that position there. So it is very early days yet though, so
that's it. We have so much racing left to go. So you just want to keep your car good, keep it healthy, don't want to get banged up. It's a long way to go in this one.
Yeah, so just looking through, just trying to pull up some of our information there on, we did have a good look at a few of the other drivers there from the RSV Motorsport group there. So based in the car dealer based in Germany there. Of course, got our Lithuanian, 18-year-old Lithuanian driver there in the other RSV car there. So that is Kilbitis there, currently sitting in, he's sitting around that 11th place there at the moment there. So quite a few seconds there adrift there of that 10th place. So probably looking for an overlap when the pit stop, more of those pit stops come through there.
Yeah, we'll see. Hopefully, when those pit stops do cycle through, we'll get a good vision on where we stand. We did see a car make it around Martínez there just a moment ago. There is some great side-by-side racing just behind him. And so a lot of action in this little grouping right here.
Yes, we're just looking as well. So Peter Dolhopay. All these European names always make an absolute mess of there, but just looking at Martínez there. So he is one of the more experienced drivers that we've got in the RSV Motor Squad. So 3 years, has done a few 24-hour events before here as well as the 4 hours of Spa. So
and Peter Dolhoff just ran his fastest lap of the race just a moment ago, as you see him trying to work around this Ferrari in front of him. And he's going to find a little bit of open space here to make his move. Let's see. And you see it right there. He will advance up around this car. And, but yeah, he just ran his fastest lap of the race. So he's obviously got some good things going right now in his 11 car.
yeah, we've just seen him come through that big wide hairpin there of Real. Oh, it's through Riviere. Always mess up the Belgian track names.
It's okay. I'm going to go ahead and apologize in advance, as I am straight from Southeast United States, and I'm about as southern as it gets, so I want to apologize in advance if I mess anyone's name up or team name or anything of that nature, as it is it's foreign to me, so it's not intentional, obviously, and I do mean the utmost respect for everyone out there on the track. And like I said, my name is JD Smith, which that's John David Smith, and it's about as American as English and American as you can get there, Nick.
Always love as well. It's almost an Australianized name there as well. Just keeping it to 2 syllables there, JD. Just rolls off the tongue. Super easy.
Yeah, it does. It just kind of got settled. It was given to me by mom and dad, of course, but then friends turned it into JD, so it's kind of stuck. Great onboard footage there, just right there from the hood cam, as we have some incredible racing going on with these two gentlemen as they get ready to head down towards the start-finish area. And I'm impressed. 6 hours in, and we got some great racing all over the track.
Yeah, that's right. We've also seen, even in the last couple of hours from Australian time, about 3 a.m., we've seen quite a few accidents so far. We've actually had it pretty well cleared for the last hour or so, not to the commentator's curse on, but you're exactly right there. I do like how you mentioned before there how JD is given to you by your friends, I suppose. Say, hey JD, can you go to the liquor store, or or JD, throw that over here? Like, absolutely works perfect. Unfortunately, Australia's always put Y on the end of their names. Unfortunately, always referred to as Nico or Nico, I guess, but not too colloquial of Australian name, unfortunately. Nothing like Macca or Phil or anything like that.
That's great, though, man. It's good stuff, and that's the culture thing that I love so much about where everybody is. A lot of times today, I feel like everybody, especially in America right now, wants everybody to be the same, and I just feel like, it's the culture that makes us special, especially when you see on a race event like we have today, where you have drivers literally from all over the globe come together for the thing they love, and that's racing. And, I think it's great to celebrate those little differences on where we're from.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's so cool with Kubildas as well, being Lithuanian. I've had a few work colleagues that are Lithuanian. I would always kind of give them a bit of flack, and every time I'd see like tractor racing and stuff, I'd just forward all those memes to them to ask them, is this their national sport? But obviously the Lithuanians are pretty talented at quite a lot of things, as well as you probably chuck on the Olympics that are on at the moment as well. Have some pretty talented athletes as well. Just see, I think it might be Kubildas going over the line again. So currently sitting, should just see where he is sitting there. So still in 11th spot there at the moment. I think car 16 might be in the pits.
Yeah, I think you may be right, Nick. And right now it looks like Kubildas did get past Manning there, so is it just updated on the broadcast screen? And so maybe I'm assuming that let's see, Manning's times are getting adjusted on screen, so let's find out what's going on.
Yeah, absolutely. So very positive news there for RSV Motorsports there. So back up into the top 10 there. So Kubildas has been in the car for a little while now. He has been in there for about an hour or so.
And it's obviously paying off. They're welcome back to the top 10 for these guys. They have to be excited to be back up in the top 10. Looking at his time, or the differential between him and the car ahead, is that just for me, because I don't want to mess it up. When we're looking at the interval screen on the broadcast, we have it says Kubildas is 51 seconds from the next driver up, which I'm assuming that is what that is, and not to the leader, correct?
Yeah, so that is correct. So they are behind.
Good luck with that one.
At 24, Team Blue there. So we've seen Team Blue there pretty much holding their own there at the moment.
Yes.
There's in a fair bit of action there. We'll see what happens at Team Blue have been an absolute force there. So they did start 9th at the start and have managed. They were as high as, well, close to the leaders or something there for a little while. So have dropped down to that 9th place there. So RSV doing an awesome job there, wide up the road there. So Gildas won't be able to see, won't be able to get a good visual there of that Team Blue car there. So he'll just be trying to sit in now, just try and make light work of his lap traffic here.
And you see on screen right now, and the number 24 car, I think that's Bandy Yapata, Patier, that is in 9th place at the moment, and a great job there demonstrating that 53-second differential in time that Gildas has to try to make up. Obviously, plenty of time and left in this one, but what do you want to do at this stage in the race? Let's say you've been in the car for a little over an hour. What can you try to do to best boost your team at this point in the race?
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, we actually just caught off. Camera there, Bonty. I don't know if you'll be able to grab a replay of that there, but car 21. So Gildas, they're getting hit from behind there. I'm not too sure what had actually gone on there. Yeah, quite a lot of damage there to the rear. We might, yeah. So just cut to a replay here there. Just trying to work out what car there. So car that was in 19th. So that was a lap down car there into the back there. Yeah, so super unfortunate there to be fair enough if it was a car that was a lap up on you and giving you a blue flag there, but pretty disappointing there to have a car that was sitting 19th smacking into a car that was 10th there. So RSV will definitely have to be in the pits on this one, and we'll hopefully not too much damage that needs repaired, but does not look too great here from this replay that we're looking at.
Yeah, one thing about the night racing, it does make it a little difficult to see just how extensive the damage is to the BMW, and we hope that it won't be too bad. He was having a great run, as we had just talked about, and it shows you just how quick something can go wrong, and hopefully it doesn't get too down. You hate to see that at any point in the race, but you hate it when somebody's been driving as well as Gildas has since he's got out on the track.
Yeah, so just seeing him come around the back part of the circuit, he's definitely building some steering damage or something like that in the rear. Just seeing him, we're actually just looking at a replay here at the moment that's just playing through. Oh, it's just struggling to make that pit entry there. So he is at least safe in the lane there, so I'm not too sure how long. He'll definitely have to, he'll definitely lose a few minutes sitting in those pits getting in that repair. So look, we're nearly at the 7-hour mark, so still a lot can happen there, but a bit of a blow. So probably a good time to have a bit of a driver change there for car 21.
All right, Nick. Now, like I said, fill me in on the information, and hopefully there's somebody out there watching that is wondering what is going on myself as well. What is the multi-class situation in this race, or is it all GT?
Yeah, so all these cars are all GT3. So it's sometimes at like the Daytona and stuff, we've got multiple, like the LMP2 and a few of the other, and the GTE cars as well, kind of breaks it up quite a lot. So, but here it's all GT3, so.
Which is great.
Yeah, makes it difficult though if you're up against lap traffic, because you can't really just blow past them on the straights. You've actually really got to pick your marks and work out.
And that's a good point. Sorry, Nick. That's a really good point, though. When you do have prototypes out on the track, or different multi-class racing where you have a class that is typically a lot faster than another, you can just blow past lap traffic. Whereas when you're all GT3 traffic, you really have to be careful, or like we saw just a moment ago where we had an incident on the track for somebody trying to go on the inside, and it can tie it up. So it is great to know, that it's, when you're all GT3, you have to be very careful, especially if you're getting the blue flag, like you were mentioning a moment ago, to show that racecraft and let that faster car by.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've found quite a lot as well that I suppose with a sprint race, if you get that blue flag, you kind of try and grip it up straight away. But we're finding with these really endurance races, you would hurt your average so much if you just kept pulling over as soon as someone was in a couple of seconds with this. So a lot of guys are trying to not really try and give up, but just try and drive predictable lines and let those faster cars through kind of more in a more organic way. As we're just seeing Martinez Lape there come through again, so he'll be coming around his teammate there of the other car there of Gilbertus, still in the pits here at the moment, so just keeping one eye on them at the moment to see how long this damage is going to take there. So they're down into 15th position, unfortunately, with no end in sight, so that's really hurt their result there. So not to say that a top 10 isn't out of the question still, but they're going to be they're going to have to work pretty hard from this point onwards.
Well, I think one of the biggest things is when you're facing adversity in this situation, they obviously started 5th, so obviously they've got pace. They just need to make sure they don't catch themselves in any more trouble by pushing too hard. I think, just go out there, do what you're good at. Like I said, they obviously have pace, so just get out there, keep all mistakes to a minimum. You definitely have time to make some of this up.
Yeah, absolutely there as well. And it just honestly feels like the night just kind of goes on forever there. Just saw a bit of the live Zoom feed there of Martinez Lape. So he's had some pretty good pace there. We'll have to just pull up what some of his lap times have been there. So drift, I think RSV was sitting in, I think it was 32nd. I've now lost where I am. Yeah, currently sitting there in 37th place there, so still about 4 laps of drift there to Blue Bayou. So we're actually just looking there, so RSV car 21 now down into 21st position there, so you can see just how quickly a couple of laps have cost them there. So still got a bunch of cars coming all the way up until, I think, up to about Skid Mark Racing there, which are in 26th position there. So still just got my eye there on car 21 there at the moment, but we are looking, great helicopter shot there of that start finish straight there. So
Yes, absolutely. Beautiful shot. I have a question for you that would help me is, do you know about what the average pit window is for these guys on a full tank?
not too sure actually there. I might have to possibly forward that question on to Fonty.
I'm sorry I put you on the spot there.
No, that's all right. We have been seeing in the 3 hours that I've been, or nearly 3 hours that I've been kicking around, we've seen pretty much every car have a good driver change there. So I think they are a little bit limited on fuel. That track temperature has cooled down significantly as well there. So about 21 Celsius track temp there. So tyres aren't too much of an issue there. It's just trying to slow that fuel burn up there. Yeah, we just saw there on the timing screens with Team Blue just had a swap there with I think that was either Evil Nature or team year on back. So there's actually a pretty big group there at the moment. Both Evil Nature and Team Blue there. So this is for position. So these two are not lap traffic. They're absolutely fighting each other there at the well. So we have seen Evil Nature there with a little bit more pace there, but not letting him take away it too easy. So that's Runa Bottlesful of Evil Nature there, as well as Shabai Bandy Yopad Yay in behind. Oh, showing a nose there on the inside.
Man.
So definitely don't want to throw it away here at the moment. I think their stints have been almost pretty similar as well. So great work there by Team Blue there. Sorry, and Evil Nature there. Probably our biggest gainer so far as asides from KU Esports. So Evil Nature there starting 43rd position, up now around that 7th place there. So those guys are having an absolute blinder of a race.
Yeah, looking great so far, and we'll see if the good runs can continue for these guys.
Yes, so an update there on Car 21 as well. So Car 21, we have switched drivers out from Visvillas to Esenaz Mikalia Vicious. So he's in Car 21 there at the moment. The car is still getting repairs there in pit lane. So Anastas 28, so relatively new to the sim as well. So about 2 months in training. So probably one of our greenest drivers that we have in the RSV lineup, but definitely a great chance. So a really low pressure environment to get some laps in there and to get that experience in.
Yeah, sometimes a green driver, just because, they can do a good job out there, they can get out there and make things happen. I know for some drivers it takes a lot of experience to go out there and have success on the track, but some guys, as you've seen, I know, just have it natural, and they can come out there and really make a good run with not a lot of experience.
It's something that I like to think I rely on quite a lot. Is probably more from my lazy. Probably speaks more about my laziness than anything else. I'm like, don't worry about practice. I'll just try and work it out as I go along. But it's definitely probably not the best way about it. But trying to rely on natural talent. So talk about natural talent there. Team Blue right on the back there of Evil Nature as well. So have not let them go yet. It's had to almost abort out of that one and out of the bus stop. It's going to create a bit of a gap there. Might have missed his braking mark a little bit too much, and almost relying on those brake laps there of brake lights there of Evil Nature there in 7th place. Bit of a gap there just developing between these two. So it was there sitting around about half a second there at the moment there. So it has pushed itself back out to around that 7/10 there.
Yeah, it should be a good little battle here with Batolson and Bandiapadaya. I think I said that so wrong. I apologize.
No,
but
that's all right.
I think it's Bandiapadye. Bandiapadye.
Absolutely there. So good run between these two. Obviously the GT3 Porsche there, a new content on the iRacing service. Not to be confused with the GT3 Cup car, which it is quite easy to get those two mixed up. One's it's a bit confusing when Porsche call one of their actual cars in their lineup the GT3 Cup car. So it's the GT3, you could say. Oh, it's actually the RSR, I think, GT3. Might have actually got that wrong, but flying around the track there. So Team Blue showing a nose there. Oh, There we go. Up in the position, I think that's up in the position 7th now. So we'll see if Evil Nature respond to that. These two having an almighty battle here in the 11:30 at night sim time. So nearly striking midnight in the sim. I'd have to ask you, JD, what time is it over there? I'm always usually on the phone to contacts and stuff down in your neck of the woods there in Florida. So I usually type Orlando time into the Google search box, I reckon, at least a couple of times a week. Trying to work out the difference. I know that I'm usually 10 hours in front normally. I think we've just had a bit of connection difficulty there with JD, so he'll reconnect into a second.
I'll join you there, mate.
Yeah, we'll just say a quick g'day to Fonty.
Yep. No, it's yeah, disappointing for the 21 car. That was yeah, heartbreaking stuff. They were really going well, and yeah, just one of those small little incidents. The car took a big hit, man. So you know they're still sitting in the pits, waiting for it to finish being repaired, I think.
Yeah, the car still in the pits. We have had Anastas Mikavilius there. Is sitting in the driver's seat, so he'll be ready to go as soon as those repairs are done. But it's probably more frustrating about having a lap down car, contact from behind. Obviously, mistakes and stuff happen, and it is racing. But to drop out of the top 10, sorry, we've just had the car 21 is now back out of the pits.
Yep, so there we go. There are a few laps down now, 8 laps down, which is a bit of a shame.
Probably a good thing that we didn't have Viculus's Zoom stream on at the moment. He was pretty animated. Even dropping a wheel off here and there, so you can imagine he'd be much like the two of us as well, quite upset with having those cards dealt. So
yeah, well, he drove really well, and yeah, didn't put a foot wrong really, and to be taken out like that is never an easy thing to kind of deal with. I mean, there's no sort of race officials as such, like, and it was a bit of a mistake. The guy was obviously quite an amateur, so he's just got on the brakes a bit too late. So we don't know what the state of the car is in. Looks to be okay, but did they take the full repair? We don't know.
yeah, absolutely. It was definitely like, well, I suppose it added, I think, about 7 laps on. Lap is roughly about 2 minutes. So yeah, they did take on almost 15 minutes of repairs there. So hoping that will be enough to bring it on home. Try and keep that nose clean as well. As we're just talking about incidents there, we've just seen, I think, a couple of cars there off on the inside of the circuit. It's a really unique spot to crash. You usually don't see too many cars go off there as well. But
yeah, I'm just trying to go back and find them.
yeah, bit of carnage here in the last half an hour or so. Just crossed into the under the 17-hour. Bit of an ambiguous number really now that there's not really too much to look at until we cross the 12-hour mark. So this is absolutely what Sperry was talking about before. It's very much based around that business end now of that night driving. It's going to look the same for quite a little while now, so it's not yet midnight. And the yeah, probably still expecting that sunrise to be about another 5 or 6 hours away at this rate. Oh yeah. Oh, sorry, you cut the mics. Oh yeah, cool. Yeah. So we'll just do like a recap. Yeah, so we are back. So we're going to cut to a bit of a break now. JD and Fonty are going to bring us on for the next few hours, but just as a bit of a recap there. So for RSV Motorsport, Car 21 was up at around just inside that top 10. I think we were sitting around 8th. So an unfortunate incident there with the back marker has regulated them about 15 minutes of repairs. We've brought in a new driver of Anastas Vilicius. So Anastas is one of our more greener drivers, so he'll be getting some great experience in through here. Cut through to our other car there of car 013 there of Martinez Lappe. So Martinez has been in the car for about half an hour, 45 minutes, so about probably through maybe 2/3 of his stint here at the moment there in car 013. They're sitting in 37th position, so he's down about 5 or so laps there, I believe, to the car in front there. So he's probably not going to make up any positions in this stint here, but it's actually kept that car really clean there at the moment there. So he's poised to do pretty well. And as you can see, having that incident there with our other car earlier, like any minor incident into the wall, and it can cost you 15 minutes at the drop of a hat. So we're going to go to a bit of a break here, but you are with us here at RSV Motorsport and Sim Speed.
It's a peon, I'ma get money tonight. I am a don, dropping a ball. That bitch needs someone to lean on, someone to say she the one. This shit is fun, niggas just acting tough. Know that your bitch just slut, she on my nuts. She want me to cuff, but I'm not made for love. This shit is light, hey, you looking fine tonight. Guess I got time tonight, my side tonight. That pussy is mine tonight. Might pull up and fight tonight. Might commit a crime tonight. It's wild tonight. We bringing out sticks and shit. Might empty a clip tonight. Hey, riding around with the mob, ducking the cops, right into the ops. We sending shots, package you up, put you in a bar. Them niggas just talk a lot and bark a lot. Them niggas don't walk the walk. Parking in the parking lot, pull up to the spot, light up the block.
Don't try to act like you don't know who we be, neither. We in the club all the time, so pop on. Shady aftermath. You can find me in the club, bottle full of bub. Mama, I got what you need if you need to fill a buzz. I'm in the having sex, I ain't into making love. So come give me a hug if you're into getting rough. When I pull up out front, you see the Benz on dub. When I roll 20 deep, so it's drama in the club. Now that I roll with Dre, everybody show me love. When you sell like Eminem, you get plenty of groupie love. Look, homie, ain't nothing changed. Bros down, cheese up. I see exhibit in the cutting, man, roll them trees up. Bro, if you watch how I move, you mistake before I play up pimp. Been hit with a few shells, but I don't walk with a limp. In the hood, in the lady saying 50, you hot. They like me, I want them to love me like they love pop. But holla in New York, for sure, they tell you I'm local. The plan is to put the rap game in the choke. I'm fully focused, man. My money on my mind, got a meal out the deal, and I'm still in the grind. Now shorty says she feeling my style, she feeling my flow. A girl from Wooded, they die, and they ready to go. Bottle full of bub, mama, I got what you need if you need to fill a buzz. I'm in the having sex, I ain't into making love. So come give me a hug if you're into getting rough. You can find me in the club, bottle full of bub, mama, I got what you need if you need to fill a buzz. I'm in the having sex, I ain't into making love. So come give me a hug if you're into getting rough. Don't try to act like you don't know who we be, nigga. find me in the club one time, some problem pop off. 50 shady aftermath. Then you should love it way more than you hate it. Oh, you mad? I thought that you'd be happy I made it. I'm that cat by the bar, toasting to the good life. Moved out the hood, now you tryna pull me back, right? My joint get the bumping in the club, it's on. I'm with my eye to chicks, if she smash, she gone. If the roof on fire, man, just let it burn. If they're talking about money, homie, I ain't concerned. I'ma take club, bottle full of bug. Mama, I got what you need if you need to fill the bars. I'm in the having sex, I ain't into making love, so come give me a hug if you're getting rough.
Miles from comfort, we have traveled land and sea, but as long as you are with me, there's no place I'd rather be. I would away forever, exalted in the sea, as long as I am with you, my heart continues to beat. With every step we take, Kyoto to the bay, strolling so casually. We're different and the same, gave you another name, switch up the batteries. If you gave me a chance, I would take it. It's a shot in the dark, but
So I would like to give a big applause to the winner of this session, and this is Valerie. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
When I am with you, there's no place I'd rather be.
My name is Steven Corpenos. I'm a senior web developer here at iRacing, and I work on the beta UI. It's funny because iRacing has been around for 10 years, but we want to keep delivering the best possible user experience to our customers, and we've found that the old UI isn't exactly what we're trying to deliver in 2018. We want to use new features and provide the best possible experience when using the sim. One of the projects that I've been working on is some custom heat racing configuration for hosted races. We've been listening to our customers. Everyone's been asking for custom heat races. Maybe you want to tweak a few things with the preset iRacing configurations. Well, now you can using the beta UI. So once you're at the home page of the beta UI, you just go to create a race. Then from there you go to your set race options. And you'll notice here under event types, you can actually choose heat racing. First, I'm going to show you how to create a new format from scratch. You can choose the number of entrants. And as you can see, when I made that change, the change was actually reflected on the right side in the graph. Also, you can use the estimated duration at the bottom of the graph when you're changing the length to see what the total duration of your event will be. In addition, you can customize every aspect of the session information, practice, qualifying, heat races, consolations, and of course, the final feature race. Because the beta UI allows us to develop features that are robust and complex, this feature will be exclusively available on the beta UI. Once you've made all of the changes, you can hit save. Say you forgot what you selected. You can always preview it using the preview format button. We are very excited to release the brand new heat racing configuration feature that will be available in Season 3 of iRacing.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. We are happy to be back right here as we bring you guys 24 hours of Spa, and we are currently in about 8 hours into the race, and lots of stuff's been going on the track. We are happy to be here with you. My name is JD Smith. With me is my good friend Fonty, and we are getting ready to bring you guys some action over the next hour and a half or so until we get on our next stint. Currently out on track, loads of action. How you doing, buddy?
Yeah, not too bad, thanks, mate. Had to take a break there for a bit, guys. Been on this for 7 hours and been just came off a 28-hour flight, which yeah, needed to take a little half an hour break. So I hope you guys enjoyed the onboard footage of both the cars there. Certainly, yeah, I was watching that stuff there, and these guys are in a nice flow now. They're in that kind of part of the race where it's just, you know, in the middle of the night. You're relaxed into it. They've been doing long stints now, and yeah, they're having a really good run at it.
Yeah, a lot of long stints. Some of the guys been out there for quite some time, and you have to worry a little bit about driver fatigue at this time in the race, especially when it's night out there. I don't know what it is about being under, you know, when you're at a track, especially when there's no track lights. You're only under the glaze of that, your own car's lights, and you can kind of get, especially if you've been going for quite some time. I know at times we'll see some guys come down pit lane and do a driver swap to get some fresh drivers in there. Sometimes it seems, Fonty, like we have, you know, fresh drivers. It's almost like fresh tires. These guys get in there, a fresh driver getting on the track. He's anxious, ready to get out there versus the guy that's been in there for 2-3 hours.
Yeah, and that's always a nerve-wracking time for, you know, both people. The guy who's getting out of the car, he's tired, he's fatigued. The guy who's jumping in the car, if he hasn't done a stint yet, and it's kind of, you know, 7, 8, 9 hours into the race. You know, it's the car's going to be, you know, different to what you'd normally be used to when you jump into a kind of a session with a fresh track.
That is right. Right now, notice Justin Thompson in the WTW Racing Red number 2 car, the current leader at the moment. They are down pit road right now, assuming a driver swap is underway, as we were just talking about a second ago, and they are currently leaders in this race. So we'll see if Justin gets out and another driver gets ready to come in for a stint here.
Yeah, that's exactly right, mate. Just looking at our cars, the 013 car, not going too bad, really, considering they spent so much time in the pit lane. Back up to 35th position, and yeah, doing a fantastic job.
Absolutely. Tons of guys out on the track right now. I'm looking to see around track right now because the guys are pretty well spread out at the moment. And we'll bring you guys any great battles on track as soon as they are available, even if it's not for position. Sometimes we can get a good battle even when it's not for position, direct position, but it is for that position on track. Right now, Rudy Jetton in the Drive and Miss Daisy team coming up on Seba Corns. And even though Seba is in 25th position at the current moment, Rudy Jetton is in the 12th spot, so he needs to get up there. I know he's putting down some decent lap times here in the 101 car, and he would love to get a little bit of open track, because it makes a difference, as you know, when you're in open track and you can really just focus on fast lap times versus getting stuck behind traffic.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And yeah, like you guys were talking about before the break, you know, we're all in the same class car, so getting past slower cars can be difficult at times, and that's why we've seen some big accidents happen already today. And yeah, I'm quite surprised at how many cars are still actually racing, to be honest. In the earlier time slot race that started yesterday, at this point in the race there was about 25 cars that were out of the race already. So we've got, I think, close to about 10 cars that aren't currently driving. Maybe they're just getting repairs in the pits, or maybe they have given up for the day, as we've just moved up a spot actually in our 21 car. Yeah, fantastic job there, back up to 24th. We were inside the top 10 and got a little tap from behind from a car which was a lap down, and unfortunately we had to spend the next 8 laps in the pit lane getting the repair done. So the car's going pretty good, we're in a nice flow, and yeah, he's got to be happy with his drive so far.
Yeah, very good. That's exactly what you want to see, especially like you said at this point in the race. Continue to progress. That is the key. Continue to progress and stay out of trouble. That is the biggest thing, really, that you want to watch for. We have seen some accidents that have been very unfortunate, that have been caused, like you said, by coming up on lap traffic or just traffic in general. So you got to be careful. It's kind of, it's always white knuckles, and nerve wracking when you have heavy traffic around you. But especially when you're in a race that is 24 hours long and you're racing as a team, it's not just your car. You're sharing that car, and you're going to do everything in your power to keep it clean, keep it healthy. You don't want any race-ending damage. Like you said, it is surprising to have such a high number of cars late in a race like that. You expect a lot of cars day to end early.
Yeah, exactly right, mate. It's John's secret to finish first. First you have to finish, and our 21 car started way back in 24th position, so we were right back where we started. We were up inside the top 10, and yeah, it was really, really unfortunate, because I think we would have been probably close to being in the top 5, but we've still got 15 hours and 53 minutes to go left in this race. So coming in for a stop now. Interested to see if they do a driver swap. Doesn't look like they are from what we can see on the Zoom feed. Probably a good call to make, actually. He's in a rhythm, he's in a flow, pretty fresh to sim racing. Only been doing it for about 2 months apparently, so quite impressed with this stint that he's just done. So let's see how he goes in the next one.
Yeah, that is very impressive, especially under a short amount of time on the sim. That is very impressive, and it'll be fun to see how he progresses as a driver over the next little while, because it takes quite a while, a lot of experience, especially in such a big, long race.
Yeah, that's exactly right. This race is tough. Any 24-hour race is tough. It's tough for anybody involved, even if you're just the crew chief calling the shots on the car and strategy. And we're kind of not at that point where strategy is playing a huge part, but every sort of milliliter that you save is going to help you towards the end. So if you can fuel save and just get that extra half a lap every time you go out and do a stint, it's going to certainly help you towards the end of the race.
Absolutely, and you always talk about saving fuel and saving your tires as well. It really makes a difference if you can continue to fuel save over the course of a 24-hour race. You can really make up time on the track. We have several good little groupings right now out on the track. As we look at, I'm looking at a 3-car grouping right now with Luis Leon Gomez in the Ragnarok Sim Racing number 14 car. He is ahead of Clarence Rosa and Mike Browning. Now, these are not for position, but they are getting a little racy. I'm noticing quite a good bit of racing between these three.
That's exactly right. I think you got to race either way at this sort of point in the race. It doesn't matter whether you're on the same lap as that guy or he's 5 laps down, or vice versa. You kind of got to go for it. Everyone's in it for themselves, and everyone wants to finish the race. So you've just got to. If he's faster than you, it's probably a good call just to kind of let him go. But if you've got similar sort of pace, what's the point in just letting him pass? You got to battle it out.
Absolutely, brother. And we saw right there, Luis Gomez got a little bit off the track. Not bad. But you got to be careful, and you feel that pressure behind you. And it's one thing when you're out there all alone, but when you got those headlights in the rearview mirror, you got a line of cars coming up behind you. In fact, just behind Clarence Rosa is another grouping with Corey Rutherford and Mike Browning. And that is your second place driver, Corey Rutherford, in the Work in Progress Racing car. He is out there. That is the number 5 machine. And he is.
Actually.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. My apologies.
Right.
Your current leader.
Well, it does say number 2 on the window, so I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah, I just took a glance at it and saw the 2. But yeah, you're right. That is definitely the current leader right now. And I'm assuming that is because we saw that pit stop by the, that Justin Thompson in the WTW Racing Red, the number 2 car. It is still in pit road. I'm wondering if there's some issues going on with this.
Yeah, potentially. Just going to go and have a look at that. Yeah, they are still stuck in the pit lane. So, yeah, I don't actually know what happened there. Yeah, if that is race ending stuff for them.
And that's some fairly big news.
It is big news. It is big news. Yeah, well, we've seen the lead change quite a few times. Yeah, that's endurance racing for you. Anything can happen and always does happen, especially in sim racing.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you never know what's going to happen, especially when you go in for a routine driver change. If you have any number of problems, I know when we do the America Series, we tend to say any type of sim racing issue, we kind of, it's kind of like the real world racing equivalent of a mechanical failure. I mean, things happen, whether you're in sim racing or real racing. You're going to come across times in racing where things just don't go your way. And a lot of times the best drivers out there, it's how they handle these situations that makes them so great.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's really tough to do this as a team, like if you've got 4 guys, I can imagine these guys after they finish this, if it's their first time, they'll be blown away at how long it takes them to recover. I've done a 24-hour event in a go-kart in 2018, and that was much tougher than I kind of expected. I knew it was going to be tough, but yeah, I did a 6-hour stint in a go-kart, which was a 2-stroke, and I literally had to be carried out of the go-kart. I couldn't even pick up a fork to eat my dinner. That's how fatigued my body was. So it's not quite the same in sim racing, but driving in the Spa event myself last year, I think it was, or the year before, you do a few hours in this, it really takes a lot of concentration to keep yourself going and keep yourself on the black stuff.
Absolutely, and I know you speak from experience, but it really can take a toll on you mentally as well as physically in real world racing. But like you said, sim racing, these guys have a lot of weight on their shoulders, because it's one thing when you're out there just you, it's another when you have a team of drivers that are counting on you. And so it's a lot of pressure and a lot of weight on you. And, like I said, when you're out here running laps. Yeah, and when you're out there running laps, just trying to, obviously you want to help your team as much as possible. You definitely don't want to be the one that ends the day for your team. So it's a lot to take on.
I think that's probably half of the nerves when you go into a race like this, is being the one who ends a good run for your team. And I've done it before myself, where you've been doing well and I've been guilty of making a mistake and damaging the car, and it's kind of like you lose your confidence there for a bit, but it's the people who can kind of pick it up and crack on and move forward, forget about what's happened, adapt to the car if it is a little bit damaged, and kind of make it work, or make that call to come into the pits. 24 hours is a long time, so you can go back. If you're a good driver or you're in a good team, you could drop back 2-3 laps and they could still come back to win the race.
That's a very good point. I was watching Reese Saunders in the number 16 car in the Mercedes AMG. He's currently in 3rd place according to what's on the windshield there. But he did a good job. Christopher Schruttenholzer behind him and Colin Cameron, both guys. That is an 8th position and 16th position driver. He did a fantastic job of making his way through that traffic. And that is
just look where he started. Colin Cameron started 43rd position, and they're currently sitting in P8, one lap down. So they still have a big shot.
Yes, that is very, very. What's the word I'm looking for? It's impressive. It's very impressive, but it's very hopeful as well, as those guys have got to be feeling great about their chances in this. If they continue that trend, there's so much time left that they could really, really do something, maybe even win this thing.
Yeah, that's exactly possible. And the guys who are out in front now, they just need to keep it on the black stuff, stay out of trouble, and not get tangled up with any lapped cars. Nice little bit of action there. Nice pass from Colin Cameron. That car looks like it's just come off the showroom floor.
It does. It's hard to believe that it's been in a race that is 8 hours and 19 minutes in, and he's got this thing looking good. I don't want to give him too much love because you know as well as I do the commentator curse does exist, but you got to give Colin Cameron some props. He's done a great job there in that Porsche, and we'll keep an eye on him and see if he continues this trend of moving upward. He's got good pace.
Yeah, I'm just impressed at how clean the car is. I think they must have got it off the showroom floor from RSV Motors. What do you reckon?
Yeah, there's not a scratch on that car. It looks really, really good.
Yes, so looking back at our cars, so still 24th position for the number 21 car. The gap for them to the nearest car is quite big. It's over a lap, so we've got 6 laps. So Skidmark Racing in 22nd position, so we should pick up 23rd this lap by. I think those guys have retired the car potentially. KRU Esports is in 21st. They've also retired the car by the looks of it. And then in 20th is the 213 car. So yeah, they're 3 laps down. 20th position is 3 laps down from the race leader. We're 24th, 7 laps down. So long way to go for us to be able to move up. But yeah, this is sim racing, and with the flow that these guys have got at the moment, I think we could certainly get there.
Yes, and a nice move from Tito Alfredo Souza de Mora from the Trap Engineer Race Department as he makes his way around Mike Braun. Great side-by-side racing down the straight there, and made it look easy. A nice pass. He was not looking to make it easy as Mike Braun was hanging in there good. I like to see that. There was a good pass. Like I said, obviously not for position, but you know, it is in a sense when you're making a track position. So good job making it around him cleanly. They both were wanting to keep their speed up. They did a good job, and that's what you want to see with an endurance race like this.
Yep, certainly right. This is the closest battle that we actually have on track for position. 27th and 26th. So RLH Esports battling nicely there, although they are dropping off the back of the pack pretty quickly.
Yeah, I'm looking at Alan Queen in the Obsidian Edge Red, and he's currently listed as 27th on what I'm looking at, and he's trying to make it around Joseph Ferrante of the Metro New York PCA Team Blue.
There we go. So yeah, we've got just in front of these guys. Yeah, so 26th The battle for 26th is the hottest that we've got in this race. The gap between first and second is 37 seconds. Fastest lap between those guys. So the fastest lap of the race so far has actually been set by Reece Saunders, who you were talking about just before. So they've done it 2:18.2, which is super fast. Last lap by for them 2:19.1. So those guys could definitely take back the lead in no time.
Yeah, we'll definitely keep our eye on that as this continues. We are getting about 8 hours, 23 and a half minutes into this 24-hour event right here at Spa. These GT3 cars giving it their all. These drivers doing everything they can to improve their team standing and keep their head up through the night. As you see, no track lighting, only the lighting of your car. And I'm seeing a car slow down back here. Let me see what I can find out. Joseph Ferranti and Scott McKillop, they're going side by side right now. And look at this right here as Joseph Ferranti able to break away from that one. Nice side by side action there. And Alan Queen going to try to make his move around the outside now. Let's see if he can make that stick. Those guys are door to door coming down the straight, and we'll see if he can make it. I don't think he can. It looks like Alan Queen in the Obsidian Edge Red machine is going to have to try again. Great job there by Scott McGillop to hold it down in the Skidmark Racing number 77 car.
Yeah, not afraid to have a battle there and hold him out. Skidmark Racing sitting back there in 21st, so nothing to lose for them. It's basically a sprint race.
Yeah, that's how it looks right now. These guys are both racing very well, getting extra racy here. And I like to see it. It's that's what we watch racing for, is to see great battle for position, and you saw it there. And we'll see if Alan Queen can try again. If he can get up there, he has decent pace. It'll just be interesting. He needs to get around Scott McKillop and keep moving around and try to gain some of the ground back if he wants to get move up in position here in just a little bit.
Yep, that's exactly right. Looking back at our own cars now. Sitting nicely behind the 12th place car there. If he can just hang on the back there, and he's looking like he's gonna make a move.
Yeah, he is. He's looking like he's wanting to find a little bit of open space to make his move, and he's in a great spot to do so. So we'll see if the number 21 car can make that move. And he's looking ahead to try to get around Thomas Rayners in the Fireball Racing Orange number 07 car. And
he's looking super relaxed in the driver's seat too. I'll show the viewers, just really in the mode, feeling comfortable, and that's why they kept him in the car for a second stint, which. Yeah,
it looks very comfortable. That's what you want to see from your driver, is looking comfortable and calm and cool, collected. That's what you want to see.
Yeah, have you done any of the endurance stuff yourself? I know that you're off iRacing for quite some time.
No, I haven't. I have had no experience myself in an endurance race on iRacing. I would like to eventually, but like I said, it's such a. When I was last on iRacing, it was a little over 5 years ago. It sounds absurd now just saying it, but they were just talking about driver swaps coming, and I want to say that they did have it as I got out of iRacing for a little while, but at the time there wasn't a lot. It wasn't a lot yet, so.
There we go. Yes, yeah, I know you guys took a break, and it's fantastic to have you back for the V8 Americas Series, which is on your Friday night, our Saturday morning, I believe.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Yeah, every Friday night in America, if you're on the Eastern Seaboard, it starts at 10:15 p.m., and that's 9:15 Central. And then over in Australia, like you said, it's y'all's Saturday morning. And I love to see Australian drivers and American drivers in that series. I think it's just a great thing to promote. I think the supercars being promoted over here in America is a great thing.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It is a really good series to watch, and yeah, certainly for people interested in watching a cool broadcast. We have the number one league in the Aussie NZ community is happening today. Street race from Belle Isle, V8 Scops, round 9 of V8 Scops. It's happening on our Sunday night, so your Sunday morning. And
That's
yeah,
right.
it's going to be a fantastic race. The best sim races in New Zealand, Australia, and from the rest of the world will be racing the V8 Supercar around the streets of Belle Isle, which always seems to turn it on and give us plenty of action to watch.
And I tell you right now, if you guys have not seen the V8 Scops yet, you don't know what you're missing. You need to go see these guys. They are outstanding behind the wheel. And it's always an entertaining race. And Belle Isle should be no different. That downtown Detroit street circuit is just, it's awesome. I love watching races there. And it's a newer one to me on the sim. It wasn't even here last time I was here. It's fairly newer, but boy, is it produced some good racing. I didn't know what to expect from it, but what I've seen in the little time that I've been back is really good.
Yeah, it was about 2 years ago, I think it got released. There was a lot of hype around the street circuit coming to iRacing. It had been a while since they'd released one, so yeah, it's a fantastic circuit, very, very challenging. But yeah, certainly has created some awesome racing. The only thing I've raced around there was a Skip Barber, so haven't had the confidence to get in behind a supercar and try and drive around there yet.
Oh, the Skip Barber is legendary. When I see the Skip Barber, I just think iRacing.
Yeah, it's
Look,
best racing.
It is good. Looking at Ernestes in the number 21 car in the RSV Motorsport machine. He is looking to make some moves here, as he would love to get up around Thomas Rainers. He's been right there with him for quite a while, and looks like he's about to the point where he can maybe possibly look at trying to get around this Ferrari. And I know he'd love to get up there, so we'll see what happens. Right now, good speed down the front stretch here, and let's see if he can close that gap. He's about a car length behind at the moment.
Yeah, so they were behind. The 12 car was behind. They've got past him, but I think that if the 12 car, or the 12th position car, I should say, if they are racing, so they are actually the next car in front, but it says here that they're one lap in front, so I'm not too sure what's going on my overlays.
Okay.
But it's yeah, this will work out really well for our car, because this is where he can save fuel, look after tyres, just stay in that slipstream. If they're a similar sort of pace, then he can just kind of hang there and utilise that slipstream to his advantage and push this stint maybe a lap or two longer.
And I may be wrong, but I believe you're right. I believe that's what he is trying to do. He has maintained pace right there in the slipstream of the Ferrari. And I think you're right. If he can stay on pace with him, he'll obviously do well. I mean, that is Thomas Rainers in the 12th position car. That's the 07 car. And like you said, he saved fuel, and we'll see what he does. But like I said, for the last little while, I've been watching him, and he's hanging right there with him.
Yeah, that's right. I'm just going to jump on board, see what we can hear, see if you can listen out for that fuel saving. Give it a bit more volume. It's right within that kind of within that gap, so you've got to be about a second to really utilise that slipstream, and you can see how much he pulls on him down the straight here, lifting off. Such an awesome circuit. I went and watched the Spa 24-hour here in 2018, actually, in real life, and probably the best facility I've ever seen of a motorsport venue. I haven't been to anything in America or seen any NASCAR stuff, so I can't compare to that, but yeah, just an incredible circuit. You can actually walk right around the outside of it, and yeah, it was absolutely fantastic watching the cars come through Eau Rouge at 1 a.m. in the morning and the sparks flying, and yeah, certainly an event that I would highly recommend to anybody.
That sounds so amazing. As you were talking there, we saw the Firebolt Racing orange car go down pit road. Looks like a driver change is in order for those guys. But Spa, and I've never been there personally, and yes, I am from a NASCAR background.
That's
born
what
and
I want to
raised.
see is NASCAR. I want to go and watch NASCAR.
Man, let me tell you, it is something that if you've never seen it live, it's one of those things you can watch it on TV, and it's good on TV, but it is another animal live. One of the great things about NASCAR and oval racing in general is your close proximity to the cars almost at all times. If you're at a short track especially, you are right there in you watch the entire race. You can see it all from your seat, and it's just, I don't know, it has a very stadium-like atmosphere, and it almost is like another sport, like a football or something like that, where you almost feel like you're in a stadium instead of a race circuit. And it just adds a great thrill, a great atmosphere. But like I said, never been to Spa, but just from seeing it in sim and on TV, it is one of the most beautiful circuits in the world, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, it really is. Yeah, the whole countryside around there, it's just, it's an amazing track. The food was actually probably one of the highlights for me. Was normally you go to a racetrack and the food is always pretty average, but it was actually really, really good, which was impressive.
I would love to go. Not only, the whole food is a part of the experience wherever you go. But yeah, I could see Spa in the Belgium area having some really good food. If you ever go to a NASCAR race in America, especially if you go like to a Talladega or Atlanta Motor Speedway, there's good food inside the circuit, but the best food is out in the parking lot or in the camping area where the fans are, the tailgate, and that's where it's so good. That's part of the NASCAR experience.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I've seen plenty of dirt oval stuff. It's very popular down in New Zealand. Raced a 410 wing sprint car for a season myself in 2011, so I know all about that. But yeah, NASCAR is something that I have to tick off the list.
That is awesome that you've been in the sprint cars on the dirt. Dirt is a different beast. It really is. It is so fun to watch, and it looks fun to drive. Never have I been able to drive on dirt, but boy, does it look fun.
Yeah, plenty of fun. Costs a lot of money too.
I think that's racing across the board. It's a very expensive hobby, very expensive sport, but it's worth it.
Sim racing is one cost. You buy the gear,
and
that's what you need to spend on it. Upgrade it every couple of years, but certainly miles cheaper than going real racing.
And not only that, but iRacing is the best when it comes to sim racing. If you want real sim racing that is the best there is, it is iRacing. The community to the sim itself, it is top notch.
Exactly right. But nothing can compare. Really, I don't think. Just the competitiveness of the whole thing is what makes iRacing so special and different from other sims. Is it's if you're just checking it out for the first time, I'd highly recommend just jumping on and giving it a trial. You'll fall in love with it. I don't think I've ever seen anybody not fall in love with it.
Yeah, and don't, I think a lot of times, especially for me that it's been away from the sim for 5 years, if you take a 5-year hiatus and come back, your mind will be blown at the progress that iRacing has made over the past 5 years. It really is mind blowing. And some people I know, I know for America here because that's where I'm at, but I know some people really get they almost get intimidated by iRacing when they want to look into it, but they get intimidated. And don't get intimidated, like you were just saying. Get you a free trial, or there's all kind of deals to get new drivers in there. Just get in there, get in the car, and have some fun. Don't let people, the intimidation fact get in your head. Just get out there and give it a shot. You're looking right now at a fantastic 24-hour race right here at Spa, and this is what it can grow to be. Something just like what you're seeing now.
Well, yeah, the perfect example. In in our car, in the number 21 car, he's fresh to iRacing. He's only been on it for 2 months, and he's already racing.
Oh, a little bit of context. Christopher Schrodenholzer has got a little bit of some problems there. I'm sorry to jump in.
You're right, mate.
But yeah, I thought it was going to be a little worse than it was. But Christopher Schrodenholzer had about 3-4 cars go by him, and the final car that went by, contact was made. He did a good job of not losing the car. But yeah, we're getting a little bit racy here again.
Yeah, we certainly are. Just had a driver swap in our 013 car. Martin Skirpin is in the car, and he's already done one stint earlier on. Did reasonably well in his first stint. The track looks really dusty. Looks like the car's... yeah, it looks like there's a lot of dust out there. Maybe
it does. I didn't know if that was just me or if that was...
me, but maybe no, don't think that's the case.
Yeah, I see it as well. And the track condition, that's one thing we haven't talked about to this point, is the track condition. You'll have to fill me in. What is it like for a 24-hour race in the sim? Over the course of 24 hours, you get a lot of buildup out there. What does it do to the track condition?
Well, see, iRacing have got so much more advanced since the last time that I've done a 24-hour that I couldn't tell you the exact stuff right now. But yes, certainly, how the track evolves over that 24-hour period, where the rubber goes down. If you look at the circuit when the cars would cut their first laps, there was sort of no rubber on it. Now you're looking at the turns and there's big thick patches of black, which really does change the setup of the car. So that's the big key factor, is where do you set your car up for? You want it to come on towards the end of the race, or you want to be fast when it's when the grip's not down as much, and then sacrifice towards the end. But yeah, that's the hardest thing to get right, and certainly the guys who have been around a lot longer can kind of get these setups and adapt them to work on sort of an ever-evolving track.
And brother, that is a great point, and that is something that a lot of people don't think about and don't put into perspective, is just how much planning and preparation comes into a race. It's not just the 24 hours we're on the track, guys. It is a build-up up to this event in preparation for just what you were hearing about. Tons of factors and strategies and things that can make or break and make all the difference in the world happen before the drop of the green flag. So really, it's so much more in depth than a lot of people realize.
Oh yeah, it really is. And there's some people who are doing this for full-time jobs. Some of these guys drive simulators, race simulators for a full-time job, and like you were saying, how it has changed over the last 5 years is incredible. Even just the past sort of 2 years, how iRacing have got so advanced is just amazing. I first got on it in 2011, and I was blown away then. Took a couple of year break myself from driving, was more involved in the broadcasting side of stuff, and getting back on and driving for the first time just incredible how they've evolved the tire. I think they're on version 7 or 8 now.
Wow.
So yeah, it was crazy from driving the supercar back in 2015 to then re-driving it again in 2019. It was.
I will be the first one to tell you, when I left the sim, and I guess I just needed a little break. I did not intend on taking such a big break, but life happens. A wife and a daughter later, and I'm ready to come back to the sim. And when I got back, the way the supercar felt, just the supercar alone, blew me away. When I left, a lot of people, a lot of drivers said that the car felt like it was on ice, and it did. It did have it was a very difficult car to drive, and it takes a lot of skill. It really does. Even now, it still takes a lot of skill. But I feel like the car feels so much better under the current pattern. Do what?
It feels more real. It handles like a car should handle, like a supercar should handle.
Right.
Not like it's this thing on ice, like you were saying, and that's kind of what it was. It was always a difficult car to get the power down on, but now this version 8 tyre, just the physics, I think that's one thing that they've just absolutely nailed. They focus a lot of time on getting the physics absolutely perfect, and that's where they're miles above everybody else.
They really are, and it shows. It shows the time and effort that they have put into the sim is everything, because really physics, I believe, is the most important thing. When you got guys out here, like you said, making sim racing their job, that physics is everything. And you're not going to have guys being able to do this for a job if the physics are lackluster in any way. And so the fact that iRacing has continued to improve the model of their tires and the suspension and everything in the car, it makes all the difference in the world. And we got a little bit of trouble here as I'm talking. I'm looking at right here, Chris Bowler in the number 93, Chris Durant's Team B. Got a little bit of trouble there. I want to see what happened. I saw him come down to almost a slow crawl, and I think he was going side by side here, and I think he was letting a little bit of contact was made. That's what it was, a little bit of contact.
Yep, we'll just watch that. So they are running for an 11th position at the moment. Oh, that was the Porsche we were talking about earlier. Oh.
Yeah, that was.
Oh, yeah, not really any fault of theirs, to be honest. I don't think he was expecting to have that Porsche dive up the inside of him. He's probably got away with it. Maybe just a few little scratches on that front right fender.
Yeah, that was Colin Cameron in the Evil Nature there team. That is that Porsche we saw earlier, and he's got tremendous pace, and so he is really flying, especially now that he's gotten out of the traffic. I don't think that was intentional at all, but it can happen, especially when it's dark out here on the track, man. This thing, like I said, I'm so used to seeing Spa in the daytime that seeing it at night is it's awesome for me, because it's just a cool track anyways, but at night it's like a whole different animal.
Yeah, exactly right. Going through a rouge up over the hill there, you always hold your breath going through it normally during the day, but at night time there is a little bit more grip down on the track, and the cars kind of handle a bit better in the night because it is a lot cooler, and because it is an ever-evolving track, and based on real time, kind of reflects how a normal day would go. So the cars go faster at night time, which you're already seeing times dropping at this stage of the night. 18.2s, we're in the low 19s, whereas before it was the high 19s, which just really does show how much quicker the track is and how much more grip's gone down.
And that is so accurate to real life. I know going to Atlanta Motor Speedway, I've been to several. A few years ago, Atlanta Motor Speedway used to host, on I think it was Labor Day or Memorial Day weekend, a NASCAR race, And the race would start during the daylight hours, and there's a reason they call it Hot Atlanta. It is hot down this way, and it would be very the track temp would be way up there, and these guys would be sliding around down there, and it was just, I mean, it was fun as can be to watch as a spectator, but for the drivers, it was eating tires up. But as the night went on and as the sun went down and it cooled off, the guys would get so much more grip, and their times would just continue to improve throughout the night. So it's accurate to real world. I mean, when you get the drop in temperature at night, it really does improve the grip, and it's good to see that simulated here in the sim.
Yeah, so looking at our two cars that are out there, we are 23rd and 34th. Martin Skirpin.
Yeah, Ernestus Mikulovicius
did better than I would.
And Ernestus, if I butchered that, I do apologize.
Yeah, you've done a good job. It's perfect.
The only way somebody butchers my name is if they go Smythe instead of Smith.
I'm sure that does happen, mate. Martin Skirpin, though, in this 013, just recently jumped in the car to take over. Car looks in okay condition. Slight little bit of damage on the back of that wing there, on the right hand side, so will certainly not be helping that straight line speed and the downforce, especially through this corner coming up in Eau Rouge.
One thing to keep an eye on is Reese Saunders in the Team Year One Black. That is your leader on the track, headed down pit road. I was going to say he's coming up on one of our cars, but decides to head down pit road, and I'm wondering if we're going to see a driver swap from the lead team.
Yeah, potentially. They're in a good position, so nothing to worry about for them at this stage.
Yeah, they've obviously done a wonderful job to, I guess we could say tonight. And since the skies are black, they've done a great job, and we will see what happens here with them in just a moment. Now, when I came in, sorry, buddy, I was just going to say, when I came in, we had another team that was in the lead. They did stop, I assumed, for a driver swap, and they had some issues going on, and I'm not sure what happened with them. It was the W2W Racing Red. Justin Thompson is back in the car, so that is who the driver was. And I was showing they were in the first position. Now I'm showing 29th. So obviously something happened there.
Yeah, this car was put in the wall probably about 2 hours ago, 2.5 hours ago.
Okay. See, I missed that. I missed them getting into the wall. That was when I was having some technical issues, and that'll do it. That will do it.
That will do it, yes. And I'm being fortunate enough. Our other director, Jay Kennedy, is going to give me a little break for a while. So we're just going to hand over to him. He's going to keep you guys entertained for the next little bit, and then I'll be back on in no time.
Well, I do want to thank you so much for hanging with me and keeping me company out here, and we look forward to seeing you again soon.
Yeah, thank you, JD, for coming back, mate.
Absolutely. Happy to be here. So...
I've gone to ads, mate.
It was a PR, never get money tonight. I am a don, dropping a ball. Eventually someone to lean on, someone to say she the one. This shit is fun, niggas just acting tough. Know that your bitch just slut, she on my nuts. She want me to cuff, but I'm not made for.
Got me? All right, and I'm back. All right. Thanks, guys, for coming back as we bring you guys back to 24 Hours of Spa. I'm JD Smith, and with me is Jay Kennedy. Jay, welcome. How are you, buddy?
I am fantastic. It's good to be back. I went and had a little snooze and went and covered the iRacing Grand Prix series with Jake Sperry after he finished his stint as well. So we've been and watched some racing at the Nürburgring, and now we're back at Spa. Looking forward to it, and I'm impressed to see that the cars are still going. I left and the 013 car was in all sorts of trouble. It had been crabbing after getting shunted when it was in the top 10, and it's still going on. I mean, it's 19 laps down, but the fact that the guys are still pushing on is fantastic. And the 21 car, the fact that those guys are still going as well, doing very, very nice. Not far off a top 20. They're looking very, very good at the moment. It's great to see.
No, they have done a remarkable job, Jay. We have only seen, I think, two
commentators curse.
It always happens. And I'm going to blame that one on you, Jay.
Yeah,
Tell us what happened.
I'll take it. I don't know exactly what's happened. All I saw was a car crabbing, and it not facing the right way when I flipped to it. So it's coming up to Puon just here, and I think we've hit the inside wall.
And a tough break. Hate to see that.
Oh, that is a big hit. Ouch.
Yeah, that's going to leave a mark, and makes you wonder what the long term is going to be from this incident. How bad that really was.
That just triggered from being up on the curb when foot on the brake, and that meant that the car looped it around, and it is limping back to the pits, but literally limping, which is the sad thing to see.
Yeah, I always called that crabbing, going like a crab. Ooh, and right now 2 cars going by, Ernestus and Nikolavicius in the RSV Motorsport. That's the number 21 car. He's currently, I'm seeing him in the 23rd position now. And it looks like he's slowed down. Jay, do you know what's going on with Ernestus?
Yeah, that's the car of ours that we just had hit the wall, so...
Okay.
Yeah, so
I had missed
is
it.
in big trouble.
Yes, big trouble, as he is crabbing, and that is so unfortunate. Man, I hate to see that. He was doing a really good job earlier when I was with Fonte. He was doing a great job, and you hate to see any type of incident like that. Let's see if he can get that car repaired. Hopefully not too much time in the pits, and we'll see and keep you guys updated on what's going on with the number 21 machine.
And see how much wheel damage there is. Look how far he's had to turn the wheel. Is that 75 degrees? Oh, no, it's over 90 degrees. So about 145 degrees he's got it turned.
A lot of guys don't
how's he going to get around this corner?
Oh man, a lot of guys don't realize just how difficult it can be when your car is damaged like that, just to get it back to pit road. So, give him credit for able to get in the car down pit road.
Had to let someone pass because there was a car trying to get through, coming down pit lane as well. So he did a good job to make sure that there wasn't contact in the pit lane. Unfortunately, limping it back, but he is getting back to the pits, so they'll reassess the damage, and we'll get an update from the team as to how bad the car is as well very, very soon. But that's so sad because they were doing a great job. Definitely didn't have great pace, but they were very consistent.
Yeah, and consistent, and they were hanging in there. Like you said, we are almost at the 9-hour mark, literally about 40-something seconds away from being 9 hours into this 24-hour event. And like you said, he didn't have extremely fast pace, but it was consistent pace. And, if you can keep that going, you never know how far up you can climb, because as you've seen in these long endurance races, problems do exist. Even for the fast guys, they get into trouble, and you never know how high you can climb, because consistency pays off in an endurance race.
100% right. Being consistent is often better than being quick. One thing to be, look, just ahead here of Martin Skirvin, just there, there's a car not being consistent, just went off the circuit. So Making sure that you actually get lap times in, keep it consistent, keep it clean, does you more good than being absolutely the fastest car out on track. If you're consistent and fast, then you're not going to be out there in this race. You're probably going to be out there with the top boys. But if you're consistent, you're going to find yourself great results in these races. So fingers crossed we continue these guys on. We'll get an update from the team very, very soon as to how much damage there is on the 21, as there's another car around. This is the time of the race that everyone starts to lose concentration.
Yeah, we talk about driver fatigue. We just see the number 82 car, that's Tynus Boats, and the Blue Bayou machine or car, and he is having some trouble, Jay, getting off the wall there. That car may have some serious damage. Let's see what happens to it.
Here we go. Virtual Racing Score replay up, and I think this is just a little bit too much brake in the mid corner to try and get the car turned in, miss the apex, and then didn't hit the wall surprisingly, but stalled the. Yeah, it stalled the car. I did notice that he stalled the car. You should see the lights going out, so just trying to get the car restarted. Something new to iRacing that you probably didn't know either is that the cars can stall now.
And that is crazy. I did not know that. I was unaware of that. That is a new feature that was not here from 5 years ago. So I'm glad that you told me that, because I was unaware that the sim had your car could stall. So just something else you got to worry about.
We're about to get an update on the car now, the 21 car. 20 minutes of repairs required before they can get back out there. And then there's no guarantee that the car's actually fixed enough to be able to drive, so that's sad to see. I'm very, very good at the commentator's curse. You've known that for a long time, JD. I didn't think I was that good at it, though.
Well, it may be a deadly combination, because I have given the commentator curse more than my fair share of times as well. So with me and you both here, watch out. Boy, Cody Richardson is going down on the inside right now. Boyd Payne in the AOD Racing BMW, and those two are mighty racy. Cody Richardson in 5th place. Of course, Boyd Payne is 27. But like we said earlier, just because they're not racing for exact position, you know, like we said, getting up around somebody and being able to run at your full pace makes a big difference.
100% right. It does make a massive difference to be able to run it at that full pace. And interesting that there's only 4 cars on the lead lap. That car off Cody Richardson, the first car a lap down. So they're pushing on for our 013 car. Skirpin at the wheel at the moment.
Yeah, Skirpin's done a good job past hour and a half, 2 hours.
A little bit of ground to gain before it gains a position, but the good news is there are a couple of cars ahead that are in the pits getting damage fixed. Not only our sister car, the 21, but other cars. So there are positions to be gained just by continuing and pushing on. So fingers crossed we see that car. They've reassessed their aim, hoping for a top 30. I think a top 25 is possible with the current pace that they've got, and the fact that the attrition rate is starting to grow a little bit.
I think you're absolutely right, Jay. And hopefully Martin Skirpin doesn't get too worried. He's got 2 cars right there on his 6th, but he's holding his pace well.
Definitely maintaining good pace, and the lap times are fairly consistent. The last lap was a little bit off the pace, but for the most part, all of the lap times are rather consistent. So we'll see if that consistency pays off. A few other cars, the work in progress racing with Rutherford at the wheel, the number 5 car. That's been in the pits for a long time. But it is looking like it might be out of the race at the moment as well. So that could be a positional gain for us too in the next little bit.
Yeah, some positive after some fairly sad news with the incident. Now we're starting to see some positive news for Skirpin. Right now, the third place car of Tyler Manning trying to get around some lap traffic there of Patricio Montervo. And in front of him, Mike Braun, who is fallen a few spots since the last time I saw him.
Not a huge number of actual battles for position at the moment, is there? It's sort of the stage of the race where drivers are just trying to get comfortable. It is very difficult if you've been driving in the sim for the start of the race when it's in the daylight, getting into the nighttime phase. It's a totally different beast, isn't it? If you haven't done much nighttime practice as well, to get out there and race in the night, very, very difficult.
Oh man, very difficult. And, you know, for me, as someone that is not used to being on track without lighting at night, it is difficult. It's not something you're used to. And like you said, you know, you do get a little more grip at night, but just the fact that we're not used to running these tracks at night, it can throw you off.
Definitely can. And yeah, the day-night transition actually is quite beautiful as well. iRacing has done a brilliant job with the day-night transition. You see the sky transition from the daylight into the nighttime and then back into the daylight. Once you start to see the sky light up, once the sun starts to come up, there we just got a little hit from behind. I was worried we were about to get punted there. But we didn't get too big a hit there, which is good to see. So Gerben continues on. Actually, look like we might be able to get a live look in. See if this works. Here we go.
Very nice. As Scrippen looks ahead, and the car he looks ahead to is Robert van de Heuvel in the Apex Tech Racing. That's the number 13 car. They're currently 9th in position.
I do love the rear vision camera these guys have got. You can see the camera next to the dash. So you don't have to worry about looking up at the mirror as well. Your mirror is right in your eyesight. Makes it very, very easy to understand where you are and where other cars are. And the blindingness is not too bad as well.
It is amazing where all this has gone since when I left, when I took the break. It is really, truly, I mean, like I said, it is 5 years, but the amount that has changed and the progress that has been made from iRacing and sim racing in general is so impressive.
I even think back to 12 months ago, the changes that have happened, or 18 months before the pandemic started, to think that we would have the biggest ever TV viewership of an esports event being iRacing on TV, unheard of. There's no way iRacing will be on TV. The fact that we did that was incredible, with the highest ever viewership of an esports on actual TV ever, with over 1 million people watching the eNASCAR Pro Invitational last year. Absolutely incredible. The fact that it was nominated for an Emmy Award, amazing. Sim racing is huge.
Yeah, that is mind-blowing, and if you would have told me that 5 years ago, I would have almost laughed at you. Just from where it was then to now, and to know you had a hand in some of that, didn't you there, Jay?
I was lucky enough to work on that series both last year and this year, and the fact that I can actually put on my resume that Emmy Award nominated is quite mind-blowing and humbling as well. It's very, very cool to know that played some sort of impact in that going forward. And the pandemic has given some incredible opportunities throughout the pandemic. In last year, we here at Sim Speed and myself personally working with iRacing directly, lucky enough to be able to work with Renault for an actual online Formula Renault series, worked with NASCAR, worked with IMSA, worked with IndyCar, worked with Australian Racing Group as well, who run TCR Australia and the S5000 series here in Australia as well. Work with them very, very closely. So yeah, I had some fantastic opportunities, and more to come this year. The blow-on effect is continuing, which is great to see. It hasn't just been a one and done thing. Everyone's gone back to the real world. Everyone is realizing that sim racing can play a part alongside real world motorsport, not only for the drivers but for the fans as well. People are realizing, sure, the cars aren't real, but the racing sure is.
That is so true. And, you know, it's one thing that I'm so happy to see develop over time. I remember, you know, a while back when I would explain to somebody what iRacing was and what sim racing was. It took a minute for them to kind of wrap their head around it. But once we got on national TV and, you know, people saw on live television that the NASCAR drivers are out here driving these sim racing cars and they see that the racing is real, it really has progressed. And I think a lot of the motorsports are starting to see the potential in not only just the racing in general, but finding future talent. As you know, racing is a very expensive sport to get involved with. And sometimes if you don't, if you're not kind of born into it, or if you don't have the funds maybe to get started, sim racing is an alternative way that you can get involved with racing and motorsports in general. And we've seen that happen with several guys that have had some tremendous success coming from a sim sports background.
William Byron, probably the best example of that. Started his motorsport career on iRacing, was noticed by a few real world teams and was lucky enough to drive a Legends car, and now is probably driving the second most famous car in NASCAR, the 24.
Oh,
Incredible.
and doing a phenomenal job. I have been a very big supporter of William Byron, and a lot of that has to do with the fact that he started his racing career in iRacing. And as you know, Jay, I'm a huge ambassador, or want to, you know, try to be an ambassador, supporter of sim racing in general. And the fact that he is doing such a remarkable job in that 24 car, it's not easy to step into a legendary car like that, and to be able to perform the way that he has at a young age is so impressive. And like you said, you know, a lot of the times when these guys get in a legendary number like the 24 car, you think about the legend that was in it. But I tell you what, he's made a name for himself, and I think he's getting a lot of supporters.
100% agree. He's finding himself a whole heap of new fans and working his way up through the ranks, and maybe not at this stage going to be marked as an all-time great, but he's definitely in the process of getting himself there, and definitely one of the young guns of the future to watch over the next 15 years, because he's still got a long career left. He's very, very young. He still has a lot of time left in NASCAR, which is cool to see, and still jumps on the sim and races quite regularly. That's the other cool thing about sim racing. What other sport in the world can you go and compete against pro athletes at and actually be competitive with them? I can't think of any other sport that has an esport where you can actually do the real thing, or as close to the real thing as you can in sim racing, and race against the pro of those real sports and match yourself against them in the virtual world.
Yeah, I can't think of anything that is on the same level as what you just mentioned with sim racing and real world motorsports. It is a special bond. Like I said, I remember being so excited. Like I said, with me coming from a NASCAR background, Jay, I remember getting super excited when I found out that the NASCAR, the top NASCAR series here on iRacing, was getting a sponsor from Peak Antifreeze. And it was a big deal back then that we had a great sponsor step in for those guys. And now I'm looking all over the iRacing sim, and we're seeing sponsors for almost every series out there. So it just shows you when you step away like I did for 5 years, to come back, it's eye-opening just to see how much the sim has grown. And when you talk about drivers like we did with William Byron and others that have come from the sim as well, this is the infancy. You start to realize this is just the infancy of sim racing. Even though it's been around for a while, in the grand scheme of things, we're in the infancy.
Looks like we've lost JD for a second there. Hopefully we'll be back in a sec. But the other drivers too that you think of when you're talking about real world drivers that are amazing in the sim, I think back to Scott McLaughlin when we first started out here at Sim Speed. Of course, now driving IndyCar, two-time Australian Supercars champion, also won the Bathurst 1000. very, very good driver. Of course, won almost everything competitive on his way up through the ranks. McLaughlin now one of the best out there, and he's actually out. Just saw he was actually racing a couple of dirt sprint car events earlier today, so he's still active on the sim as well, even though he's now moved over to the States and living in Charlotte. It's cool to see Scotty Mack doing very, very well as well. So the 21 car coming up on 20 minutes in the pits with this damage from that incident earlier on. So we'll see how much longer until that car goes out, and fingers crossed that car is redeemable and can get back out on track without losing too much more ground. And the 013 is continuing on, currently 2 laps behind the next car ahead, but recovering after those huge issues from earlier on, currently 19 laps down. Pace in this car has dropped off quite a lot over the last little while, but the good news is the car is continuing on, which is a big, big plus, which often is half of the battle. Just having a couple of technical issues at our end, so I'm just going to go quiet for a second, and when we come back, hopefully we'll have JD alongside, but we'll jump on board and we'll enjoy a couple of laps on board with the 013.
right, guys, welcome back, and sorry about the exit there from me. A little bit of technical issues on my end, but I'm happy to be back with Jay Kennedy, and we are underway at the 24 hours right here from Spa. As you see, nighttime is upon us. We should see the morning sun coming up in just a little while, but for right now, the guys have done a wonderful job, for the most part, of staying out of trouble. We have seen some unfortunate events, especially with one of the cars we've been watching close, one of our cars, and we will check in on the track. Jay, welcome, and how are you doing so far this evening, I guess we should say?
Morning for me. It's been a very, very fun night into morning. I haven't had much sleep. I know Scott has had no sleep, so he's gone off for a little nap, and Jake's also gone for a sleep, but we'll have Reese back in later on. We'll have a few more new names coming in to join us as well, which will be cool. It's been a very, very fun event, though. I've really enjoyed doing it. It's definitely been a different perspective on the race to watch just one team as opposed to watching the whole race. I've really enjoyed doing it this way, though. It's been really, really cool to watch and follow the story of how the guys are going throughout, especially knowing that they're all, for the most part, relatively new to sim racing, which is cool to watch as well. It's great to see these guys out there having a go, learning on the fly, seeing how the car behaves, and understanding the difference in sim racing to real world racing. Of course, all of the team, all with real world experience, but knowing the difference between the real world and the sim is just behind us. That's the 6 car having a huge moment. They've hit the wall.
Ouch.
They're a long way down. That's the Styrian Racer car. They're 50 laps down from the lead. That was a huge moment. But not understanding how the cars behave over a stint is really, really interesting and different. It's something that these guys can use to put back into the real world. This is one of the things that you can do that will actually help you in the real world, is these long endurance races.
It will, and like I said, I don't have any sim racing experience with endurance racing, but having tons of experience as a fan, and especially calling this today, has really opened my eyes to several things, and I am so impressed with how these guys have done today with not a lot of experience, like you said, in sim racing. It is impressive. A lot of folks don't realize just how difficult sim racing is, and I think we saw that when we mentioned a moment ago, we were talking about the real-world NASCAR drivers getting on the sim. A lot of these guys are world-class drivers, and I think they realize it is not... It's got its own challenges in sim racing. It's very difficult. It usually takes tons and tons of track time before guys can get any good at all. But for these guys with relative low experience to do as well as they've done is very, very impressive, Jay.
Yeah, and I know one thing a lot of real-world guys I've talked to, I know I talked to a few of the real-world racers a few months ago around this. One of the things that they love about sim racing is not necessarily that it helps with their driving, but their concentration levels that they need, the making sure that they have to hit their mark every single lap, consistently, lap on lap on lap. That's the big thing that they learn from sim racing and helps them in the real world. And making sure that you can limp around a damaged car, like you're seeing right now, is very, very key in the 013. Good news. 21 car is back out on track. Let's see how bad / good the damage is. Fingers crossed it's not too bad and we can get back out there. Our car's now running 32nd and 33rd, so they are both on the same lap.
Not bad, not bad. And great footage there, onboard footage there from Jay. And I'm glad to see them back out on the track. Mentioned when the accident happened just how good of a job they did getting that 21 car back to pit road. It literally was crab walking, and it's very difficult to drive. You saw how much they had to turn the wheel to keep the car straight. That is so difficult to get an injured car back down pit road. It is a lot more to it than people think.
Good news, after 25 minutes of damage repair, it looks like the car is reasonably okay. It is down a little bit on straight line speed, no surprise. With the damage that car had, it was definitely a steering arm or something that was damaged.
Oh!
But the car mustn't be behaving 100% perfectly because around it goes.
Yes, there we saw the back end slide out there. Let's find out exactly what happened, Jay. I think I think that was caused by the damage. So let's take a look at the VRS replay, and we'll take another look.
Mantas has actually got back behind the wheel after that. And you see here, I'm wondering if he was maybe watching the mirrors a little bit too much, watching that mirror, watching behind, rather than watching ahead and paying attention to what he was doing. Probably also worried about the car. And I think this might be on the marbles and around it goes. And
Yeah, I think
the damage as well probably didn't help.
Yeah, I think it is a combination of the two, as we saw as we go back live now. It's hard to say, but yeah, get on the marbles, back end gets loose, and then, like you said, the damage on the car from before doesn't help at all, and around she goes. But the good news is it doesn't look like the car got damaged anymore. So if the car feels okay and they do all right, they will continue and things will be moving forward.
Yeah, as long as the car doesn't get any more damage, I'll be able to continue on. But the hard thing from this point on now is damage limitation in two ways. I'm not just talking about that damage limitation in regards to the track position and where they are on track. We're also literally talking about limiting damage to the car, because when you're limping around in a damaged car, it doesn't take much to then cause terminal damage to a car. So fingers crossed we don't see the car suffer too much more damage. But the good news is, as we were saying, the car is out, the car is running straight, the car is moving in the right direction. Momentum forward is always a positive.
That's right, and that's something I was talking around with Fonte earlier. I thought he might get a little bit squirrely there again, but we talked about just how difficult in general it is on a 24-hour race with a healthy car, and now when you have a damaged car, it really kicks it up another notch. So if these guys are able to, and there's another one, Jay. It's a little troublesome, and hopefully they can find the answer. And here's a question: do you go down pit road? Is there any way they could fix the car more, or do you think it's just I don't know, in a long race like this, I don't know if there's any way to try to do more work on the car or not?
Usually once you've got your acquired and optional repairs done, there's nothing more that can be fixed at that point. So we just sort of got to limp it around with what it's got. But obviously there's still some instability in the car. It's not behaving as it should, but the positive is that it's still going. But there's obviously something not quite right. One of the corners of the car's not right, because it's 2 laps in a row through flowing right-hand corners that the car has snapped into oversteer. So something the boys are going to have to manage over the next little while.
And it may be something that the driver can get used to. It feels awkward right now, and it's difficult. But as the driver drives with the car the way it is, maybe they can get used to how the car is handling and make the corrections needed to keep it going straight.
Yeah, exactly right. And just making sure you manage that too. That's again that damage limitation. Good job, Jay. Damage limitation. I haven't had enough caffeine yet. Damage limitation that these boys are going to have to deal with over the next little while. But still moving forward, there are a couple of cars that they're about to pass for position based on them being in the pits to get damage fixed as well. So there are some positions to be gained. We have lost 11 of our starters overall. So we started with 52 cars in the split. We are now down to 41. There are a couple of cars that have not been out on track for quite a while. But we are still going, our 2 cars, 32nd and 33rd at this stage.
And what a fun race it's been thus far. 14 hours and a little over 14 and a half hours left in this event. So tons of racing left in this one. And like you said, we will keep you guys posted, as you'll hear many different broadcasters coming in later as the event continues over 24 hours. And it's, I'm impressed with what I've seen so far, Jay.
So it's been cool, hasn't it? It's been really fun to do something very, very different. We don't normally do stuff like this, so it's cool to get a different perspective on the race. I mean, we've all been in situations where we've been out there on track, but actually watching a team and watching their story progress throughout the day, into the night and back into the day again, is so different that it's quite enjoyable to watch. It's cool to live the roller coaster of emotions with these boys as they're out there on track. It's a different perspective on a race that I'm quite enjoying.
Yeah, it's fun, and like you said, we get in a different perspective. Normally when we're hopping around and we're jumping around looking at different things on the track, we don't really get a good look at the story of a certain race team, and that's what we're getting here now. And it's a different perspective, and it's fun. I really am liking it, and I've enjoyed it so far. It's been very, very entertaining to watch and to call.
Very relaxed too, and you can tell that the boys are enjoying themselves watching them on Zoom feed as well, which is always a positive. There's another spin. Rear in this car.
Just watch out for that damage. Good job by letting that traffic by, Jay.
I'm wondering if there's a tyre pressure adjustment that could be made that may fix some of the issues the car's having at the moment. So it does look like something's not quite right, doesn't it, in regards to the rears?
Yeah, there's something going on with the rear there, and I don't know what it is. I'm definitely no mechanical expert on what's going on with the car, but obviously something is causing the driver some very tough issues, obviously doing everything in his power to keep the car from spinning around, but it's definitely something's upsetting the car, especially on those right-hand turns, I've noticed.
See if there is something that can be adjusted. I've just found something I can add into the broadcast. I'm just going to set it up and we'll see if this works, but found a way to actually add the in-sim time so that we can actually see when the sun will rise, which probably a few hours away, but the fact that we might be able to see when that happens is quite cool.
That is very cool, and in fact it's funny because you're in Australia, I'm over here in America, and it's funny, I say good evening, you say good morning, so having a time in sim will help me with those things as well, because it's one thing in sim racing that is different from real world racing, where the broadcasters are physically at the track with the drivers. This is a global event. We are literally on both sides of the globe, and drivers on the track are from all over the planet, so it adds a lot of interesting elements as well.
It still blows my mind that we can run races from all around the world on a 24-hour schedule and have everyone jump in at the same time to organise a race virtually and do it like this. It still blows my mind, even though it's been in sim for 6 years or so now. Still remember running my first Daytona 24. Actually running a top split, believe it or not, I don't know how, but it's been so cool to have these special events that iRacing runs about once every month. And it's still cool that we have this available.
Jay, it is difficult to get the family together at Christmas and coordinate that all at the same time. So when you talk about getting all these guys together for a 24-hour event, it is mind-blowing that they're able to put it together, and you see it right in front of you just how well it's run with minimal issues to any, if any. And you get great racing on the track, and it's so impressive to me, the fact that if you go back several years, like I said, I've talked about it over and over, but 5 years when I was here before, it was brand new. They were just starting to talk about 24-hour races and driver swaps and things that, a few years before I left would have sounded impossible. I mean, and now look at it. And where it is now, it's just insane the amounts of realism that we can add to the sim. And I love that now you have the clock in the sim. That is great.
Yes, I've just gone 2 a.m. in Belgium, which is cool. And I mean, amazing how much the sim's progressed, as you said. I mean, we've got a new damage model now, so some cars have realistic damage when they have accidents. So cars like the Skip Barber and the Formula V, the MX-5, all have realistic damage models now. So literally the wheels get ripped off if they make contact with another car, which is so cool. Day-night transitions, stalling of cars, all those sort of things. So cool.
The day-night transitions and the damage model too, but the day-night transitions is one of the things that I wanted so bad when I first joined iRacing, and now that they have it, and they've had it for a little while now, but it is added so much to the sim. Like you said, it is gorgeous as we see a tough side-by-side race going on right now with our 21 car, and these two guys having some fun going at it. Mantis Sakalauskas and holding on here. He was doing a great job. Remember, that car is damaged, and he's racing really well. He's holding his own.
Definitely is holding his own. He's doing a great job at the moment. So making sure that these guys out there don't bully him around too much, which is good to see.
No, yeah, he's letting them know that, hey, we're in here. We're still a part of this race, and we're very much still alive. And I'm impressed. That is not easy to do. Remember, I was talking, you may get used to the feel of the car, and I think that's what's happening, Jay. He's starting to get a feel for it. And when you're able to race, get racy with somebody like that with a damaged car, tip of the hat to you.
100%. So the two cars haven't changed position for a little while, which is not a bad thing. They're just cruising along, nice and content, nice and happy at the moment. They both seem like they're starting to get a little bit more comfortable with the car, or their cars, I should say. The 013 on screen here won't be too far away from making its next pit stop as well. So we'll see that car in the pits in the next few laps.
Yeah, that's another thing that will help too, is those fresh tires. You know, going in, getting some fresh tires will help, and fueling up may put a little more weight back there. So we'll see how the car handles after a fresh stop.
And as I said before, maybe see some tyre pressure adjustments too because of the change in weather conditions. I'm just seeing too, our nearest competitor in the 31st position, the 82 car has just had a moment there. So we'll see if we can pick up what's happened.
Yeah, as we bring up the virtual racing school replay, we'll find out exactly what happens.
Down the hill here is where this incident has happened, and it looks like it's a self-spin. Outbrakes himself, uses a bit of extra brake pressure, and around he goes.
Boy, it's so easy to as you see that Lamborghini get spun around, it's easy to happen. It can happen to the best of them.
Exactly right, definitely can. So we've seen it, I think everyone's had a moment at some point throughout this race, so no doubt seeing another moment. One thing I don't know if you've noticed, JD, is some of the Lamborghinis, the only cars that have this at the moment, is there's a BMW trying to get through. Not sure who that is, trying to get past the 82.
Yeah, they're going side by side. He will make it around the Lamborghini, so the BMW does make his way around to open track now. But sorry, Jay, go right ahead.
I was just going to say, I don't know if you've noticed, but some of the Lamborghinis actually have two headlight configurations that the drivers can run. So you've got your endurance style headlights, which you see the Blue Bayou car running, which is the extra light bar
in the middle,
in the bottom in the middle, and some don't run that. So you actually have the option to choose whether you run that in the iRacing garage. The interesting thing is when we race in the VRS GT Sprint Series, which is broadcast here on Sim Speed on a Saturday, is we see a lot of drivers running the endurance configuration of headlights during the daytime. A little bit distracting for some drivers. They'll just chuck it on and leave it on there. So they actually run the extra headlights for a race during the day.
That's interesting. I was wondering why I saw that answered my question, because I was, you get used to the headlights, and I was seeing Lamborghinis with 2 different light setups, and I didn't know if it was 2 different types of Lamborghinis that I wasn't aware of. But that answers my question, and it is very bright.
I mean,
so
definitely needed on these sort of races. Having the extra light is quite handy, but yeah, it still surprises me that some of the guys run it in the nighttime races. In the daytime races. I don't quite understand why you would. I mean, if you're not the quickest driver, maybe you would, but I think you'd want to back yourself in thinking that you might be able to be at the front and not need the extra lights to put the driver off in front of you.
That's right. That's exactly what you want to think. Yeah, that's interesting. I'm not sure why they would, or one would do that, but that is definitely different.
So Mantinus at the moment sitting still in 32nd after this car had its damage repaired, and lap time wise actually not too bad, which is great to see. So the car mustn't be too badly damaged. The Blue Bayou car, the next car up the road, and we are gaining on that car, so we could be up for an extra position in the next little bit. We are gaining around about 2 seconds a lap.
Very nice from Mantis Sakalauskas, and yes, that's always great to see some positive progression there, and gaining 2 seconds a lap. That is very, very positive. Boy, look at how good. I tell you what, Jay, one thing I'm not used to is calling GT3 races, but I am here to tell you I love it. I love the fact, it's one of my favorite things about the GT3 series is you have so many different manufacturers in the race, and the cars are shaped differently, and it is, to me, it is really pure car racing. You get out there in these amazing GT cars, and it's so fun to see all the different manufacturers, and it makes a difference. I don't know, it's something that I'm used to. Me coming from a NASCAR background, you have, even though they're different manufacturers, you typically see very similar chassis, whereas here you're getting some really big different. You can tell when you see that's a Lamborghini, you can tell that's a BMW, and it's so fun to see. It's almost like we're out here street racing. I mean, it is really fun to see that coming from the NASCAR series, and of course where we're at with the V8 Supercar America series.
Yeah, exactly right. And the other cool thing with these as well is with the balance of performance and the way it behaves is each race you see a different manufacturer having strengths and weaknesses. So if you're a driver that is very, very fixed on only liking to race one car, then you're going to have good weeks and bad weeks. If you're okay and comfortable with racing all of the different manufacturers, one week you'll run the Porsche, next week you run the BMW, the next week you might have to run the McLaren, and you have to swap and change and work out which car's quicker at each track, because, as I said, each car has a strength and a weakness. So understanding each car's strengths and weaknesses and knowing which car is best suited to each track, one of the cool things I love about this series as well. We see all sorts of mixes of cars. This week in the VRS GT Sprint Series, we saw the BMW and the Ford and the Ferrari being quick and the Porsche being quick. So we saw a really good big mix and a few Mercedes in there as well. The week before we saw almost exclusively Porsches at the front. The week before that we saw a few Audis at the front. The week before that we saw Lamborghinis at the front. So it really changes each week depending on how the cars are behaving and what each track does and how everything is suited to each circuit. And again, the strengths and weaknesses of each car, as we brought our number 013 car in for its pit stop. Getting some fresh tyres out there. No driver swap at this stop though.
Yeah, just some fresh rubber on the car and top her off with fuel, and it is a huge advantage to be a driver that can drive multiple cars, multiple car types. To me, that is a massive strength. Your value as a driver goes up tremendously. Like you said, Jay, if you can come in and drive a Porsche this week and know next week you need to be in a Ford or what have you, a Lamborghini, being able to be versatile is a huge advantage to be in, in the series. If you're only good in one car, like you said, you're going to have weeks that are going to be really tough on your car and thus on you. So that is a very interesting point. I'm glad you brought that up because that is something that we don't see in the America Series or, like I said, in oval racing with NASCAR. That is something that is very special with GT3 racing.
Well, and the cars are so different as well. You've got front engine, rear wheel drive, you've got rear engine, you've got mid engine, you've got V12s, you've got V8s, you've got flat sixes, you've got all different sorts of engine types, weight distribution, drivetrains, everything. There's so many differences in GT racing. The fact that we can have a balance of performance that actually makes the cars work so closely alongside each other is actually quite incredible. The fact that all of the cars are balanced as well as they are is such a cool thing to see, and something I really enjoy about GT3 racing as well. As we've just gained a spot, the Blue Bayou car is in the pits getting damage fixed.
Oh, okay. We'll find out. Let's take a look at a VRS replay and find out what happened to the Blue Bayou car. Let's find out.
I think it's been hit by another car.
Oh boy.
Next corner here, I think, is where the incident has happened. Run off the circuit. The rejoin. The car that was in 6th position.
Wow.
But there's another part to this too, because there's no damage to the car at that point, unless it's blown a tyre.
And that is a very, very big possibility. But I'm not seeing any contact on Tinus Bones in the 82 Lamborghini, the Blue Bayou car.
Oh, here it is.
Oh, okay, that'll do it. That will do it. Oh, boy. Got put up on the lid. And, oh, man, I almost want to see that again. Wow.
The second part of that was the scary bit there, wasn't it? Talking about Blue Bayou.
Yeah, it was, Jay. I was not expecting that. When you said an incident, I was thinking small time. That was a pretty big incident there. As the car literally gets flipped up on its deck lid. Let's see here. Did a good job at first of keeping it off of the barrier, but then as it's in reverse, it hits, and really, I was not expecting. I didn't think it had that much momentum to flip, but it did, and it ends up on the roof. So very unfortunate there for the Blue Bayou Lamborghini.
You don't want to see your opponents get taken out like that. I mean, you want to battle them hard and fair out on the circuit, but we do gain a spot from that, which is a positive, but not the way that we would like to gain a spot. Also seen that Skirpin on the last lap may have had a little issue as well. He's dropped a little bit of ground to the Osmerican Jackaroos, who is now the car that we are battling with. And how's that? There's perfect photo opportunity for the team. Team cars nose to tail.
Yeah, that's great stuff right there. Take your photo. And I meant to say this earlier, but I love the livery on these cars.
They do look really good. Very, very smart looking cars. Done a really good job with making the cars look really top nick, professional. Side by side down the Kemmel Straight. And both have decent straight line speed. Don't fight too much, boys. Golden rule of racing. The first rule of racing, don't take out your teammate. You know what the second rule of racing is too, don't you, JD?
What's that?
Don't take out your teammate.
Oh, that's it. Say it once, say it twice. That is a very good point there. And they did a good job there. It was cool to see them side by side there. Like I said, great photo op. But glad to see everybody made it through. You see Martin Scrippen there. Started 34th, currently running 34th. And, ooh.
Oh, that's the lead car just coming past it there, the Sim Speed Esports 1. And he had a little bit of trouble getting past us there.
Yeah, he did. I had to go over there for a second because looking on there from the camera angle we had, look, he got really close to some contact there. Great job by Scrippen there. Is able to really hold his own right now as he has a 3-car grouping coming up behind him. And we'll see how well he's able to stay ahead of these guys.
Nikolauskas now 31st, is about to gain another position. So the KRU Esports car, which is currently stored in position number 30. They've been stuck in the pits. That was a bit messy there.
We got another one that was scary, Jay.
It was. So that was the 109 car, the Wolfpack car that we had issues with earlier on in the race. So there's no love lost between us and them after our fights that we had earlier. That's about to be a change of position for us to get us into the top 30 in this 21 car, with the KRU Esports car out of the race. They've been stuck in the pits for about 25 odd minutes. Fat Rabbit Event Solutions Racing Team, they've also been in the pits for about 12 minutes. Alpha Canis Racing also out, and Orange Cow, which we had battles with very, very early on in the race in the 013 car. We were battling with them for the top 3. They also appear to be out of the race, so we might gain quite a few spots over the next half hour or so.
That's some great news. Absolutely love that camera angle we saw just a moment ago as we got a car coming down on the inside right now. Let's make sure we stay clean, and we do as the Lamborghini comes up past the 2-1 car. And but what a little bit off there, and that's going to cause us to gain another some more speed here. Let's see if we can get back around this Lamborghini. As you see, Mantis Sakalauskas, and I don't know if he's going to get back around him, but a great job there of holding his own there. Didn't fall back too far after that Lamborghini went by. What I was saying just a second ago, though, Jay, I love that camera angle from, it looks like we're almost sitting in the stands there at Spa, and you see the guys come past the start-finish line and get down up the hill, and it's just, oh man, almost like you're there.
It's incredible. We were talking before about how much the sim has evolved with extra features, but even the graphics of the sim have evolved so much, as well as the particle effects and the marbles offline. You can see them really, really evidently when you look through some of the corners. You can see all the marbles off the side of the track. You can see it there just at the front of the shot, the exit of the corner. It shows how running off the circuit, running off your normal racing line can affect the car, because you do actually pick them up on your tyres, and your tyres do actually lose a little bit of grip, as they would in real life. If you run off the circuit, get some marbles on your tyres, it takes a little bit for you to work those away and get some grip back into your tyres again.
They do, and that not only makes an effect here, but if you're driving open wheels cars like there are some on the sim, it really affects you to get into those marbles. So I am so glad that is modeled into the sim, and not only modeled for the effect, but it's also modeled visually, and that is it just adds that extra little touch. It adds a little bit more realism and a little bit more immersion to the iRacing sim.
We just gained a position now, so we're back into the top 30 in the 21 car.
And that is great news, as we hope the positive news keeps coming for both boys. And a great job down this long straightaway.
That car right behind us there is the Sim Speed Esports car. Remember, we saw not that long ago, it was having a little bit of trouble getting by the sister car, the 013 car. So if Chris Mogridge, who is in that car now, can get through a little bit easier than he did the last attempt we had at making a move past our cars.
Yeah, and that is the leader. So you see right there, when you have the lead cars, you got the 01 there in the window, it shows the current position on track, and we're holding our own with the lead car on the track. So that is some positive news.
Yeah, pace-wise, we're looking pretty good. It's just the fact that we're unfortunately 17 laps down from the lead. Of course, our starting position wasn't the best in this car, in the 21 car, started in 23rd position. Of course, the 013 car, it started way back way up the field. I think we started 5th from memory, so it's had a horror run as a 013, unfortunately, but we're still going. Remember the incident the 013 had after the first pit stop, after our first driver swap, it got absolutely taken out, and similar damage to what we saw with that car earlier, with the crabbing that car had in the 21. So Fingers crossed we don't see any more incidents like that for these guys, because if we do, it may end up being the race over for us. Fingers crossed we don't see that. Love to see both these guys finish. Finishing one of these 24-hour races is honestly an achievement in itself.
I was about to say, yeah, just finishing one of these 24-hour events is a big achievement in itself. You got to remember, we've been racing hard for a long time now, and we have just over 14 hours left in this one, so there is still a ton of time left for these guys to make up some of that lost ground from earlier in the race. And as long as they continue to stay positive and stay moving forward and keep the car out of trouble, who knows how far they can climb up the leaderboard. Because you see it, Jay, we are still holding our own in front of this leader.
Yeah, exactly right. We're still definitely holding our own and maintaining pace, doing a very, very nice job as well. So we're just maintaining the run. We're not overworking the car, just keeping a grip on things, keeping pace, maintaining some consistency, doing a very, very nice job. I'm just looking to see what time in Sim we're going to see the sunrise. The sunrise is scheduled for 3 minutes past 6, so we're going to start to see some light come through in about 3 hours' time. Watching the sunrise in iRacing is actually quite beautiful, so I'm looking forward to seeing when the sun starts to come up in around about 3 hours' time.
Yeah, that is going to be beautiful, and when the sun does start to come back up, it will be interesting to see. That bright sun can actually cause some issues for some guys. It is really bright, and as it is low, if you have it coming in that windshield, it can give you a little bit of trouble. If you always, we talk about the headlights, but the sun, it can really do it too. So, great little, great layover there on the screen. As you guys see, the current temperature is 66 degrees, wind speed around 12 miles per hour, and the track temperature is at 68 degrees Fahrenheit, which should provide a lot of grip out there, Jay.
Yeah, 20 degrees Celsius for those of you who don't understand Fahrenheit like myself. And the speed of that wind is fluctuating between about 10 and 20 kilometers per hour coming out of the east. Don't tell me or ask me which direction that actually is on the circuit, because I've got no idea.
Yeah, I'm afraid I'm with you on that. I have no idea as well on the sim. Fahrenheit makes no sense. It really does not make any sense. But it is, unfortunately, what I understand as an American. Celsius makes a lot more sense, but I just was taught Fahrenheit, just American red, white, and blue.
It's going to be tough to ever change the American way of thinking in regards to that, isn't it? It's entrenched in everything. Metric system makes more sense, but it's just very, very hard to make you change it. The east will be when they're looking towards, they're driving into the wind, coming out of this corner here. So that's due east right there, going up that little run right there. So through Curve Paul Frere, through turn 16, 17, 18, that is running into the wind.
Very nice, very nice. That gives you a little bit of... Yeah, thank you very much, Wikipedia. Yeah, that does help us give a little bit of representation on the sim now as you guys watch, and you can kind of get an idea. It won't be long, about a little over 3 minutes and 14 hours left in this event. As this event has had a really nice run of things late. We haven't seen much trouble lately there, Jay. Looks like most of the guys are settled in. And you got to wonder, like we talked about earlier, driver fatigue can be an issue if you're out there on a long stint, especially with no sun. I feel like it makes a big difference when you're out there and there's just black and headlights. You can kind of get into what they call driver hypnosis.
Definitely, you just sort of end up in almost a robotic mode, don't you? You sort of lose concentration. That's why we're starting to see, we had seen a lot more mistakes at this phase of the race, because drivers weren't paying enough attention, almost were getting distracted by themselves as much as anything else. So making sure that you maintain your composure, don't lose concentration is very, very difficult, but fingers crossed we don't see any more issues for any drivers, especially our own.
No, that's absolutely right.
It'd be nice if we see everyone get home. As we said before, finishing in one of these endurance races is huge. It's a really big achievement.
No, it's huge, absolutely huge. And I think if you've watched this broadcast, you've seen endurance racing in the past, you understand the achievement of what it is to complete one of these events. No matter where you finish on the track, it is an accomplishment just to finish. A lot of guys will not be here at the end of this event. You will see as time continues to go, cars will be out, and it happens. I mean, even from sprint races we see it happen. So when you add a 24-hour event, you know it's just going to continue.
100%. It's just going to cause you to keep fighting as well. You're going to try and maintain as much composure as you can. Make sure that you get to the end, and to finish first you must finish, as the old saying goes, and it's never been more true in one of these races. You definitely can't win a 24-hour race in the first little while, first few laps, but you can definitely lose it. You can definitely lose it at any time between the start and the 23.5-hour mark. Any time within that first 23.5 hours is just holding onto the car and keeping it clean. That last half an hour is when the race really starts.
Yes, that's absolutely right. And really, like you just said, you want to get yourself in the best possible position to make that last hour to hour and a half race. Put yourself in the best possible position to make things happen your way. You know, that's really what the first 22.5 to 23 hours of the race is. Stay as clean as you can, keep that car as undamaged as possible, and put yourself in a position where you can make things happen. And that is so much easier said than done, my friend, as you have seen from a lot of these guys, as you see the car behind ours jump down pit road. So I am liking this. Mantas Sakalauskas has got a nice little bit of track here where he can focus on just the road. And it makes me want to ask you the question, Jay, of is it better to be racing in a pack of cars in an event like this right now, or is it better to be by yourself? Because when you're by yourself, you are more susceptible to kind of falling in that zone, and you make that mistake of just getting kind of in a, like I said, in a hypnosis state, or you get a little too relaxed and a problem can happen. Or is it worse to be fighting, in a battle or with other cars near you? You're going to be more alert because you have that traffic around you, so you're less likely to make a mistake that way. But of course, obviously, it is easier to get in an incident with another vehicle. So what do you think the best way to be is? Out there by yourself or along with other cars?
I think it's truly a personal thing. I think some drivers prefer leading a pack and watching, and they gain more concentration by having cars behind them, watching them and following them. Other people prefer being in a pack, but at the back of a pack or in the middle of a pack, and other drivers prefer to be out there by themselves. I was always a driver that didn't mind being second in a line. I didn't mind following someone else. That was usually my preferred spot, was to be just behind another car, to watch, learn, and it helped me concentrate a little bit more because my perspective was all exclusively on what I was doing in regards to the car ahead. I often found that in these longer races, I would lapse concentration when I was out there by myself. So being the car behind someone that's very, very similar pace, didn't matter if that car was a little bit slower than me, I would be quite content sitting behind them because my concentration levels wouldn't lapse as much.
And that is how I see it as well. I feel like if I'm out there by myself, I'm more likely to not have my concentration where it needs to be. You know, obviously it's not intentional, but you can find yourself kind of getting out of the zone a little bit, and that is where a big mistake can happen. And So to me, I also like to have another car out there so I can kind of gauge where I'm at. You know, if I'm gaining on the driver in front of me, I know I'm doing what I need to be doing. Thus, if the driver in front of me is running away with it, I need to be stepping up my game a little bit, maybe pressing a little bit harder.
Exactly right. I always found that being the trailing car was the best spot to be for my personal thing, but other drivers within my teams that I've run with in these endurance races have said that they absolutely hate being the second car in a train or the third car in a train. They'd much prefer to either be by themselves or at the lead. So yeah, it's a 100% pure personal situation. Interesting, we've just actually gained a spot, by the way. We have got ahead of the Matthews Logistics team who just pitted. Actually still stuck in the pits as well, so they may have a fair bit of damage that they need to fix. So we're now into 29th.
And that is great news as we continue to move up the leaderboard. That is great as you see Amantis Sakalauskas there and moving up to the 2-9. It feels good to be in the 20s.
Definitely does, especially when we've seen how much bad luck we've had in both cars. To see that we're still going and we're inside the top 30. If we can get up into that second half, the top half of the field by the end, I think that's a great achievement considering where these guys were with one of the cars when I went to bed and where one of the cars was when I got up.
That's absolutely awesome, man.
Maybe it's all been me.
Maybe, you never know. You did come in and put the commentator curse down, so
straight away it was instant, wasn't it?
Just about. No, just kidding, man. I doubt it's you, man. It's just some things happen.
It's
when
amazing how much the commentator's curse actually works, though. It really is. It's scary.
It is scary, and it makes you wonder. It's almost some Twilight Zone stuff. I've literally had times where I've been commentating or calling a race, and I will be praising a driver, and then literally, as I'm praising them, boom, race over.
Yep, I've had the same, and I've had the same where I've said something about someone being inconsistent, and then all of a sudden they've gained consistency, so it definitely works both ways as well. But the commentator's curse is 100% real. Anyone that says it's not has not watched me commentate a race.
Yeah, and it's not just you, it's happened to me as well, so it's proof that it does exist no matter what side of the globe you're on.
We're not far off gaining position from the Orange Cow car, which, as I said before, we were battling with early on in the 013 car. In the first phase of the race, we were battling for third position with them. They are out of the race by the looks of things. They've been stuck in the pits for 22.5 minutes. And we'll hopefully for them get back out there, but we would like to gain some more spots. It'd be much better to gain spots out on the track than in the pits, as we just did before with our RSV Motorsport 21 car hitting past the Matthews Logistics Team 7 car, who has come back out after 5 minutes of damage repair. But those are the positions I'm okay with gaining, because that car has continued on. The little decent length stop. There's a Ascended Esports 2 car is off the circuit. Looks like it's okay though.
Yeah, coming back on the circuit, he's going to need to find some speed though. Got some fast cars coming up behind him, and looks like he is going to be okay. And the number 10 Lamborghini, and fantastic onboard footage there.
I love the UV light that the Lamborghini's using on board. It's pretty cool.
That's awesome.
See the crabbing going on for that car. It doesn't look too healthy.
No, it's unfortunate for those guys, and they're going to need to see if they can try to fix that. I wonder how long that stop will be for those guys. Alright guys, 14 hours, 53 and a half minutes left in this one. You're on board right now with Mantas Sakalauskas. And as you see, started the race 23rd, currently 29th. We have gained a few positions in the past 20 minutes or so. And who knows, it can keep going and keep moving back up.
Definitely more positions for us to gain throughout the event. Definitely not getting any brighter out there on track. It's looking harder and harder to see. If anything, it's getting darker, even though I didn't think it could get darker. It feels like it is getting darker out there.
It does feel that way, Jay, and it for me it was very obvious when I first started my stint here in the booth. It's almost 7 o'clock my time, and it was 3 o'clock my time when I started, and I feel like it has gotten darker since then. But it was obvious to me that Spa does not have night lighting, and so to me I felt like it was so dark then, but it really does seem darker now than it did then. I don't know if it's just me or what, but I know what you're saying. It is really dark out there.
Potentially could be because there's less cars out on track, so there's less light being projected from all of the other vehicles out there as well. So that could be what it is, but some of the shots make it feel like it is very, very dark as we're passing a car that we've been all too familiar with throughout this race. It is the Team Wolfpack 109. We've had some issues with that throughout the race, but positive for us is we're a few laps ahead of that car now. Don't make contact with it. Oh, they've just hit each other.
Oh.
We're going to get away with it though. That was very, very lucky to get away with that. That could have ended in absolute agony for us.
Yeah, that could have been very, very bad. Could have ended a lot worse. Boy, I tell you what, I'm impressed with this race here at Spa. I wasn't sure how the 24-hour event would go at Spa. I know Spa runs 24-hour events, obviously, but with it being my first time, I was unsure, and I am impressed with the field as a whole. For us to be running this far into the race, I mean, we're only sitting about a little under 2 hours to the halfway point in this race. Or even though we got a little bit more skill, sorry about that, but still, it's very impressive how many cars are still out on the track.
100%. I mean, we've still got 3/4 of the field out there, which is a real positive. We have, as we said, we had 52 starters. We've got 11 confirmed DNFs, so 12, 13, 14, maybe 15 DNFs now with that Sim Speed Esports car just coming into the pits with that damage. The Orange Cow car looks like it is done, unfortunately, for those guys. As we said, we had some good battles with them early on in the race. KOU Esports also out, and a few other ones. Jake Sperry's favourite car, the Thick Rig, it's out as well, which is disappointing for him. He'll be upset when he gets back on later. But it's been a very, very good race from a lot of teams. The fact that we're still running, these boys should be and are very, very proud of that achievement.
Absolutely. Another thing about the lights coming up later, we'll be able to see these beautiful liveries on these cars as well when the lights come back. Or I say the lights, how about the sun starts to come up in the morning time. And I assume we'll be grabbing for some coffee around that time as well, as things will start to heat up as we get into the latter part of this race.
100%, and when the sun does come up, because the track temp will change, we'll put some UV light into the track, which will mean that the drivers will have to adjust to the warming track throughout the event as well. They'll have to adjust to different tire pressures to the car, the way the car behaves, and the damage that we've got on our cars could be completely different under daylight conditions than in the night. So fingers crossed it doesn't cause us any dramas, but that is something that we do need to be aware of as we get into that phase.
Yeah, that is a very good point, Jay. It's like as soon as you get a good feel for the car and you get used to the way it behaves, and then the sun starts to come up and the heat hits the track, warms it up and changes the way it feels completely, and then you got to get used to that all over again. It is something you want to keep your eye out for as the race progresses, but for right now, both cars looking good.
100%, 100%, looking great. So, wasn't for some damage caused by incidents, both self-inflicted, sadly, but also from the incident with other cars making contact with us. We might be looking for a great position. That's a car slow coming through there. Who was that? I believe that might have been the 276 car back in 41st position. It is Lucci.
Alexander Lucci.
Having some issues, so we'll continue on.
Stops. Jay, I think I'm going to have to take one myself. I have enjoyed calling this with you and Fonty as well. It has been a very entertaining race, and wish both of our drivers the best in their continued run here in the 24-hour Spa.
Thank you for jumping in, JD. It's been great fun having a chat with you. It's been too long since we've had a good chat.
It has.
It's been great to be with you for the last hour and a bit, and I'm sure you'll keep up with how our boys go throughout the race over the next 13 3/4 hours. Fingers crossed we'll see them at the finish line, and of course we'll probably see you watching the out stops later on today as well.
Absolutely, man, and best of luck to you boys and to our drivers as well. And until next time, buddy, y'all have a wonderful evening.
As JD Smith steps out, we're going to take a little bit of time and we're going to enjoy some onboards over the next little bit until we're joined by our next commentary group. I'll be in for the next group in the next phase, but Ryan Jones will be jumping in about an hour's time. We've got an hour of onboards through the night time, so we'll enjoy this for the next little bit. If we've got any info from the cars as well, we will bring that to you as well. But we'll enjoy the next little bit on board with our 013 and 21 cars. We'll start off with an issue. Actually, we won't go to onboards yet because that is slow down the Camel Straight, and that looks ominous. This does not look good. Oh no, this is really bad. This is really bad. Commentator's curses on JD here as he has just left the booth. Literally an incident on the Camel Straight. This is big, and this could be the race ending. Hopefully it's not, but you wait until you see this incident here. Side by side down the Camel Straight, and both cars just blend into each other. They both just cross over, and that is a huge impact into the wall. Both sides of the car heavily into the wall, and hopefully we see the car continue on, but that was not a good incident. Oh, that's just nasty looking. Very, very nasty looking. Watch this on board from the Team Wolfpack car as it follows us down the Camel Straight. You see there he is, and he's out of the throttle very, very early to make sure he doesn't make contact with us as we loop it around. But we'll come back live and we'll see how our car is looking. Fingers crossed it's okay, but that didn't look too good. It's limping back to the pits. Fingers crossed it's okay. I'm going to take a break as well because my voice is starting to go for a little bit, but we're going to jump on board with our cars for the next little while, and we'll be back with live commentary very, very soon. Hope you're enjoying the onboard look here from 013 car, Martin's Burpin at the wheel at the moment. We haven't got any update on how much damage there is to the 21 car after Montez's incident with that other car not that long ago, but as soon as we find out how much damage there is to the car, we will provide an update. But fingers crossed it can get back out there, because it was starting to look really good, making moves, progressing through the field, and it was so unfortunate that incident we just saw only about 10 minutes ago now. Really hurt the momentum of our cars, I should say, because now we've got both cars heavily damaged and looking like they may be able to get back in. It looks like 25 minutes of repair, so we'll stick on board here with the 013 for the next little while. We'll wait for the next commentary team to jump in. Enjoy the nighttime scenes here at Spa for the next little bit. We'll provide some more updates once we get them in. We'll be on board, enjoy the footage. 5 on board. It's motors.de. Motorsport crew running iRacing Spa 24 hours. We're almost at the halfway point. Obviously, we just saw another moment there for our car 013 that we're riding on board, and fingers crossed that hasn't caused any damage to the car. We'll see if it comes into the pits when we continue on. So that's a positive that they haven't had to bring that car back into the pits. We're not too far off seeing the next pit stop for this car as well. Currently on 19th lap in the stint, so probably another 7 or so laps before we come in. But enjoy this view. After the pit stops, we'll come back with some commentary, and we might even see if we can grab some thoughts from some of the drivers as well, as they battled a very, very frustrating race, but continuing on, which is great to see. Not too far off gaining some more positions as well with cars that have had damage. Positive for us just there. We did just gain a spot from a car that we battled earlier on, that being the orange cow car, which we battled early on in the race for position number 3. We'll be back with commentary very soon. as we approach the next phase of pit stops in this race for the 013. It's currently now up into 28th position. Not long ago got past the Offical Racing car. Probably about another 3 laps away from pit stops. The Alpha Canis car is been in the pits now for around about 25 minutes. That's a gain of position for our car. Next car ahead of us is the 82 car, which we saw have issues earlier, the Blue by U car. Remember, we saw it in the fence around turn 16 a few moments ago, not that long ago now. We are 1 full lap behind that car. We're also got a 1 lap lead over the GPVA Racing Team Lamborghini. It's the 29 car. A lap pace around about 2 seconds a lap slower. Of course, this car is fairly heavily damaged, but the good news is it is continuing on. We are able to continue pointing the car in the right direction as we can continue to hopefully gain positions throughout. Around about just about 3 o'clock, so we're not too far off the sun starting to rise here at Spa as well, which is really positive. In regards to the overall race, there's still some battles going on at the front. Sim Speed Esports 1 still leads, NSR Yellow in second in year 1. We have been up and down throughout this race a lot, and now in 3rd position. Battle between 2nd and 3rd, around about 7 seconds at the moment. There is one battle for that is very, very close at the moment. That is the battle for 10th position, separated by under a second between those 2 cars. Being the Dero Sim Sports number 1, on screen there, it's really heavily damaged Lamborghini. Just behind is the Ferrari, I believe that is looking at the headlights. Yes, it is. 07 Firebolt Racing Orange. So those guys in the only true positional battle at the moment where the drivers can actually see each other. We said we'll come back to full commentary in not too long, but we'll jump back on board with Martin Skirpin. He leads up to his pit stop in around about 3 laps time. is good news. 21 is back out on track after a very, very long pit stop. About 25 minutes. Stopped in the lane, and it is back out there. Fingers crossed we'll see the car's got any damage. Fingers crossed it does not. We'll find out very soon, because remember the last time we saw one of our cars with heavy damage, it did come back out and it wasn't coping too well, but the wheel is straight, which is great to see. Ensure that the car behaves in the way it's supposed to. Great news, but it is looking like it's okay. Vilius has jumped back behind the wheel of 21. Otherwise, since we've seen Vilius behind the wheel, just for me, it's been a little while. I missed a little bit of the action, of course, while I doing other broadcasting commitments, but the fact that we've still got two cars running at this point is great to see. 28th and 34th now, our two cars in this event. Thing I have been amazed about in regards to this race is how much these cars have continued on, even with damage. They've been able to get repaired and go again. Great to see. Quite often in these 24-hour races you get damage and that's the end of your day, but these guys have been able to make them work and continue on, which is amazing to see. Very abnormal in these sort of races. Finally into the pits comes three car to get its pit stop done. This is the 8th pit stop, I believe, for the race so far. We approach 13 odd hours to go in this race. This race started just after 4:15 in Sim time. 4:30 by the time the green flag through. We're rather late into the day, which is why I'm not too far away from seeing the sunrise here in Belgium. Spot as well. Stepping out of the car and into the car appears to come. Wait a minute. So organised to go. It's cool to see. So Billy's also back in the car. And the 21, which is going in the right direction, even with that huge hit we saw about 40 minutes ago now. The fact that this car is still pointing the right way is amazing. We've seen two heavy hits in the last couple of hours. 2-minute 16 pit lane transit time will relate back to a full tank of fuel and 4 fresh tyres. So the RSV Motorsport 013 back out there after getting full service done. Fresh set of tyres. Usually a smart idea to change tyres when you're changing driver. It's a little bit easier for the driver incoming to be able to get a handle on the car, especially if it is damaged, which obviously both of our cars that we're following in this one are, which is a little bit sad to see, but they're still going in the forward direction is a huge, huge positive. Kind of what we were talking about earlier as well, at the front of the field has dissipated. Your one car now up into second. The NSR Esports team, the NSR yellow car, has dropped back to 6th position out at a lap after their pit stop. No close battles within the field at the moment. In regards to our car's nearest car ahead is 1 lap, which is Blue Bayou, which we've been watching and battling with for a lot of the race. RSV Motorsport 0, so the 21 car, nearest car is 2 laps ahead. Not too far off returning to full commentary. We'll be back with that very, very soon. 3 hours, 10 minutes remaining in the Spa 24. We're only a couple of hours away from seeing sunset rise here in Belgium. another unfortunate incident there for the 013 car. Radimir having a little bit of a moment there at Eau Rouge into the wall, ready on. And back into full commentary mode once again. Kate Kennedy alongside me now, Ryan Jones. Ryan, got a great start. This is 2 stints in a row where we've restarted comms. My first stint, basically the first camera shot was one of our cars ending up in the wall, and your first bit of commentary is going to be one of our cars in the wall.
Yeah, commentator's curse in full effect. But it's an endurance race, as I said, it's an incident I we expected. Hopefully that didn't do too much damage, but Eau Rouge is a fearsome corner. And he got in at quite big speed. He hit the front and the rear. Steering looks to be pretty straight, doesn't it?
He might have got away with it.
He does. There's definitely some damage to the rear wing. It's just in a little battle now with some drivers trying to get by him. Yeah, I expect it'll die to the pits here.
This is the car just getting through, the 21. We were slowly catching the Blue Bayou number 82. Obviously that's put a halt to that. We'll see how much damage there is. The 21 car back out there, now been out there for 11 laps after getting its damage fixed from that contact. Down the Kemmel Straight when it was sitting in 27th position. Now back in the 33rd after 25 minutes of damage repair. And we continue on, trying to work our way forward, and about 20 odd seconds back from the next car ahead. So a legitimate battle shaping up between us and the 60 car, the Alpha Canis Racing. Alpha Canis Racing.
You know what's good about night time is it masks some of the damage that all these cars have, Jay. What'll be good in about a couple of hours when the sun rises is the sun will rise, the light will come forth, and the drivers will suddenly realise just how damaged all of these cars are through the night. Bumps and scrapes that have tormented all of these cars will reveal themselves, and at the moment you can see that they just look like shadows, don't they, with headlights attached. They don't look too bad, but once that sun beats down on them, they won't look so good. It can give you a bit of a false sense of confidence, can't it, when you don't know what damage really looks like.
100% right. And, when you see the damage visually, it can make you feel a little bit worse about the car. JD and I were also talking earlier about the psychological effect of having incidents as well. Knowing that your car's damaged but it feels okay, sometimes thinking that your car's damaged can actually make you drive worse than actually seeing your car damaged or knowing your car's damaged. So we'll see if the car comes out in a reasonable shape and how much damage there is for the car. This car here, the 21, coming up on a couple of pieces of traffic, one being the car in 5th, the other being the car in 40th, so absolute polar opposite ends of the track at the moment.
Halfway through, almost, this 24-hour race, it's all about the patience. Coming up on those two cars as they were side by side entering the final chicane, and you can't just lob it through the middle of them, can you? You've got to just afford yourself some time to wait for them to go single file, then you can go by as he did there, just execute that move, no degree of risk, and then live to fight another day.
In regards to battles out there on track for the rest of the field, there's not too many that are too close. This is our little battle here at about 20 odd seconds. One of the closest battles, a couple around the 10 second. Battle for 8th is around 8 seconds for 3 cars, but other than that, most of the battles are between 15 seconds and a full lap, so not too much at the moment. But of course, everyone is on such different pit stop strategies. You don't really know how a race is playing out like this until you get into that last hour, do you? So it's sort of hard to judge and work out what's going on.
well, it's impossible.
Well, yes, you're right, it is. I mean, it's not impossible, but it's just tough.
For us, it is.
For us, it is anyway, yeah.
Especially you.
Well, for me that doesn't really understand what's going on at the best of times, thanks. That was what you were implying, wasn't it?
Yes. It took me all of 10 minutes to start. Yes. It's... Well, in order to go 24 hours, you have to do over 20 pit stops, right?
Yeah, you're looking around about 22 pit stops, about an hour and 3 per stint.
And when you start having incidents and crashing, the number of pit stops comes down because you spend over 10 minutes for one of them in pit lane or repairing damage, etc., etc. Suddenly you're off sequence by a long way, such as the 013 at the moment, which was helmed by Zverikov when it found the tyre bundles. The most recent time.
25 minutes of damage needing to be repaired once again in that car, so that's the third lot of 25 minutes we've seen out of that car in the race.
That will be long enough, Jay, for the number 21 car to leapfrog it.
Yep.
The 013 is 22 laps down now. 21 is 27 laps down. So that 5 laps will be easily made up, that difference in the 25 minutes. Just there, as Kabildis got by that slower car, those headlights illuminated the rear end of our BMW, and some of that damage was revealed. It's not looking pretty. That left rear.
Lucky it's not a beauty contest, this one, isn't it?
Yeah, pull away from that car. Let's hide that damage again.
I'm hearing that the RSV 013 car will likely go a few more laps down. Around about to 34th odd position they're expecting, so hopefully they can get back into the top 30. Top 30 is the aim.
Well,
where they are, so fingers crossed.
34th is one spot behind the 21. There's actually a 5-lap gap that they can slot into behind the 21, with which they do not lose an extra position. So yes, likely they'll go to that 34th spot. It's a shame, they were in quite a big group of cars around 21, 22 laps down, weren't they? With chances of getting towards about 27th place. They'll just fall off that for now, but as I said, as I came on, we've not yet reached halfway.
Not too far away from that halfway point though, so we'll get there in the next little bit. That's a little bit of a moment there, coming out of the source. You can see the the effect of it being around about 3:30 AM for the boys. Starting to struggle a little bit. The fatigue factor's starting to get in.
Get that man some coffee.
Don't they? Because he's struggling to keep those eyes open. That was me around about an hour and a half ago, I think. Had a very similar look. I think that was Fonty when he got off. He's had no sleep yet for around about 30 odd hours. Gone for an hour's sleep and he'll be back on.
And then he heard that I was coming on it.
He's decided against it.
Yeah. You were wide awake as soon as you heard I was coming on.
Wasn't a ball on the ground crying, thinking about you being wanting to pick on me. It took you 1.5 minutes to start it. Almost a world record for you.
Almost.
Now, there's some cars ahead of us in position that have been in the pits for a long time. One of them is this car here. The former race leader has been leading a lot of laps. Car right there, the Year 1 Black, Team Year 1 Black, was the early pace setter, the early leader in this race. They've been stopped for around about 15 minutes, so that could be another DNF in this race. Year 1 Esports may be out of this race, so that could be potentially another position gain over some of the drivers that we've seen as big rivals in this race. Currently on the 15th lap of this stint, so 15 laps since this car came out of the pits from getting damage repaired. Yeah, the rear of that car does not look good, does it?
It's not. I'm looking at the Alpha Canis racing car. The car in 31st. Here we are. Driven by Joshua Lowe.
It doesn't look good either.
No. Well, it is also 27 laps down. It is the next car before Cabildus. 22 seconds to the gap, and it's coming down in favour of our man.
The last lap by, we were a little bit off the pace, but you can see there was that little bit of a weave down the Kemmel Straight. And Julius was struggling to keep those eyes open. He's looking like he's got himself back organised for a little bit. Wouldn't be surprised to see a driver swap in that car at this next pit stop.
I suggested coffee, but maybe a bucket of cold water.
Yep.
In the face.
Or an early pit stop and a driver change.
Yeah, you don't want to have an incident again, do you? Put in a fence, damage the engine, and need a total repair of the engine. Because what's that? That's about 40 minutes, isn't it?
Yeah, 45-odd minute repair for an engine. Seen around about 25-minute repairs for steering arms, and we've damaged a few of those in this race. The first incident we had damaged something in the rear right-hand wheel of the 013 very, very early on, just after the first pit stop, and that cost us around about 25-odd minutes as well. So interesting for the first time. This is the first time I've seen the BMW out there in one of these endurance races. It looks like it is the best out of the cars in regards to getting damage repaired. It's something that seems to be quite favourable towards the drivers with getting that damage fixed, as that was a nice move on the lap car. That's the Empire Racing Blue car. They are about 5 laps behind us for position. Nice little pass.
Just having a look at the lap times again. That Alpha Canis racing car, quite quick actually, that previous lap. In fact, as quick as the race leader. So, we'll let that car blaze a trail as fast as anyone in this race, and probably too fast, and eventually into the fence, and we'll pass it. And it's 3 pieces against Tyre Bundle eventually. You have to drive a steady pace in these races. You can't go for all-out aggression every lap, can you? Maximum pace will net you a meeting with the fence.
Yeah, you got to drive it at 99% in an endurance race. It's not a sprint race. You drive at 100% in a sprint race, but 99 in an enduro. You can see there too the lap time comparison. Sure, we've lost ground on the last 2 laps, but look at the 3 laps ago. We made some big inroads. So inconsistency there for the Alpha Canis racing car ahead definitely plays in our favour.
Yeah, and lap traffic will play its role as well. As into the pit lane comes...
It's the car in 29th position, so it's one spot ahead of our 013 car.
Doesn't look like they've got substantial damage. So unfortunately,
that's never a good sight to look at, is it?
No. Quite the timer.
Well, I could find a better one.
Should.
Does this make you feel better?
Oof.
So they've actually had an engine change in their last pit stop.
$44 minutes. That might explain their race-leading pace.
Yes.
Because last lap they were actually 4/10 quicker than the race leaders.
So the last pit stop, a pit lane transit time was 2,667 seconds. 44 minutes.
Which I would hazard to guess translates to 27 laps. Wow, good lap from Cadildus there.
Very good lap. One of the fastest laps they've had in a long while.
And it was quicker than the race leader.
Yep. Sadly though, not quicker than the driver that we're up against in this battle, but even still, we'll see him battling. And I tell you what, I can see it on the Zoom feed. You can't see it unless I put it up on screen. The eyes are drooping. The eyes are drooping even further. I tell you what, I would probably be feeling the same at 3:30 in the morning, halfway through a 24-hour race.
Pretty sure you feel the same at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Look, I'm not going to lie, I do. I usually need an afternoon nap most days, due to my apparent old age. I got in there first, right?
You're into your 60s now.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate it. Oh my god. Nothing like you having a stab at me, is there? We are, what lap are we on in this stint? 17, so we're about...
But 2 laps away from seeing our 2 cars leapfrog each other.
Yep, not too far away at all. Actually, it'll be this lap. It'll be this lap because there goes Offical Racing in 30th position and we go into 31st right about now. Another lap comparison there. Another good lap for our car. And we've gained... Here's a spot gain right now. There it goes. So we're now into 31st position.
Very nice. So tighter that Vilius gets, the quicker he gets.
The drowsier he looks, the faster he goes.
Interesting.
Tell you what does make me feel a little bit sad. I'll put this up on the screen. Is when we go to this shot here. Let me see if I can get this working. That's not a sight that we wanted to see at this point. Empty sim rigs with nobody behind the wheel of one of the cars. Not what we wanted.
No. I do like how they've all got matching sim rigs though.
Well, they are all together at the same place. So there's 4 rigs. They're all together, all racing on their own accounts, which is good. And they're all situated in the same place, which I think is pretty cool.
Hey, Vilius, keep it on the racetrack.
That was wide.
You almost found the gravel there. Had it been but a 15-meter extension to that gravel trap, he would have been through it.
only got about 15 minutes left before he can bring it in for a sleep stop. Still pushing on. Lap times still look alright too. Last lap by, he was faster than the car ahead. They've just done a 20.9. We've done a 21.2. So decent pace again. Only 0.3 difference between the two. If we can maintain a 0.3 difference between, that's a pretty good pace.
Especially given if you go and look at all of the drivers in the order, you're hard pressed to find anyone lapping the same as what these two are, unless you're in the top 5.
So the leader last lap was a 20.8, 20.2 for P6, Chris Durance from the Chris Cup boys. 22s, 21s, 21.3 from the Firebolt Racing Orange. We did a 21.2 and a 20.9 for the car ahead of us. So pace is looking really good. We're the 4th fastest car out on the track. Great pace. 3rd fastest car even.
Is that your final answer?
I'll stick with 3rd. Gonna fact check me or not?
No. 31st and 32nd we run in this race now. 1 lap between our 2 cars, led by the 21 out on the racetrack. Vilius Gildus sleepwalking his way towards the end of his stint. Coming up on another lapped car here, who is 10 laps ahead of us in this race, but quite a bit slower than us. We might meet them later on in this one for position.
The way this race is going for a lot of teams, you could see any one of these drivers in the wall, and definitely can play out in our favour, having bizarre incidents happen. We've seen all sorts of interesting crashes throughout this one, whether it be guys at the front, guys at the rear, or guys in the middle. The only thing I've been most surprised about, I don't know actually if I am most surprised about this, is that we had a cleaner start in this race than top split. No cars out after lap 1. Top split, there were 3.
There's no egos in this split.
100% right. A lot of cautious drivers in this split too. As we hit pretty much 4 AM Belgian time in Sim, means that we're about an hour and a half away from getting into some sunlight.
Oh, there's a crash right in front of Gabildis. He picks his way between the 2 cars, slowly rejoining the track. He did a good job there, as did the man before him, Hassan Naim, who throws it off the road to let Gabildis go. And there are the 2 cars!
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
That Gabildis just got by, who are struggling their way down the Kemmel Straight.
The fact that that's the 9th place car that's been involved. Oh, look at the crabbing going on with that car. This is going to be dangerous. No! That's a 6th place car in the wall. Oh, that was
interesting.
Crazy. Let's load up one of these things.
A VRS replay.
Now,
and Westerfield pulls off and takes the tow back to pit lane.
Do you want to know the worst bit about this incident?
It shouldn't have happened.
Well, look at the name of the team of the car that just come out of the pits that's had this incident. Good luck,
yes.
GT3 drivers. Oh,
that is
no
some
fault of his
luck.
own. That is horrible luck.
Oh, that's unlucky. Here comes Gabildis.
Have a look how far back the Chris Durance team were when that incident happened.
Yeah. So Gabildis picked his way through after they wrecked at the top of the hill there.
He did a very good job.
Westerfield was caught out by a crabbing Mercedes of the Chris Durance team.
That was the Mercedes of the Good Luck GT3 drivers. Interesting thing there too.
Oh, yeah,
you can hardly see its lights until about there. You're like, oh, which way do I go? Oops, hang on, that's wall. That's heavy damage.
Of course, yes, this is the Chris Duran's team that Westfield drives for. He was extremely unlucky. Well, good luck team. They wouldn't have even known their car was crabbing that hard until they got back onto the racetrack. Because on the grass, it's hard to really
That's not what
assess
you
the
expect
damage.
coming out of pit lane, is it? Here we go, out of pit lane. We're in 6th position. Oh, sorry, 9th position. Just cruising along, cruising along, cruising along. Oh, hello. Oh, where do I go? Oops, that's race over.
Two evils there. Turn left and you get a penalty.
Yeah, you have to bring it back
Unsafe
into the
exit.
lane. Yeah, you can't do anything. It's just unfortunate. I want to get it back to the pits, but no good. That sucks for both of all three of those teams. Two of them were in the top 10 and now have heavy damage.
Drama for Cabildus.
Our car is now crabbing.
It shouldn't be. Unless we found the fence earlier.
Definitely some big damage to the front. That's what I thought the car was crabbing there. So maybe it might have just been misguided by the damage to the front left of the car.
He's done a great job here to keep it off the Armco barrier. Just lost the rear end as he tried to change the direction too quickly. Good camera angle, Jay.
Yeah, the automatic camera angle there didn't work. He's done a good job to keep it off the wall. You are right.
Well on board. The balance of the car was still very much swinging left when he tried to head back to the right, and like a pendulum, the rear end just did not have the stability to do that as commanded.
That could be linked to the damage from earlier as well, so...
Yeah.
The car not behaving properly from the earlier incident can cause something like that. We're not too far, or we just hit the 25-minute mark for the pit stop of our 013 car. So hopefully we'll see someone back in the car very soon and get that car back